All right, salute to everybody in the chat. What's going on? Thank you for stopping by for another late night boxing talk. All right, I can hear myself, so the sound is good. Um, Salute to everybody that stopped by. Let me see what's up to the chat. Um, Salute to the Fight Scout, Ski Dragon 29. I think that's how you say your name. Salute to the Fight Scout. Yup, Spence would have definitely lost an eye. Doodoo face, yeah, salute. Fisher, what's going on, my bro? What's up with these names? What's up to CJ, Martin Taylor, El Jefe, and Young God, Haitian Sensation, Jason Bourne, salute, Lobito, my boy Lobito, what's going on? Rat Packs, Trucking Company, salute. Salute to all the truckers out there doing the graveyard shift, having to work all types of hours. So what's going on, everybody? All right. You know, the usual. We'll talk about one topic first, and then wherever it takes us. I'm gonna talk about the fight last on Saturday night, and give you my opinion, what I thought of the fight. First of all, I did enjoy the fight. It wasn't one of those classic brawls where two guys are just you know going at it at all times of the fight. It was a tactical fight. I thought Ugas did well for himself. He had a good game plan. I don't think it was enough to win the fight. That's my personal opinion. Now, I'm not saying that I'm just gonna, you know, totally disrespect someone's opinion that has Ugas winning. I would just say I disagree. I thought from what I saw watching the fight, and I only watched it when it happened. I didn't get to watch it again. I saw Manny Pacquiao outworking him just about every single round. Did he get hit with some shots? Absolutely. He got hit with some pretty good shots, but he was delivering his own in return. I thought he answered every time he got hit. Um, I thought he controlled most of the pace of the fight. Was he able to do everything he wanted to do in that ring? Probably not, right? I don't think he did. Ugas came in to win. I think that both guys had pretty good game plans. You had to make adjustments. You had to make adjustments in the fight, obviously, right? And I thought that they both did pretty well. But I saw Ugas fighting back. I saw Pacquiao trying to win. Both trying to win, but the strategies were a bit different. So therefore, that's how I scored it: 8 rounds to 4 in favor of Manny Pacquiao. I thought Ugas only won rounds 2, 7, 8, and the last round. Those are the rounds that I gave him. I thought the rest belonged to Pacquiao. There's a lot of talks out there that if this was Spence, that somehow Spence would have been able to do easy work of Pacquiao better than what Ugas did. That's impossible, right? That's impossible because if Spence would have stepped in, he would have lost, or he would have lost an eye. Don't forget that he got his eye detached in a sparring fight. A guy who's there not to beat him up, but ended up beating him up, or at least damaging his eye. So there's no way that Spence would have been able to do better, not in that condition. And that's what, if you're to believe the official story of why he backed down from this fight, had he, been misdiagnosed and been able to get into the ring, he probably loses his eye, right? Margarito style, something like that. He gets beat up. If he really had his eye detached. Is that retina detached? Excuse me. Right? He would have never been able to hold up all those jabs Manny Pacquiao would have been able to land on him. Especially that they're both southpaws, right? Lines up perfectly with Manny Pacquiao's jab, and we saw what that jab was doing to Ugas's face. And so when I hear these narratives, it just makes me laugh. I gave my scorecard, and some people gave theirs, and they accused me of being biased. That's my scorecard was biased. I saw someone say to me that they thought Ugas won 11 rounds to one. Are these the same people that are accusing you of being biased if you had Pacquiao winning? The same people that had every close fight Manny Pacquiao's been in as a loss? It makes you wonder if that's just projecting. That's all they're doing. And so, they don't like when someone express their beliefs. Yeah, Pacquiao's the A side when it comes to like popularity and how much money he generates versus these lower level fighters. But they can be the B side can be used as a pawn to get rid of a guy like Manny Pacquiao that probably all these promoters want out the way. Manny Pacquiao is 42 years old. If he retires, that'll be okay with me. If he comes back to fight, that's also okay with me. I think more likely there's a good chance he probably retires and focuses on his political career. Either way, I would be fine with it. I still have yet to see when Pacquiao's been on his A game, anyone outbox him for 12 rounds. Clearly outbox him for 12 rounds. I still haven't seen it. I've seen him get knocked out to Marquez, a guy that he had fought 3 times previously and was giving Marquez a pretty good beating and ends up getting knocked out. I've seen that. But I haven't seen Manny Pacquiao get clearly outboxed. Now you can have your opinion, and that's fine. That's your opinion. But the fight was close. Those rounds were close rounds. A lot of them, most of them. There was no clear round that you can tell me Ugas clearly won. There's no doubt where, he just dominated a round. That didn't happen. And I'm clearly, but I thought he won the rounds that there was like two or three rounds that I thought he clearly won. I couldn't say the same for Ugas. Anyway, I see I got a few people in the chat. I'm going to drop the link. Give me one sec. All right, that's the link in the chat. Yeah, Ospec, I don't know what fight you were watching that you scored it 11 rounds to 1 for Ugas. I don't even know if you were watching the fight or you even believe that. You're just trolling. What's going on, Brandon?
Pretty bad, pretty awful, especially with the LSAT studying.
Oh, you're studying. All
Yeah.
right.
Well, I just finished studying like a couple of minutes ago, but it's a little stressful. But enough with that. I'm gonna give you my honest opinion about the Pacquiao Ugas. I did not score the fight. I can't say who won or who lost. I can't give you my honest opinion. I need to see the fight again and score it myself without the commentary. So at this moment, I can't say if Ugas won or Pacquiao won because
Fair
I
enough.
was I
What were
wasn't
your
doing the
initial
scorecards.
impressions? What were your
Um,
initial impressions?
based on what I've seen, based on what I've seen, like Ugas using the jab a lot more. I kind of thought that Ugas won. I'm not saying he outright won because I didn't score the fight, but I
Mhm.
need to see the fight again, without the
Mhm.
commentaries and all of that, because I need to make sure.
Yeah, you're trying to go with who is the right winner, right? Instead of going with the official decision. Or in your opinion, if you're still on. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we
Fight Cut,
do.
I hear you fine, bro.
You guys hear me, man?
Can you guys hear me?
I hear
No,
you.
you cut off
Sure
for a
that
You
while
cut
there,
off.
Brandon.
I have my confirmation.
Yeah, you're cut off, man.
Yeah, maybe drop off and then come back on.
Who, me?
Yeah, well, assuming I could hear you. All right.
Alright.
I don't know who this is, but if it's like some gay shit, I'm gonna block you. So there's somebody by the name of D Dog. D Dog, like dog. DAWG. See what
Let's
this
see
is.
what he has to say, man.
It's probably gonna be something weird. I got a feeling, but I might be wrong.
For some reason it's not letting me put them on. I don't know.
Maybe
That's
he left right
weird.
away.
No, YouTube is not letting me Anyway, what's up, official?
Hey, hello, Recognize. Thank you for having me on. Good evening to you. I mean, I guess it's evening there, over there, as well to the other panelists.
Where I'm at, it's East Coast time, and it's midnight. A little
Oh
past
yeah,
midnight.
yeah. Oh yeah, it's 6 a.m. over here.
It's 11 p.m. over here, 11:15.
Yes, Triple JJJ. I wanted to speak to you about something. I wanted to say hello.
What's up with it? Yeah, but anyways, the fight. I still haven't got a chance to rewatch it because I already started working on a punch count video. I only rewatched the first 3 rounds, and well, because look, watching it live, I was listening with the commentary on, and I was not really scoring it. I just kind of thought maybe Ugas edged it out, but I was surely disagreeing with L Dog. He was annoying me, trying to convince me that Ugas didn't barely won, but clearly decisively won.
You guys,
and
hold on.
yeah, go on.
Official, did you think that it was weird that half of the fight was just turned onto Ugas's back?
Yeah, but you know what, Scout? It was not the first time I saw it, and even before this fight, I remember even Anthony Thunderdome speaking about it countless times, and I knew it's true, and it was the same thing over here. But the thing that I did not know was that, like Recognize was mentioning on Anthony's stream, that they were almost showing no Pacquiao's replays in between the rounds.
Exactly. This is what so I'm watching the round, right, as it goes. And I've learned to like how to watch it. I put the volume at a certain level where I can at least hear punches, right? I can still
Can
hear
you
the
hear me?
Yep, I hear you, man.
Yep.
Hold
Bro,
on one
the-
second. Let me just finish this point really
Dead
quick.
air time. That's not good.
Because of you, man.
Oh,
What's up,
I'm a
Boxing Chief?
conversation starter, not a killer.
Well,
You-
hello
you
to
interrupted
everyone.
a
I forgot to
point.
say that. Forgive me.
I
for
couldn't
being
hear
rude.
anything on the other line. That's why I said, "Can you
No
hear
worries, no worries. Let me finish. Thanks for coming on, Boxing Chief. I'm happy you're able to make it quickly. What I saw was Pacquiao catching. There was a lot of moments where he was catching Ugas in a lot of rounds. What they would do is isolate those and then play mainly Ugas and then show one Pacquiao moment when you could have done the same thing for Manny Pacquiao. That's what I saw. I also saw another thing.
Absolutely.
I also saw Pacquiao catching Ugas And you know how they had this stupid little punch stats as the fight's going on,
I
and
saw it too many times in this
Manny
fight.
Pacquiao's punch stats was staying the same when he clearly fought him.
Yeah, exactly. And I recognize really quickly. I know that there are other people. I'm gonna let them talk. Just one point. You made a great point about Manny Pacquiao's jabs, because in this fight he landed incredible amount of jabs. I never saw him in in his previous fights landing as many jabs.
That's one thing that I noticed too, especially in the late rounds. And I forgot to say so. Hello to everyone. I hope you all have been doing well.
What's up, Gerson?
What's up? Bro, the commentary was horrible. Like, I was disappointed in Sean Porter, especially because sometimes he can be a good commentator, but bro, the Ugas worship was too much in my opinion.
He lost to
And
Ugas.
What?
No, go for it. Go for it. I'll say.
Yeah,
afterwards.
I know. I messed up there. But what else? I had Manny winning by a little bit. It was a very competitive fight. But what was it? I think the highlight situation, that was annoying in my opinion. Because there was a lot of ones where even though it was Ugas had the whole, I don't know what to call it. Help me out. Had the
What,
jab and the
Ugas?
right hand going. Manny had a lot more variety in his punches and stuff like that. And Keith Thurman said that, like, bro, I had Manny winning because, like, into the fight, he's like, I have Manny winning so far because he's not just throwing a jab and a looping right hand, and then out of nowhere he starts backing up Ugas, and I bet you that was just the PBC behind the scenes telling him, hey, favor Ugas like everyone else. You're not pulling his pants
Yes.
down.
Okay. Real quick. Before anybody jumps out, I just want to say this quickly. There's a pattern with that. Okay, so I was talking about Andre Ward's commentating being very, very good, in my opinion, in the first fight. With the fight with Lomachenko and Lopez. Up until the end, I think he was convinced by Timothy Bradley that Lopez clearly won that round in the 12th round. Which, okay, look, if you scored it for Lopez, the 12th round, okay, I'm not going to kill you over it. What I'm saying is there's no such, he didn't clearly win that round. And so, you fast forward to this fight. So Keith Thurman is going to be Andre Ward. Sean Porter is going to be Timothy Bradley. And I saw a lot of that going on too. Okay, it's not me. I'm not trying to convince you Pacquiao won. That's up to you. If I respect your opinion, but do not sit here and tell me that there's no way Pacquiao won that fight.
There's no way Pacquiao won that fight.
Okay, I disagree. Go ahead.
You know who this is, and you know what I think.
I know.
I heard you had Manny winning. Is that true?
Me personally, what my official calls I've never really made it an actual thing. What I've basically said was I can find 7 rounds for either fighter. What I did say on BDA show was that ring generalship, not all 12 rounds, but in most of the 12 rounds was controlled by Manny, not Ugas. And I really don't think Ugas ever controlled the ring generalship. And ring generalship and clean, effective punching are the 2 main things you're supposed to score off of before effective aggressiveness, before defense, before everything else. So Manny made the fight. He let his hands go more. He dictated the pace of when they were going to fight. If there was any real movement, unless Ugas was being backed up, which didn't happen often, but unless he was being backed up, it was for Manny. So he dictated the pace of the fight, which is why I can see him winning 7 rounds. I can't find 8 rounds that either fighter clearly won, but I can find 7 for each one of them, which is why if anyone scored a draw, I don't have a problem with it.
Right.
I would.
Look, everybody had. Go ahead. Fight Scout. How did you see this fight? Because
I saw 9-3 Pacquiao, man. So Pacquiao went out. He was in the shell, right? He had the shell. He had his arm up. He was obviously defending against the right hand. And he was letting Ugas touch him in the face with the jab. Sure, it wasn't a powerful jab because if any of you guys watched my breakdown of Ugas, he can't really put too much power in his straight punches. because of the way he stands, right? He's a little too wide to actually throw with a lot of power in either straight hand, right? So Pacquiao knew that going, and he was getting touched on the cheek, and they were counting those punches, but if Pacquiao would touch Ugas on the mouth or something like that, they wouldn't even count those jabs, right? And so it goes down to what Precise would always say, cognitive dissonance, where you're scoring it one way for one guy, but you're not scoring it the same way for the other guy.
Right.
And even when I think it was Jerson who was talking about the broadcast, they all had Pacquiao winning, right? He's got tremendous hand speed. He's landing more punches. He's doing a good job avoiding most of the jabs, most of the punches. And then somewhere around the way, halfway through, they started calling it for Ugas, even though the fight was going the exact same way it was going the first half.
Yep.
I will say a lot of the rounds were close, but I just gave it to Manny for just having more variety and throwing more.
They're just being busier. It's kind of like
Yeah, that's the right word, busier.
So back in the day, Winky Wright fought Jermaine Taylor, and they called that one.
Good comparison. Go ahead.
You know where I'm going with this.
I know what you're going with this. That fight mirrors this one.
The difference is in this one, in that one, is that when Taylor hit Winky with anything, whether even when Winky was covering up with his known defense, it still moved Winky, and Manny wasn't doing that with Ugas. But when Jermaine Taylor would go off with these combinations, especially with the working off the jab, even if Winky was blocking him, he was in a shell. Whereas Jermaine Taylor wasn't. He was letting his hands go freely. When he was done punching, Winky Wright would either come back with a jab, or that was about it. He did throw combinations later, but he mostly just came back with a jab, unless he was the one starting the exchange. And so they called it a draw, but a lot of people thought Wright won, and a lot of people thought Taylor won. I saw the same thing happen Saturday night.
Ugas didn't land as many punches as Winky Wright, though.
What's that?
Ugas didn't land as many punches as Winky Wright, and Winky
Winky's
was landing with like the hard jab. With Ugas, he was throwing like a touching jab that was like very. It was like loose. It was nothing like a Winky Wright jab.
Well, okay, I see where you're poking holes in my theory, and I respect where you're poking them, because there is logic to it. But my sense is like this: the main punches that Winky clearly started to land later came after the clash of heads, and Taylor's eyes started closing up. Before that, when he was coming back with the jab, it really wasn't doing much, and neither was Ugas's. And Winky's jab may be a naturally harder jab than Ugas's. Again, valid point against my argument. But the scenario is still the same. I'm letting a bunch of punches go, and you're covering up, and I'm dictating the pace because I'm throwing more and I'm busier.
But Ugas was throwing that, what do you call it, that bolo punch right hand, right? Pacquiao would block it. He would get pushed off balance. Is that a scoring punch, though? And should it even be considered?
So that kind of goes back to my narrative of the other fight. Winky was blocking a lot of Taylor's punches, and I know we're not talking about a different fight, but he was blocking a lot of Taylor's punches, but even when he's blocking, he was still moving right off balance. So it goes back to asking yourself, is that an effective punch? Because that guy didn't move because he wanted to. It's because the other guy pushed him with his punch off balance. Is that effective? Yes or no? It's up to you to answer. I'm not telling you whether you're right or wrong. But that's the judgment.
I'm gonna disagree and tell you that it's not an effective punch, right? Because it didn't land.
But it's still.
I understand your argument. I'm just
it still moved the guy off balance.
Argument.
So a cleanly landed punch and an effective punch don't mean the same thing. If I hit you in the shoulder, but it moves you off balance every time, and now you're off balance all the time because of my punch, it's not a scoring blow per se. You're absolutely right. But now I'm landing this shot that's constantly keeping you off balance. There's something effective in that. You see am I making sense?
Yeah, but you're making sense. But if the other guy's landing the punches on you and you're not landing on him, you're actually losing the fight.
Agreed. I'm not going to argue with anyone that especially,
I'm not trying to argue or be personal or whatever.
This is a healthy debate versus the show I was on earlier, which I'm not going to mention, but I talked to Matrix about it earlier.
Real quick. I want to welcome Don Francisco. You can speak. Gonzalo.
Welcome, Don.
What's up, Gonzalo?
Gonzalo, how you
How's it
doing,
going,
buddy?
Gonzalo?
How you doing?
Hey,
man?
how's it going, guys?
Good evening, Gonzalo.
Yeah, chilling, just eating some lunch, listening to you guys.
You haven't been returning my calls.
Okay, I'll go. I'll check my messenger.
Oh my
I slept.
gosh.
I slept all day
Oh my
yesterday.
gosh.
I've been busy.
I know
Gonzalo,
that sounded weird.
I had a question, and I think you kind of mentioned it on BDA. Like you said that like there's lots of controversy like between Manny Pacquiao like as a politician like back in the Philippines, like there are lots of voters who are like discontent with Pacquiao and stuff like that. Could you clarify more about what you said in the BDA stream last week? Like, because I didn't understand that much because I don't know much about Filipino politics and stuff like that.
Well, basically, he's the leader of his own political party,
Okay.
and he got removed from that position. And one thing he called out Rodrigo Duterte, who's the president.
The president,
He
yeah.
he said that his government was 3 times more corrupt than the previous government. So that's basically it. And he's fallen out of favor with a lot of these guys because they want to remain in power. You know, if they're not totally 100 complete honest, you know, you could say that there's some corruption. Like there's always corruption because corruption exists in every country and
Exactly, yeah.
every political that governments is running the country at the time. Yeah, obviously, if he's calling them out, they're gonna fall out of favor with Pacquiao, and he's gonna lose popularity with them. So that's basically it, man.
Oh, okay, makes total sense. So he pretty much dissenting his own party, pretty much. In other words.
Well, that's his party. Yeah, he's still good. That party's not the biggest party compared to the party that Duterte heads. His daughter's running for that party, so he's gonna go up against Duterte's party against his daughter, and his party's not even comparable to the size of that party. So that's one thing.
Wow, that is crazy. Like, and it's incredible how Pacquiao, like he was supported by the political establishment, and now all of a sudden he's hated. Yeah, it's crazy.
But to run for that, you would need the what do you call it? The popularity of the people, right? So that's why he's.
Well, I'm talking about the establishment, pretty much, like Duterte and stuff like that.
They took down everyone corrupt, and then all they did was just take their place, right? Is what it sounds like.
Well, he's gonna run for his party, then he's got to run up against his daughter. So basically, he's not running for Duterte's party. He's running for his own party.
Yeah.
Then he's running up against Duterte, but Duterte's daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And look, for his own party, the one that's supposed to nominate him for president, if I'm not mistaken, he got removed from that party. So it's not even the most popular party, and he's already been removed from that party. Now he's got to face another party that's even bigger than his, which is a main party, which the candidate is Rodrigo Duterte's daughter. See what I'm saying? That's basically it.
I want you guys to
But
just
go back to the
tell
boxing talk.
Tell me if Pacquiao.
Okay, perfect. I will.
Pacquiao, I want you to look at this face and tell me Pacquiao didn't land.
You can actually see where Pacquiao was landing on his temple all night. Do you see how his temple is swollen up?
Oh my god!
Pacquiao was landing there all night.
Now,
he looks worse. He looks worse than Debriachenko, right?
Yes, this is the same thing that happened with Debriachenko.
It looks like Ugas got jumped.
Look, and the same thing with Derevinchenko. I've heard these crazy boxing fans that just dying to show how unbiased or how biased they are, that Pacquiao lost, Triple G lost. You know, this is what their face looked like, and they said they barely got hit. Well, that's clearly not the case.
Derevinchenko one, please.
And recognize I have 2 points to make about the punches that both of them were landing. Now, Ugas, I mean, and I'm not trying to say that he was not landing clean punches. at all. On the contrary, but many times he would land a barely grazing punch, but it would move Pacquiao's hair because he has hair. On the other hand, Manny Pacquiao, when he lands a grazing blow or even a clean blow on his forehead, it was not very visible. Plus, on top of that, the way that Ugas was defending, he was fighting basically like Marquez was fighting Pacquiao. So he was trying to stay on balance all the time. So he was crouching down. So there were not many opportunities where Manny Pacquiao would, snap his head back. So maybe it was maybe not very visible, but Pacquiao was landing.
D-Dog's here. Please don't do
Dog,
anything gay.
I don't know who D-Dog is. What's up?
What's up?
What's going on, brother?
Hey man, I'm just listening to you guys. I'm really surprised. A lot of y'all think Pacquiao won the fight.
Yep.
I do.
I didn't say any. I didn't say
Some
anything.
people think he won. Some people here think he won.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we watched a different fight. I thought Ugas won pretty comfortably, to be honest.
Based on what?
But
Based
on power punches, he was getting him with the jab and body language. I know that's not some, but
Body language.
yes,
Body language is not a scoring point.
I don't know. Look, you could tell Pacquiao looked kind of frustrated after when the rounds would end. So that told me you could tell Ugas was gaining more confidence as
That's not a scoring criteria, and Gonzalo could actually tell you why he was doing that.
Okay. Well,
Gonzalo's
also
still on.
another thing is we gotta let it be known. I'm sure a lot of you guys are probably Pacquiao fans, so you're also looking at through rose-colored glasses.
Yeah, but I can say the same thing. But D-Dog, real quick, I can say, and I'm not casting any assumptions whether you're a Pacquiao fan or you dislike him. I can say the same thing for Pacquiao's in a close fight. They think he lost. They think he actually lost the fight. Okay, Jeff Horn. When you had Teddy Atlas saying this is real quick, when Teddy Atlas was like, this is insane. He beat this dude up. He won the fight, and they give him the fight. I heard Pacquiao haters say he lost. He clearly lost the fight. Okay, and we got one in the chat. His name is L Dog, right? L Dog will tell you narratives, but he forgets. He's one of these fans who will forget that the narrative was Manny Pacquiao was robbed against Jeff Horn, and that. And so, but he's like, I'm going to ignore the narrative. But now he believes the narrative that most of the mainstream thought Ugas won. You get what I'm saying? So it's like they pick and choose either way. And I'm not saying that.
Listen, I respect L-Dog. We've had a lot of good chats, especially in Anthony's show, and probably here a few times as well. I've recently started coming here. But saying that Ugas put on a masterclass is no.
No, I wouldn't say it was a masterclass, and you're right. I felt like Pacquiao won the Jeff Horn fight too. It was closer than it probably should have been, but Jeff used some tactics. We're not going to talk about that. But this, to me, I don't see how you can say Ugas didn't win the fight. He controlled the fight. To me, he was laying the hard shots. I don't know. That's what I saw.
So listen.
No, he's entitled to his opinion, and I'm not going to tell him he's wrong because you guys have heard me say I can find 7 rounds for either fighter to win a fight. What I can't find is 8 rounds for either fighter to win. So the basics for scoring a fight are ring generalship is the number one thing that's supposed to be looked at. Then clean, effective punching, followed by effective aggressiveness and defense.
Okay.
Ring generalship, to me, in my opinion, and you can disagree with me, that's fine. But in my opinion, ring generalship through most rounds was dictated by Manny. Now, Ugas may have countered some of that generalship, but he didn't lead and start and finish most exchanges.
Exactly. So Ugas didn't punch first, and he also wasn't last. Right?
He usually didn't punch last either. From what I saw, now I saw a very bad copy. I need to get a more updated one. I'll acknowledge that, but I was as recognizing Gonzalo. I was watching it during BDA's show, and as I was going through, I was just noticing the fact that Manny was just constantly busier and outworking Ugas. And Ugas' face shows the fact
that's
that
true.
I'm almost done, and I'll be happy to listen to you. Ugas' face shows the fact that a lot of these quote-unquote unlanded punches really did land. So, by all means, your turn, sir.
Okay, yeah, you're right. He definitely was the busier fighter, but busier doesn't always mean effective because let's be real, he was missing most of those punches, and Ugas is blocking a lot of those punches.
You can say the same about Pacquiao.
Yeah.
Right, so if you're going to score it either way, Ugas probably missed more than actually Pacquiao.
Yeah, but when
So
he did land,
I was watching the punch stats that the PBC puts up there, right? So you know, if you ever watch a PBC like telecast, they'll show you the punch stats in the round as it's going up. I saw Pacquiao land punches, and they don't put the punch. They didn't put the numbers up when he landed. I saw Ugas land punches, and it would go up. It would go up for him. And I even saw Ugas catch Pacquiao in the glove, and it still went up for him. So what I'm trying to say is, look, I'm not trying to convince you either way. In my opinion,
they're setting Manny for failure.
I think Pacquiao clearly won that fight. Okay,
you know what it reminds me of?
Competitive though, it was competitive because it was I enjoyed it because it was very tactical. It wasn't the traditional bombs away fights that we used to see Pacquiao in, right? Bradley, Morales, Marquez, you get it, right? But it was a tactical fight. It was entertaining in that sense. And Ugas did a pretty good job of not getting blown out. But that's where it stops for me. He did a good job not getting blown out. That doesn't mean that he won the fight for me, in my opinion.
So he said, you know what this fight reminds me of? I want to hear what he has to say.
Go ahead.
Remember the Floyd Maidana fight? I think it was the first one.
The one that Floyd should have lost.
Yeah, see that's my point. See, that Maidana was definitely the busier fighter, but he wasn't really landing anything effective.
Actually, without punch stats from my eye, I saw him throw and land more, but Floyd landed at a higher percentage. What people don't seem to connect and I'm not speaking for you, but what I come across a lot of people that, especially that are casuals, again, not speaking of you, they'll say that Floyd landed more punches because the percentage was higher. Percentage doesn't mean you landed more punches. It just means you landed more of what you threw. The replays clearly showed the fact that Maidana was landing pretty well in every round, and he was landing power punches, and he outworked Floyd in most of those rounds. So he ring generalship, effective aggressiveness because he forced him against the ropes, and clean effective punching because those body shots were all landing against the ropes for the first 4 rounds. First 5 rounds, actually. So out of the first 5 rounds, you may have been able to give 2 to Floyd, and if you did, great. I didn't. But I did. I thought Floyd picked it up in the 6th and 7th. I thought he lost the 8th, and he gave away the 12th. That's enough to say that fight could have been a draw. It doesn't mean that I think Maidana clearly won that fight. I did lead with that. I don't think he clearly won the fight. There's an argument to be made that he could have won that fight.
I thought he won
the second fight too.
We all have our opinions.
The second fight, I thought Floyd won. The first fight, I thought Maidana beat Floyd. Pretty convincing.
Not to mention,
recognize when was the last time you watched the second fight?
You know, that night. That was it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like basically so that night. Yeah.
If you're gonna watch it again, you're gonna probably see that Maidana actually beats him easier the second time.
Maidana didn't win.
But that's what I saw, right?
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to take the caller's thing on that. But changing the narrative by bringing up the second fight when the original point of the conversation was the first fight isn't relevant. We were talking about, you said it reminded you of the first fight. The second fight was a different fight entirely, where they both fought different fights entirely. And the conversation, the first fight was, you thought Floyd won clearly, and I don't argue with you. I don't even say that I did lead off with he should have lost that fight, and I just shot off at the hip. My point is the fact there's an argument that can be made that he could have won that fight based off of what I said. And everything that I said was there to be seen in the fight.
I'll tell you one thing. Even though Floyd may have won more rounds in the second fight, he, from what I remember, I'm just going back from what I remember, the more effective punches landed were Maidana.
Well, Maidana's a hard puncher. He's a big guy. Like,
yeah. I mean, listen, and that doesn't mean he won the fight, right?
Okay.
But if you look at who landed the more effective shots, the shots that almost ended the fight was Maidana. I think Floyd
Maidana
had
was a
one good
career
body shot.
140 pounder.
What do
He
you,
was
okay, let
actually
me ask
the
you guys
smaller
this.
guy.
Okay.
I think Manny took more punishment in that ring than Ugas. I know you want to base what you think based off of Ugas' face, but as you guys know, if you've been watching boxing long enough, some guys just bruise up more than other guys.
But it's
But
nuance. What's your name? I'm
mhm.
gonna go by D-Dog, right? It's okay if I call you that, D-Dog?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So D-Dog, right? Facial damage shows that it's nuance. It's not everything. It's not that you clearly won the fight, because what if you look the same? Or let's say, for instance, I'm bruised up, but I knock you out, right? Like I knock you out, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You may have not been bruised up, but you still got knocked out, right? So there's nuance to it. So when I hear people say Pacquiao barely landed, I'm like, so you didn't see it? Because I've been watching boxing long enough that I can tell when somebody's landing their punches. I don't have to like rewind and keep going back, unless like maybe I was distracted. Let's say I had a lot of people with me and I need to do that again. But as I'm watching the fight, I've been watching it so long. I know when I've watched many of Pacquiao fights, so I know how their opponents react when he's getting touched, when they're getting touched up, and that's what I saw. Again, the fight was very tactical. I'm talking about round by round. If you go by most of those rounds, they were very tactical. And you got to give credit to Ugas, who looked like he was ready for this fight. He had been ready for this fight. Okay, not like last week. He was told no. He looked like he was ready for this fight, for a very tactical fight. But again, I think sometimes Pacquiao gets discredited because he doesn't blow his opponents out. So automatically, it's a tactical fight. He loses. You get what I'm
Okay,
saying?
one more
Like the
point.
narrative is he
Yeah.
lost the
Absolutely.
fight.
The same goes for Triple G.
Okay, one more point.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, as a Pacquiao fan, would you say he looked good in there? Because if I'm a Pacquiao fan in your shoes, I wouldn't want him to fight again, especially against the younger guys like Jerron Ennis, those type of guys, or even
Well,
Terrence Crawford.
Do you think Ugas looked good?
No, well,
That's a good
Ugas is like a middle of the tier type of guy. Like those upper guys would really
Ennis
hurt
is
me.
too green.
Ennis is too green. He might be too green, but he is explosive, and that version of Manny will get destroyed by Jerron Ennis. That version.
Let me jump in on this one because, as recognized knows, I'm one of the biggest proponents of Ennis right now. I think he's the heir apparent. I think Virgil Ortiz may be the B apparent, but I think they're right there near each other, with Ennis just being a better athlete. I'm really high on the kid. But having said that, I think that Ugas, Sean Porter, and Errol Spence are all in danger against this kid right now, let alone a year from now. So, I mean, just saying that about Manny towards him, of that one particular person you picked, most of us on the panel are going to agree with you that this should have been Manny's last fight. Whether it should have been loss or a draw remains to be seen. My particular point that some people are kind of agreeing with me is the fact that I don't think it was a clear win for Ugas. It went his way, and I don't argue with it. I just didn't think it was like a clear, okay, he was definitely the winner. There's no question about it. Were those punches landing? Obviously they were, because look at Ugas' face. That doesn't mean he took more punishment. It just means these punches were landing that people said they didn't think were landing. His face didn't look like that by accident. Something happened in that ring, and it wasn't the cornerman, it wasn't the referee, and it wasn't the wind blowing. It was Manny's fists. So something caused that to happen. Was obviously Manny throwing more punches, landing more punches. Not a higher percentage, mind you, but
Right,
more
because
punches.
sometimes percentage could go by the very fact I'm more busier. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm losing, right? So I'm landing at a lower percentage because I'm throwing more punches. I'm more busier. That is the punches. If you look at in terms of effects, if you look at their faces, look, one could argue that they're both even. I saw Manny Pacquiao; he has a couple of cuts in both sides of his face. It looks like some swelling in the bottom, but I'm just telling you from personal experience. I'd rather have those than my eyes bubble. That deep bubble when it starts closing up your eyes and you can't see. Now think about it. You know what I'm saying? So
Well,
you got to ask yourself, which ones would you prefer? You know.
yeah, that's true. But you guys also got to think, Ugas is not like some, you know, he's not gonna run you over. That's not his style. He's not really a power puncher. Crawford, Ennis, or even a little bit to a lower extent, Earl Spence, those guys can crack a lot harder than Ugas. They would have really hurt
Yeah, but
Manny in there.
listen,
But you
I
see,
enjoy.
Yo,
Hold up,
there's
hold up.
assuming. There's a lot of
Yeah,
assuming there, right? Like the
that
same
version
thing
of
is
Manny, yes.
okay. But
This
look,
version of Manny.
Yeah, but
remember this real quick. I just want to get this off, right? Remember, so
Hmm.
Pacquiao's training for Spence. Spence gets that injury. Okay,
Hmm.
so he has to pull out the fight. Ugas is now the replacement, right? No conspiracy
Hmm.
theories, just straight facts, right? Just straight what we know happened. So, or at least what we're being told happened. So remember, Pacquiao's got experience. He doesn't care about righty lefties. He's fought plenty of righties, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's fighting Ugas. He's fighting Ugas, who's a guy he's never fought before. He has a
Hmm.
similar style to like guys that Pacquiao's fought in the past. Like, kind of reminds me of Clottey a little bit. So guys like that, right? Um,
Hmm.
but at the same time, remember he's not preparing for Ugas. He has about a week, and then you could say the same thing about Ugas too. You could say the same
Hmm.
thing, but you could see how the fight played out. It was very tactical, regardless of who you thought won. Those rounds were tactical. They had to think. Both guys had to
But
think about
recognize.
hey, hold on one quick.
Be honest.
I hate to interrupt, but recognize there's a fake L dog. The L dog in the chat, I gotta give it to him, man. He knows how to impersonate me, but it's not me, man. So listen, the one he made a mistake of is he kept saying Pacquiao's a bum. Look, I never said that, dude. I never said Pacquiao's a bum. Pacquiao is
Who
an
said he's a
all-time
bum?
great.
No, so
fake
there's a
account.
fake account. There's a fake account going pretending to
Okay.
be him. Saying
I was
that.
That's not me.
I was
Oh,
almost scared that you really thought about it, but yeah, thank you for clarifying,
All
L
right, so
Doc.
let me say real quick, what's up to L Dog? What's up to Boxing Junkie? What's going
what's
on?
up, L Dog?
Yo, what's up? Yeah, man. So, like when it comes to this fight, bro. To be honest, it wasn't controversial. Well, like my opinion of it is this: Pacquiao fans are acting like Wilder fans. They project these.
No way.
Yeah,
See,
I'm
this is
being
the
honest. Look,
over
me
analyzing that you always do. Go
to
ahead.
me, they're acting like Wilder fans. Like they're in denial. They have some like hero worship, and when their hero failed them, they just can't, accept it. I mean, look, dude, boxers lose. Move on. It is what it is. Pacquiao is a great fighter. He's 42 years old. He just got old, and Ugas outboxed him. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I agree.
But we're
I
Like,
debating,
it's
agree.
not that
we're
bad.
debating, we're debating the fight because it was a close fight, right? Even to
Was
the
it?
judges' scorecards, it was a close fight. Okay,
Mhm.
7-5 and 8-4. 8-4 doesn't necessarily mean a domination. It means that I'm giving the edge to Ugas, right? So it was a close fight. So we're debating whether or not Pacquiao could have won the fight. And there's some of us that feel that he could have won the fight and should have won the fight. Nobody
Right,
Okay,
said
recognize.
but let's be real here. The people who are debating he should have won the fight are people who are biased towards Pacquiao.
but you
Yep.
could reverse that. You could reverse that the other way.
It's not.
No.
It's not like we aren't making valid
No.
arguments that he actually won, though.
There are no valid
Here's
arguments.
here's the argument I would have against it. Ugas clearly displayed, like, if we got to look at the criterias, right? I've heard a lot of and Anthony he's guilty of doing this. He'll say like damage is not a criteria.
Yes, it
Sorry to break
is.
it to you.
Yes, it
No,
is.
no, it's not.
What are
No,
you
it's not.
talking about?
Effective.
Wait. Time out.
That's
Time out.
included in effectiveness, man.
All
That's
right, so
Right,
hold up.
effective
right,
punching.
but here's the
No.
thing. No, damage is not a criteria. Damage is a
It's
component
not.
of a criteria.
Hold up. I'm gonna give an example. It's gonna be a different sport, but you watch
Dude, there are
Romero
4
Winter.
criterias in boxing. This is not debatable. Clean, effective punches,
that cause damage.
effective aggression,
Damage.
defense, and ring generalship. But here's the thing: just because damage is a component of those things does not mean damage is a criteria. It's not. Like that's like saying slipping punches is a criteria because it's a component of defense. A clean, effective punch. Sure, effective means that it's impacting with damage, right?
Clean,
Come on, come on,
efficient.
come on,
Clean,
come on.
But
efficient.
here's the
Somebody's
thing:
got their
damage
music.
is not a criteria; it's a component of a criteria.
I have to agree with him on that. Perfect, because I got two words for most of the people on this board that are going to say, "Oh yeah, you're right." Pernell Whitaker, most of his punches did not. There's a lot of people out there that think that De La Hoya lost to him because of those backhanded jabs that you can't even tell if they connected because there was nothing on them. Didn't make De La Hoya's sweat fly off his head, didn't brush his hair, didn't do anything, didn't make him shake, didn't back him up, didn't do anything. But people credit him for those same jabs that they're not crediting Manny for. Now, having said that, his punches were there, but they didn't do damage. And a lot of people thought he won based off of those punches. So I have to agree with him. I don't like to, and not just because of this argument. I like to see if a punch lands, there should be some sign that it landed. There should be a scratch. There should be a swelling. There should be something to show the fact that it landed. But if it literally did land, it doesn't have to do any of those things in order for it to be a scoring blow. So I have to agree with him to an extent on that.
I think boxing is pretty easy to score. That's pretty easy to score.
Right. And for those who
Apparently
have
not.
it, Pacquiao winning, I label them as boxing professionals, right? Because we know how to score the fight. We scored it the way we saw it, the way that it is. It's not some misconstrued way of saying that this guy lost or how this guy won. I mean, we're having an argument in which Ugas won because Pacquiao was blocking his punch. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, today you would say that today blocking is being punished as a form of defense. Look, you know how I score fights. Me personally, I don't give a fuck about defense, effective aggression, ring control. The only thing that matters to me is who is landing more punches, and the second criteria would be who landed the harder, the cleaner ones, and that's all. Because I can give a fuck who's dancing around the ring, how sweet he's looking. Look, the perfect example of it would be Chavez and Whitaker fight. And to my surprise, Boxing Chief, I think we have the similar view on that fight. Because to me, it was not a robbery. I don't give a fuck if Pernell Whitaker was clowning him. No, I was looking for the number of landed punches. And in some rounds, Chavez was outworking him, so I barely gave that fight 7-5 to Whitaker. So I had him winning barely, closely, but it was by no means robbery. Just because I'm counting punches and not
official scorecard. I disagree. I disagree with your well, not logic, but I disagree with your assessment. I've seen the fight. Yeah, no worries. I disagree with that.
Here's what I would say to that. Like, I just don't think you can think like that and then score a fight accurately based on that, because you've blatantly said you don't care about the criteria. You only care about one of the four criteria.
But he's considering. Time out, dog. But he's considering the most two important criteria: clean and effective punching.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
What is the most important one?
Let me pose to you a question. To me, this is similar to, say, like a referee in a soccer match saying, well, the most important way to score a goal is obviously going to be with your foot, because that's where most of them. I don't care about headers. I'm not going to score them.
Terrible.
You're completely neglecting three of the criteria.
L-Dog.
Let him explain. Like
no. L-Dog explained.
He doesn't even have to explain it, man.
L-Dog explained himself.
I
He's
heard him clearly.
comparing.
Yeah,
That's
I
not a
said.
fair
I mean,
comparison.
official openly
So
said.
let me explain it. Let me
Official
explain it in the
openly
most
said he
simplest
doesn't
terms.
No,
care
no.
about
L-Dog.
defense.
I know what he said. I know what he
L-Dog,
said.
man.
Guys,
I know
Could
what
you
he
please
one
said.
at a
mute
time.
him?
One at a
Recognize?
time. One at a time.
L-Dog.
One at a time.
Please.
One at a time.
One
Calm
at a
down.
time.
Calm
One at a
down.
time. Go
All
ahead.
right, so
Fight
let me
Club.
explain it, right? So
Go around the panel.
boxing is about hitting and not getting hit, right? So if you're watching in the simplest terms, Pacquiao was hitting him and getting hit less, right? Shouldn't that be the scoring criteria if you're going to make it as simple as
That's
hitting and
not.
not getting hit?
Sorry, but that's
Okay,
not what boxing
please.
is. That's a cliche. You
Sorry,
don't
Recon, I
score
can
boxing off
answer
a
now.
cliche.
Go ahead, official. Then third.
Thank
Can
you.
I
Yeah.
translate for official? Because I understand what he's saying.
No, official speaks English
Yeah,
just
yeah.
fine. Go ahead.
Look, L
He's
Dog.
saying all he cares is the balls in the goal. That's all he gives a shit about.
Stop, Durden. Look, he said nonsense. He used soccer analogy, saying that I only prefer. It's as if I said I only prefer scoring goals with my feet. I would rather say, if you want to use the soccer analogy, would be UL Dog. You're giving more importance to obtain corner kicks instead of goals.
Or the penalty.
That's simple. Yeah. Doesn't matter how many corner kicks your team get. The only thing that matters is scoring a goal. Same way for me. I'm only scoring punches. Simple
Right.
as that.
Now here's the thing. I just think, whether you agree with the scoring criteria or not is a different thing. We can have a conversation about disagreeing with the criteria, but the reality is the criteria is the criteria. That is how you score a fight. Like I've heard people say, like, hold on, I've heard people say, like, oh,
Even
but
going
Derby,
by the criteria, Ugas didn't
Let him
even
finish.
win, dude.
Let him finish. Let him
Sure
finish.
he
Let him
did.
finish. Okay. L Dog, are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, I wanted.
Recognize who's next.
Durden wanted to say something. Go ahead, Durden.
Oh, I mean, no, not really. I think
Okay.
I was gonna just say that officials basically saying all he cares about is like the goals. He doesn't really care like how it's done, like whether it's
Right.
And then L Dog's trying to make it into he's discarding hitters and stuff, but I don't think that's. I think L Dog's a smart guy, but he's using tricky tactics here.
Yeah,
Okay.
tricky tactics.
I have to stand up for the Cuba too. I have to stand up for the Cuba. The Cuba, you're saying the Manny Pacquiao won is not true.
Don
Because
Francisco, ¿cómo está, señor? ¿Cómo está, Don
¿Cómo
Francisco?
está, caballero? ¿Cómo están todos?
¿Cómo está,
¿Cómo
Don
está, caballero?
Francisco?
Mira, ese,
Don Francisco,
that
what's
voice
up?
is beautiful, Don Francisco. Wait,
I
hold on.
hear
I want
in
to
the
introduce
jungle.
Don Francisco. He's a good friend of mine.
Hey, I
Hey,
hear in the
Castro,
jungle.
Hey, Cuba.
Castro, I hear you're part of the establishment against Pacquiao now. Apparently, the neoliberal establishment in America is now backing communist fighters.
I hear in the jungle listening to this with some pirated Wi-Fi. So I
Sounds
listen
like-
good, but I don't listen so good, And I have to say, the Jordanis Uga, my brother, mi hermano en armas, chico. He won the fight. And the Pacquiao,
Okay.
the Pacquiao, the dirty Filipino camp, they tried to steal the fight from him. Because Pacquiao is aligned with the dirty Yankee imperialist. Whereas Jordanis Uga,
Oh my
he
God.
part of
Wait.
the
Don't please,
revolutionary
guys, do not make fun of Don Francisco. He's a good friend of mine. Okay, me and him go way back in the days. I have some Cuban ancestry. I actually know him pretty good. So, Don Francisco, how proud are you guys of Ugas right now?
I am ecstatic that we finally get Jordanis Uga. He finally showed the world what the Cuban power is all about. And Manny Pacquiao, he has good power.
Oh my
He has
gosh.
good power, chico, but
I already
it's
know
not
who
good.
this
It's not as good as the Cuban power. And recognize, I wanted to ask you, Chico, did you get the literature I sent you?
Did I get the what?
The literature. I sent you some fantastic literature on the way we are going to change the world economically.
Is it legal?
It is fantastic. I will say that.
All right.
Okay, so BDA, since you're on the panel now,
No. Time out. Chief. That's not BDA.
That's his roommate.
That's Don Francisco. I know. I actually know that
From the
guy.
tour.
right?
Oh my
So,
god!
so the D stands is Don Francisco is the D in BDA,
He has
right?
BDA mannerisms.
No. Listen. I'm telling you that I know this guy. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah, you do. It's BDA.
calm down. That's Don Francisco
BDA has
from
a
Cuba.
friend next door neighbor that's Cuban.
I'm not
So-
gonna take disrespect of my boy Don Francisco, but go ahead. You guys can ask him questions. Go ahead.
Well, mine was that basically go back to L Dog on, with no disrespect to Don Francisco, on the whole way of people are.
Well, I
judging the
get it.
fight.
I'm a big deal.
Yeah, okay, whatever. And but just back to the counterpoints to each other. So one of the things you mentioned was ring generalship. But can you tell me what and when and how many rounds you thought Ugas actually controlled the fight? Because that's one of the areas I think that he which one of the reasons why I wouldn't have a problem with the draw is one of the things I didn't think he had for most of the fight was ring generalship. I thought Manny clearly had that part. And the clean, effective punching, but the glancing blows that may or may not have gotten through the gloves based off of Ugas's face, they did. So there's just certain criteria based off of the rules that I think there can be an argument to go either way. I don't think my personal opinion is it wasn't a clear one-sided victory for either fighter. Now, if you think Ugas won, congratulations. I don't argue with that. You have the right to your opinion based off of what you said off of the rules. But is there anything that you can't see on the other side of someone saying, Manny did control the pace more often than not? Obviously, he did land punches because Ugas's face is bruised. No, I'm not saying that damage is a factor. No, it's not. You're right. It's a byproduct. But obviously, those punches scored because the only thing that bruised his face was Manny's fist. So obviously, there were effective punches landed, and the ring generalship can be argued that Manny had that. So 2 out of the 4 factors could have gone Manny's way. Can you see that even if you don't agree with it?
Well,
Isn't there
first
5
of all,
factors?
hold on, Dad. First of all, let me ask you something, Chief. Did you actually watch the fight? Because I remember last time you said you didn't watch the fight. You saw the highlights, and that you probably
No, I
would
was
have
watching
watched
it as the show was going on.
Oh, okay, so you did watch it. Cool.
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
Well,
the first round. I'm sorry. Let me correct something for the record because you have a point. I saw something that was highlights at the beginning, and then I found a copy. It was a really close up copy, so it wasn't like far back to where you could see the whole ring. It was a far back copy, but I did see the entire fight as the fight was going, as the show was going on, and at the end of it, if you remember, BDA came back around to me and said, "What do you think?" And I said then, and I still say again, that I thought Manny had control of the ring generalship through a majority of the rounds. So that's
right.
still my take. Now that doesn't mean I think that he won. I just think that that's an argument to where you say he possibly could have, because out of that criteria, I felt he had that comfortably in his favor. Your response, please, sir.
Yeah. So I thought Ugas was the ring general because I thought he was the one who was implementing his game plan to a T. Ugas, he likes to fight at a certain pace, and he likes to counterpunch. That is pretty much the bread and butter of his game plan. Now, of his style of fighting, sorry. That fight was fought at his pace, and he was constantly luring Pacquiao in to counters. Pacquiao could not fight at the pace he wanted to. You could see this. He couldn't really back Ugas up against the ropes for a long period of time. He would for a little bit. Then, yeah, here's the thing. Here's what I'll say. And to be honest, when Pacquiao had those flurries, they were ineffective. Like, so many of them were missing. I went in slow mode some of it down. God, like he would throw a 7-punch combination and maybe 1 punch would land. Ugas would then counter with a 2 or 3 punch combination.
I thought you weren't into slowing down fights. I thought that was.
And I definitely don't do slow motion.
Wait, come on.
Nobody
does. I'm not against.
You're trying to score.
Isn't that the point? Isn't the point of
Trying to
Pacquiao?
break the guard, right?
L-Dog.
Isn't that the point?
I thought you were against that.
No. When have I ever said I was against
Yes,
slow
you said people who score the fights and slow it down, those are fucking weirdos, man. You said that plenty of times, L-Dog.
No, that's a false statement. What I'll say about slow motion is it's unrealistic to expect the judges who are only watching from one angle to see what we can see from multiple angles
But
in
these
slow
judges
motion.
are supposed to be the best of the best, aren't they? So why aren't they seeing
Right,
the easy
but
stuff?
it's just a total limitation. Like if you're only watching from one angle, there are
But
areas
you
of the
always
ring
rely
where
on
you
the
can't
official
see.
judges, even
Let
though
him finish.
you know you have better eyes than the official judges.
Eldog, let me ask you something.
Right,
What do
but
you
I
what do you
don't
think
just
about this
rely on
comment?
the official judges.
Eldog, what do you think about this comment right here?
I had it 7-5 Ugas Matrix, but it was a difficult fight to score. Yeah, I completely disagree. I think
Okay,
it was a very easy fight to
So,
score.
but do you do realize that those rounds, in most people's opinion, were extremely close? In most people's opinion, they were close rounds. Ugas
but
wouldn't
even
look the way he did if it wasn't. That's the nuance of the fight. That's the nuance. Whether you give it to him on facial damage, the fact that he had it is
That's
tells
not a
you.
criteria.
No. You see, you're trying to ignore the point. You're trying to
That's
go
not
past
a criteria, though.
No. Okay, so you pitched a whitewash, but you look like the Elephant Man. How the fuck
Yeah,
did you?
it can be done.
No, it can't be done. It cannot
Yeah, it
be
can.
done. By who?
Yeah, it can.
Name me one guy. Name me one guy besides
You want to know
Ugas that
another
did
fight
that.
where the fight was a whitewash, but the guy looked all lumped up? Loma versus Pedraza. That's again
Yeah,
a
but he wasn't
limitation.
lumped up.
lumps,
He had
man. Those
scratch
were
marks. He had scratch
were
marks on his
laces,
face.
man. Those were
Oh my
laces,
god!
man.
Someone screen share a picture of his face. This is just dishonesty.
Anyway, the point
But
though
hold
is
on. Let me point to something. The scores can be a wash, but the fight can be competitive. There are, that's a limitation of the
Thank you for
10
proving
point.
my point. Thank you for
That's
proving
a
my point. The fight
limitation
could be
of
competitive.
that's a
but
limitation of the 10
but you were
point plus
saying it was a
system.
wash.
You
You were
could
saying it was a wash.
realistically.
You were
Yeah,
saying it
I
was a
think
wash.
on the scorecards it was
Going
overwhelmingly
back
a
to the
wash.
original point in which he was missing punches. What he's doing, if you actually know anything about boxing, he's throwing throwaway punches to open the guard, and then you see his face get serious, and then he lands a good punch.
That's what I wanted
but
to
I
ask.
still,
That's what I wanted to
attribute
ask
it to
too.
defense for
Yeah, but
Ugas because
the whole
Ugas,
point.
his high guard was blocking.
His high guard,
pretty
yes,
much
he
all
was
the
breaking
shots.
the high guard by
The whole
throwing
point of
throwaway
Pacquiao
shots.
throwing
Man.
7 punches is to land one, but he's not trying to land all
Yes.
7.
Hey, recognize. You want to make this interesting? Drop the link for Ski Dragunov 29. He has this weird obsession with me. I don't know who this guy is, but he he seems to think that
Is he El Fraud? Can you think he's El Fraud?
I
or
don't know.
something?
He seems to think I hate all Asian people and that an Asian woman, oh sorry, not woman, an Asian guy fucked my girl and ate my dog apparently. So I would
That's
be
kind of
interested.
racist though when you think about it.
Yeah, that's what he said. Like, let me pull it up. It was actually kind of funny, to be honest.
Yeah, no, dog. I kind of feel bad for
Dude,
you.
these are like 4 comments in a row. At Aldog, your dog got eaten up. Asian dudes, cause you keep fucking them. Lol. Well, first of all, I don't fuck Asian dudes, so I'd have to, just point that out.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Second comment, let me get the link. Let me up. Well, after hearing that you're into fucking Asian dudes, I'm not sure we want to have you up here. But that's up to recognize. And then the 4th comment, Al Dog, you're a coward. Asian dudes smashed you on the locker room. What
All right,
smash are you referring to?
Is this
Because
L-Dog, are you posting on another account and just posting at yourself? Because that's something I would do. That's something I would do.
I mean, dude, when this guy says Asian dude smashed me, I want to know what smashed are you thinking about? Are you thinking like beat me in a fight, or are you thinking like, they smashed? I don't know.
I'm gonna give him a chance to join the stream. Go ahead, BDA.
Yeah, all right. So I'm rewatching the fight right now. I finally got a little time off, 1 a.m, believe it or not, and I've changed my mind slightly. I do think it's a closer fight than I initially thought. I still think Ugas is winning the fight by virtue of the fact that he is indeed landing the cleaner shot. But I mean, I think at this point, the disagreement appears to have boiled down over to the scorecards themselves and the discrepancy. Because some people have it 11-1. I mean that. I mean, look, it's
L
if it's a
Dog told me that. L Dog told me that in the private chat. Me and him were going at
Okay.
it. I was like, I
That
had
was
it 8-4.
biased. That was biased.
Okay, that was
Okay.
biased. Okay, thank
I've
you.
just changed it. 9-3.
Oh, okay.
Well, there you
Thank
go.
you,
But
bro.
I mean, look, I can
9-3.
understand a 9-3 in the sense that if they're competitive rounds, but you choose to give most of them to one guy because you like what he's doing. I can understand that. But I think also what's going on here with the people that think Pacquiao won is because they see a 9-3 scorecard. To them, it seems to indicate that the fight wasn't competitive. That's not what it means. Pacquiao was never beaten down throughout those 12 rounds, but he was just what I like to say one step behind when it came to the. Now that's what I saw, and a lot of you guys,
Hey, listen.
opinions I respect. So when you tell me that you thought Pacquiao won, I have to really reconsider what I'm watching. I think at this point also what we have to do, because I don't think any of us have really done it, is to rewatch the fight and score it round by round.
I'll admit I haven't watched it again. I haven't watched it again.
I've watched it. I've watched it 3 times. Watched it on the night.
Someone send a link, bro.
Hold on, real quick. Let me introduce Brian Harkin and
Yo, what's up?
Uncle Pete, Scalebender.
You.
The Florida Nightmare, I call him. The Florida Nightmare.
You guys got a link?
If I can, if you want to watch the fight, I can get you a link to the fight. That's not a problem.
No, I could watch the fight. I know where to watch it. I got all the. I haven't watched it again. I watched it the first time, and I scored it off the top of watching it. You know, just watching the fight, looking at the fight, and judging boxing the way I view boxing, which is pretty similar to what they say before the fight starts, right? Clean and effective punching, ring generalship are the most important, but clean and effective punching is the number one scoring criteria.
What about effective aggression? Isn't that a scoring criteria?
I mean, it's, all even, maybe all even, right? Like we're both cracking each other, right, Durden? Let's say me and you are pretty even in that, and I'm backing you up, or you're backing me up. Maybe you get the edge.
Yeah, effective aggression, right? I had it 9-3 to Ugas. Let me explain my scorecard. There was 2 swing rounds in there I give to Ugas. Not the fact that the fight wasn't competitive. There was 2 swing rounds. I just like what Ugas did in those rounds. I thought he landed cleaner punches. That counter jab he was doing all night was excellent. Right? A lot of the times Manny Pacquiao was reaching, trying to get Ugas. I thought you look at Ugas' foot placement all night. His foot placement was always on the outside of Manny's right. You know, Ugas' left foot was always on the outside of Manny's right, and he had better foot placement. I thought majority of the night, just Manny was overstretching, trying to reach, and at times he came short. And I thought Ugas' counter punching caught him all night, and Ugas was blocking a lot of punches, and yes, Manny was landing maybe the final shot in the combination. But no, I like what Ugas did. I thought Manny tried, and I thought he, burst. I thought he could only do short bursts, because he's 42 years old. Yeah. So he come in, he do short bursts, he'll take a wee rest, and he'll try to do the short burst again. And I thought on the outside, Ugas uses length well, he uses distance. Yeah, he missed shots, but I thought he landed plenty of shots too. I've watched the fight 3 times. So it's it's not like I've watched it once and then, has come on and said this. So, I like what Ugas, and both I scored it 8-4 the third time round, right? But the first 2 times I had it 9-3 to Ugas. So
Can I interrupt?
so I'm sticking with that score.
Hey,
Can I interrupt when you're
Brian
done,
Harkin.
Harkin?
You're a real one. L Dog endorsed.
Are you done, Brian? Can I rebuttal you? Can I rebuttal you? Right, because you went first to the foot placement of Ugas versus Pacquiao. Ugas has his feet already squared up, so it's almost right under his shoulder. It's not like 1 or 2 steps ahead, right? It's not like a true boxing stance.
That's not.
And so what Pacquiao? It's a boxing stance, yeah, but with Pacquiao, if you imagine it, he's already crossing a T, right?
Yeah,
so
but
think of it like a T-bone, right?
Think
of it like a T-bone where Like a T-bone interception, not a steak, right? A T-bone interception, right? So with Pacquiao, he doesn't have to put his foot on the outside because Ugas is already standing with a wide stance, right? Which means that he's open, right?
Ugas is standing with a wide stance, right?
But yeah, so you don't have to really to have your foot on the outside when that.
Yeah, but
he's already giving you.
He's bigger than Pacquiao, and he's using his distance better than Manny Pacquiao.
So yeah, but you're also using a different scoring criteria because you were saying that Pacquiao something with his what did you say, his punch rate or something? Ugas didn't punch as much as Pacquiao,
but he landed more than Pacquiao.
What?
In my opinion, what I seen, he landed more than Manny Pacquiao.
Were they
he landed
effective, though?
more punches than Manny Pacquiao, and he did enough to win more rounds than Manny Pacquiao. My scoring criteria is who wins rounds.
Yeah, but again, you're using a different scoring criteria for both guys. So whatever you're scoring for Ugas, you're not scoring for Pacquiao.
Yeah, no. Listen to me, right? My scoring criteria is not who throws more punches and lands more punches, right? Because a guy can throw 300 punches in a round, he can land 150 of them, and he wins that round. That's one round, right? So he may have more punches at the end of the night. That doesn't mean he wins more rounds than the other guy. My scoring
he did that every single round, though. He outlanded Ugas and threw more punches in every single round.
That's what it looked like to me.
Whoa,
when I was watching the fight.
Is a...
Wait, time out. Eldo, hold on, wait up. What he's saying is, and I share the same. You could call me biased if you want. Remember, you're the one that said 11-1 and then 9-3 is the best you could do, right? So I'm gonna respect you. I'm gonna respect you on that. What I saw was the same thing Fight Style saw. Every single round, it looks like he was out throwing him, outworking him. That's what it looked like to me. I could be wrong. Somebody show me the punch stats, and if you could, I'll go by this unofficial bullshit, the CompuBox. But it looked like to me, L-Dog, in every round, he was outworking him. I'm not saying he won every round. That's a big difference. But every round, it looked like he was outworking him. So he wasn't necessarily shutting him down. Shut down is like, I'm stuck. I'm frozen. I'm throwing less punches than I'm used to. I think punch stats had him. I could be wrong, all right? So I don't want you to be like, I thought that I saw that he threw like 700 punches or even more than that.
800.
Yeah.
Okay, then what are you telling me? Okay, so he threw 800 punches, right? 800. Yeah. He shut him down? If he threw 800 punches?
I don't think
he threw 800 punches in one round. Recognize that's what Brian Markin is saying.
No. I was using this as a criteria, right? I said you could throw 300 punches in a round, right? And you can land 150 of them, and at the end of the night, you may land more punches on them. But if you win more rounds than another guy, you still win the fight. That's a scoring criteria. That's not who throws the most punches. It's who wins rounds.
The realistic point, Brian Hawkins, if I throw 300 punches and let's say you throw 50, the realistic point is I'm going to outland you. You might have a higher percentage. But I'm going to outland you more often than not.
But how many are power shots though? Power shots.
Here's what I'll say to agree with Brian. If you throw 800 punches but land less, which is what I seem to see, then your aggression is hardly effective because you're missing so many punches.
Yeah, but how would I be throwing so many punches and missing so many and still continue doing it unless I'm landing?
Hey, hold on. I think we got a fan of mine here. Pacquiao did won.
Here, I'll put on the fight right now and I'll rewatch it.
Fourth time.
All right, real quick. We got. I already.
Yeah.
Who is this guy? Go ahead. Speak.
I'm just saying. CompuBox is all fake. It's all live in there in the stream. The punches landed is not counted well. When Ugas punches, it's always counted, and then if Pacquiao landed, it's not counted.
I like this guy.
Well, I totally disagree.
Yeah, he's making some good points.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not.
I don't know what L-Dog has against you, but I like you.
Fake
so far. Go
stats.
ahead.
Fake stats. Fake count.
Well, recognize. We all know it's because I'm 100% a big, bad, evil. You know what?
Oh, white devil. You are. That's true though. No. Okay.
By
So
the way,
yes,
is this ski?
is this ski dragon?
You never know.
All right.
Yeah, that was scary, man.
I don't know. That sounded
man.
weird, man.
I'm gonna take a random guess, and I'm just gonna say he's Filipino.
I know who it is. Big up.
He sounds like he's from Compton or something.
Oh, I know who this is.
I met a guy like sound like this one time. He was driving a scooter with a whore on the back with sunglasses on.
Isn't this the guy that Jeffrey Dahmer has for dinner?
Oh, come on, man.
He had a sales pitch. He asked me if I wanted #1 fucky.
He sounds like
Pacquiao Dion. I think that's how you say your name. I don't encourage that. Okay, I just want you to know.
Hey, let me respond to a comment by Pop Tart Gun. He says, "Who throws the most punches in one round equals second scoring criteria of effective aggression." So if someone throws a bunch of punches, doesn't land any, and gets countered, that's effective aggression to you? Running into counters? Yeah, I don't know about you, man, but I can use my brain.
When you use
My ex-girlfriend says otherwise.
you use the same scoring criteria for both guys. Pacquiao wins every single time, man.
I mean, apparently he didn't win.
Well, let me ask you guys, can I ask something? Are you willing? Because I already asked Recognize, but are you willing to say that the fight could have gone either way if somebody asked you that?
Fuck no.
No.
You see,
Well, it did go the other way, right? It went the other way, but it went to the wrong guy.
Right.
I have no problem with 8-4. I have a problem with 7-5.
Right, because when you advocate the wrong winner, you're not teaching anything, okay? When you're talking about actually learning the sport or the art of actual boxing, right? So when somebody gets a decision that really isn't real or whatever this is, right? It's not the right decision. How do you even learn from it? Like, it's crazy.
Look, dude, this is what I will say to that. The scoring criteria is like the law. You know, you have different interpretations of the law. That's what the scoring criteria is. Like, I've heard you say that, like, if a jab splits a high guard, connects with the face,
fucking Confucius over here.
Your head back, it is not a clean, effective punch because it touched the glove in the process.
Yeah, but if you're going with the same scoring criteria, if you're going with the same scoring criteria, Ugas doesn't land his punch either.
Yeah, he's not landing. If you got to count it the same, L-Dog. A lot of those punches that you say Ugas caught and you giving credit to, it's the same fucking punch. So if you do it the same, how are you not scoring the equal amount of punches?
Pacquiao's punches were falling short, dude. They weren't even connecting with the gloves a lot of the time. The ones that did connect with the gloves were obviously connecting with the gloves. Whereas when Ugas would throw and it would connect with the glove, bro, he would smash Pacquiao like 3 or 4 feet away, especially with that right hand. What would happen is Pacquiao would try and block it, but the knuckles would end up breaking right through his block.
And 50 thought, and 150 thought Ugas won. I disagree, but look what he says. He said maybe 8-4, maybe 7-5 Ugas, maybe 8-4 is fair, but 9-3, 10-2, and L-Dog's 11-1 is bullshit.
Yeah. L-Dog's fucking around, man. Hey, listen, L-Dog, guys, what's up, everybody?
What's up, Pete?
Listen, I know I'm kind of late to the discussion, but
how many times is gonna say hello?
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah,
you guys were fucking. You guys are listen. You guys were fucking going at it for the last 2 days, so I didn't want to like jump in. And but L-Dog originally said Ugas won clearly 7-5. Now, if you want to go 3 hours later, and you're fucking going back and. L-Dog, hey, just sit back, L-Dog. L-Dog, sit back. I agree with L-Dog. I agree with L-Dog when he's being serious about this fight. Ugas won the fight, and nothing against Manny. I keep it just like objective, and just to be fair. Ugas was exactly what I thought he was going to be. Manny had an off night. Let's just say now. Unfortunately, he just came up short. Wasn't a wide. I don't think it was super wide, but all I'm saying, trying to remind you guys of is if you keep going back and forth on a guy, sooner or later he's going to start cracking a few jokes, and that's when Eldock starts talking about a wash, and he starts getting crazy. And I mean, the scores weren't that far off, 7-5, 8-4. I mean, close fight. It was just that he's right. He did come up short. He stood there. He didn't move his feet. He told you that much after the fight, cramping up or not, whatever the specifics are. He stood right there. Ugas has a longer reach than him. And he jabbed and jabbed and jabbed and jabbed. He frustrated Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao did not hook over the jab, and he couldn't get an angle. So it is what it is, man. It just boils down to the eye test with these judges. At the end of the day, it's the eye test for each one of these judges. L-Dog's exactly right. They're sitting in one spot, in one place in the ring. We got a better view than all these judges watching it on TV, right? And when they score there's no knockdowns, there was no penalty, there's no deductions, right? So it went the distance. So they just write down the score, and they can't go back and change it. They can't be you can't have them go into a room and keep coming out. Okay, the third time I scored it 8-4, but this time maybe you were right, 7-5. They can't do that as a judge. So,
yeah, but
listen.
Hey, recognize we got Brian Harkin backstage.
Yeah, go ahead, finish, Pete.
I know. Again, at the end of the day, it's the eye test for three judges, and you can go through all the how it's evolved to this 10-point must, and then listen, it's a deduction, and so you got to force them to you got to give them some kind of criteria after the fact to explain themselves. But I mean, to be honest, like, remember Adelaide Bird when Bob Bennett was getting his balls busted by, who was that reporter, Montero? And he goes, we're going to sit down. I'm going to sit down with Adelaide, and I'm going to watch it with her. And I'm thinking to myself, is she wearing a fucking GoPro camera on her head? Because what are you going to sit down and watch? The HD fucking replay of it? And explain herself? What the fuck's she going to say? Oh, fuck. So how the fuck do you have, 10 rounds, or, 118, 111? Are you in your fucking mind? She's not going to have nothing to say. But if, listen, I guess you want to spend about $600 and establish something, put a GoPro camera on a headband, and then you could check them that way. But otherwise, guys, we got a hell of an advantage.
No, but even I was gonna rebuttal with, like, if you've ever been to like a small boxing show and you got like front row seats, right? You can see everything. It doesn't matter what angle you're at. And with these judges, they got the best seats in the house. They can see everything. If you can see everything 5 rows back from the ring, the judges should be able to see everything too. That's all.
Okay. So you understand that there's two judges that are sitting. The one judge is sitting. We're looking at a camera shot. The wide shot is over the top of the media. You can't see any of them. You can see the one. Hang on. You can see the one judge right in front. Right. You can see the one judge right across from us. And then there's two judges that are directly opposed to each other on the right and the left. So if something happens in the ropes, and he has his back to left judge, the right judge has the exact opposite view of the one on the left. They can't see that shot the same way, even if they tried to. And much less if you got two guys that are actually mixing it up in there where the cameras can't even keep up, like that the undercard fight, that Kaha fight. I mean, goddamn, man, how are these judges supposed to? These guys are fucking zooming around. The ref fucking can't keep up. The cameras can't keep up.
No, but it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, how the production crew is trying to paint this picture that Ugas is actually winning, right? By pointing the camera only at Ugas's back when they have the camera to show the best view, right?
Yeah, Fight Scout, you're not listening to the fucking commentators.
No. I was gonna go back. I was gonna go back to the judging, right? So even when you're judging, you're supposed to be the best of the best at boxing. These judges, they only work for the state commission. They're not working for the sport. They're just sitting there at their job. They got their assignment. They go. They don't care about boxing, right? So when they're watching it, I mean, that one guy was sleeping. That one guy was sleeping in the UK. Right?
No, that's literally, he's right. They're literally state workers.
They're literally
Yeah,
just
I
gig workers.
get
They
that,
don't
but I
work for
think
the
it's
sport, but
unfair to say
they
that
don't
they
care
don't
about the
care
sport. And
about
when you're
boxing.
sitting at a small show, you can, even if the guy has his back turned against you, you can hear the punches and you can feel the punches. So when you're talking about being a judge, like, you have literally the best role. You should obviously use all your senses to determine what punches should or couldn't land. And a lot of times you see the punches will lean on the canvas and then turn their head up to watch the fight. So
Okay,
it's
well, let me
bogus.
say this, Fight Scout. Since we all watched it with the flawed angles that were trying to help Ugas, right? Why don't we just take the judge's word for it, who actually had the best angles, like you just said, and they all scored it for Ugas?
Because they
Yeah,
don't
but
actually care for the sport.
hold
They
on.
don't know what they're watching, and a lot of times they're getting paid under the table to just say this
But
guy
where's your
won.
proof of any of this?
Yeah, but
Hold up, but
on
hold
this
on. Why
case,
you can't always trust it? Yes, this fight was competitive, at least in my opinion, but we can't always trust the judges. Do you really trust Adelaide's bird score of 118,
Yeah,
110 to
here's the
Canelo?
thing. I'm not only trusting the judges. Today I had a look at a website where you submit your scorecards, and literally there is a 0% controversy rating, and pretty much everyone's going for
Okay,
Ugas.
L-Dog,
here,
Claire.
here, can I,
Look,
here,
show
can I
me.
say something?
Said 0%.
Here, can I?
You know
Here,
what, L-Dog? Show me the same website with only Spanish-speaking people scoring, because this website is apparently for the Americans.
Of course it is.
here, can
Neither
I?
fighter was American, so what the hell does it matter?
You know that
Doesn't
Spanish.
matter.
You know that Spanish America, right? There's America, North
Here's
America.
the link, by the
Hold
way.
on, L Dog, because I'm gonna bring up something that you disagree with. I'm sure you do. South America, Spanish America, thought Pacquiao beat Mayweather by like 80%. 80%. But you disagree with that, right?
I disagree with that.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
I
disagree with that, but check it.
and I'm not
100%
sure there
disagree with
is
that.
proof.
Check
I'm
it.
not
So
sure there is proof of that, and I'll tell you why. Like, statistics are misleading. You need to know how to interpret statistics. Like, the only evidence I've seen of that is a tourist like filming a fucking bar and having the people be like, "Oh, I thought Pacquiao won."
it was also on
as
ESPN
if that,
Deportes.
as if
It was
that
on
is
ESPN
hold on,
Deportes.
as if that is a representative sample size.
But wait a second.
It's just not.
Is the regular poll says I thought Ugas or Mayweather won? It's the same thing. You could misinterpret. They could ask a certain group of people who you think won the fight, knowing that they know what they're going to say. Okay, you can isolate.
And that,
yeah, 90% of you people thought Mayweather won. I get it. The thing is this, man. Listen, you guys, if you gotta watch the fight. Be a boxing fan. Don't be a judging fan. I don't give a fuck these judges. If you watch any other sports, I don't know how many people are in others. Listen, these refs, it's just like a snap fucking call. They make a call based on what they saw. Even when it goes to instant replay, people stand around fucking playing with their dicks for 5 minutes while they're in the booth reviewing the shit. And once in a while they come out and they even blow that.
Look,
I mean, I don't know.
baseball. I love baseball, right? I'm going to give you an example.
Yeah, you're right.
I love baseball. So you see the umpire, right? The guy that's calling balls and strikes. So it's up to his discretion. What's the strike zone, right? For the first 5 or 6 innings, he's calling them consistent. All of a sudden, from the 7th, he's the same guy, the same dude, same umpire. From inning 7 through 9, all of a sudden he starts changing the calls. What happened? What happened? What happened? What started breaking down?
A payoff.
Can I just say something to Fight Stick?
No, maybe he wants to get the game over with, right? Maybe he just wants to get the fucking game over with. It's just look, human error.
Here's what I'll say, because people are saying that I'm just relying on the judges. I looked at a website where people can submit their scorecards doing the 10, point must system. It shows it round by round. It had a 0% controversy rating. So that means people.
Nobody even uses that website.
Hold on. Let me finish. So not only was it fan submissions, But I had a look at the unofficial scorecards from media. Every single one I looked at, including ones from Filipino media, had Ugas winning. So at this point, I'm led to believe the majority of people seem to agree with me that Ugas won.
Okay, Eldog, two questions.
You're just going.
Well, can I say something, please, Eldog? Yeah,
Go on,
Eldog,
BJ.
please stop talking. Please stop talking because before they reverse the decision, right? That's number one. Because you're using that. Listen, I'm on your side, and I disagree with the whole fucking. Hey, let's use this website. No. Look, it was a
I
close
use my
fight.
I used the eye test, right?
But well, hold on, yeah, but that's the thing though, that my eye test. I don't know about my eye test told me Ugas won this fight. Was it a whitewash? Did he lose? Did he win 11 rounds, 9 rounds? No, I thought he did struggle in there with a. Brian, what are you? Is Brian there, man? Or
yeah,
mumbling in the shit's kind of making me laugh, bro.
Yeah, no,
keep going, guys.
Well, I'm hold on. Let me just finish my point, Brian, please. I thought Ugas won the fight, but the other one of the smoking guns to me is Pacquiao looked defeated at the end too. I know I'm not saying that I'm judging the fight based on the body language, but what I'm saying is, as far as I know, he didn't think he won the fight.
Absolutely.
So that to me is an indication. Now that doesn't mean that it wasn't a close fight, but from all positions, even Pacquiao himself felt, I didn't do what I wanted to as 100% in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. The only reason I had it 9-3 was because there was 2 very close rounds in there, and I liked what Ugas did in those 2 rounds. That's my scoring criteria, right? But here's the thing of trusting the judges, right? Usually I wouldn't trust the judge as far as L-Dog could throw them. That's not very far. Right?
L-Dog's kind of weak.
Yeah, that's the point. Right, but on this occasion, I trust the judges because, this occasion is because they had the same outcome as me. And what I saw, and I've watched the fight twice since, and I'm watching the 3rd fight now. And I left the link in the description if you guys want to watch the fight. You just want to watch the fight with me, I'll restart it. We'll watch it from the beginning. And we can rescore the fight if you just want.
You're going to trust Don Moretti every time?
No, I don't trust judges, but right, anyone who knows me on here knows that I think judge scoring is one of the biggest corruptions in boxing, right?
Yes.
But it's not right. But 90%, 99% of the time, I disagree with the judges. I don't trust judges when their eye test is different than mine. When their eye test is the same as mine, then I hold my hands up and go, well, for once, they made a right decision. And that's what I saw in this fight. They made the right decision. I thought Ugas won. That's my personal opinion, right?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing, Brian. Like, when the judges and the majority of fans seem
Can
to
barely
be in
hear you,
agreement,
man.
I think you would have
I thought it was just me.
You would have to start to question yourself.
We can barely hear you, L-Dog. We can barely hear you, man.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'll say is when the judges and the majority of fans agree on a certain outcome, I think you would have to start to question yourself at some point rather than questioning them. Like, okay, is there something I'm missing? I'm not saying that it's always that they're right and that you're wrong. I'm just saying, at some point you would have to question if you're missing something, if you're being biased. Like, for instance, I can actually admit when I'm being biased, man, for a fair few times. There are obviously times I can't, but when it comes to a Filip Hrgovic fight, you best believe my scorecard is going to be fucking biased.
12 no.
All right, so you're admitting
with jizz all over it too.
Or even a Pacquiao
So you're
card,
admitting
you're gonna be
bias.
biased, right?
Right, but here's the thing: admitting bias does not mean I had bias in this fight. That's like saying
Clearly
someone
you did, man. 11-1, dude.
Well, I didn't.
L-Dog, keep it real. Keep it real for a second. L-Dog, keep it
L-Dog
real.
did
I
have
didn't
it
hear.
on.
Yeah, I didn't hear the details. But did you come out with a straight face, 11-1, Ugas?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair enough. That's cool. No, he's got the right to. I didn't know if he was joking or not. I didn't catch
Now here's the thing, Scalebender. when I was doing it, I was purposefully thinking like, well, let me just piss a few people off and give a couple extra rounds here and there to Ugas. But in
Did you
reality,
sit with a pencil and score while you're watching the fight?
No, that's not bias because
He's
it's not
fucking around.
something I'm
Yeah, he's
doing
joking
without
around.
knowing. My scorecard was 9-3. Like, honestly, it was
I'm the same.
9-3. That's
I'm
my
the same.
honest scorecard. It could have been 8-4. Probably could have been 10-2.
Yeah, you're the same.
You know
You're
what?
the same
That to
guy
me
that
is the
says.
But
You
you know
keep saying-
that to me, it's the opposite. It's also starting to irk me a little bit when people say, "Well, Pacquiao clearly won and he got robbed." Man, come on! It was if you want to admit that Ugas that the fight was more competitive than we initially thought, you can't also at the same time say Pacquiao got robbed in there. It wasn't that type of fight where he clearly controlled. Now, I'll give him props as an all-time great for at 43 years old throwing 800 shots. He certainly tried to take control of the fight. But that's in a way that's the smoking gun of why he lost, because he threw 800 shots, but it wasn't 800 shots like what he did against Claudia, where he's clearly touching the target, the elbows and all that.
I'll
Ugas had
disagree a little bit, BDA. I'm gonna disagree a little bit with you on that, and this is why.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
To me, the 800 punches shows me right, and if that's how much he threw. Again, I'm going by like what I heard. He threw 800 punches. That means, and again, watching the rounds, it looked like he was out throwing him, and therefore either landing as much or maybe even landing a little bit more than Ugas. From my broad, hold on, let me finish. The 800 punches shows me he was not shut down. That doesn't mean that because when you shut down a guy, he stops throwing punches. He stops.
I got you. Yeah, that's true. That's my point too.
I'm not
saying
saying
that
completely.
nobody
You
got
get what I'm saying? But
Right. Yeah, it's like when
Nice word there,
an example that would be when Hopkins fought Calzaghe. He greatly reduced his punch rate because of his defense and the clinching. I get what you're saying, but in this scenario, I did see, as I'm rewatching the fight, I do see Pacquiao landing more shots than I initially thought. Especially what he's landing with is when he throws at 1-2-1, he lands that last punch, which is the right hand, and another sneaky punch that he's landing a lot is that uppercut. That being said, like other people mentioned before, he's sort of falling a little bit short. So they're more taps than actual shots. I'm not saying I would like to take those taps because they're Pacquiao taps. They hurt more than other punches or normal people's punches. That being said, Ugas is landing the head snapping shots. And look, even if he's not completely landing cleanly, he's still moving the target, and that's something that judges get excited over.
Hey, I sent everybody a link here. Does anybody want to watch the fight for me?
To say that Pacquiao clearly won that fight, I can't agree with that.
Yeah, but if you're using the same criteria in which he's throwing surface punches to his head, right? We're talking about like the knuckles barely actually touching Pacquiao. If you're scoring the same for Pacquiao, he actually outlands Ugas with the same punches, right? But again, you're saying that his head was snapping back sometimes, but still you're counting punches. It's the same, like when you're scoring it for both guys fairly.
Right. No, I get what you're saying, Fatska, but in every round that I'm watching here, Ugas is snapping his head back more. And I'm not saying Pacquiao's not doing work. He, like I said, those sneaky jabs and uppercuts. I'm just liking what Ugas is doing there with those head snapping shots. And they're not as voluminous, obviously, as Pacquiao, because, again, the punch does reflect that Ugas threw half the punches Pacquiao did. I'm just liking how
realistically, that's the problem I have, BDA. So, okay, I don't remember the punch test, but that sounds familiar. So it shows that Ugas threw half of what Manny Pacquiao did, right? And I'm saying to myself, how the fuck did he land more? Because it just didn't look like that when I'm watching the fight as it happens.
Yeah.
Maybe again, maybe I gotta rewatch it. Right? But what I saw real quick, official. What I saw was him throwing more, therefore landing more, and I never got like overexcited because he got hit with a punch going backwards and he looked like he blocked it. It still moved him, or every once in a while it got through. Right? It would get through and move. I was like, that's just one punch you're landing versus I just saw Pacquiao, in my opinion, look like he hit you 3 times and then you hit him once.
Yeah, but we know that Pacquiao hit him because Ugas's head was snapping back too, right? So it's like,
I didn't
why
see
is
that.
there such a different scoring criteria when both guys' heads are moving back when
When
they're getting
Ugas' head
punched?
snapped back, he was tucked in. In other words, he's got his chin down. He's got it right between. So think of the chin.
Yeah.
The point of the chin is right between his chest, right? So when his head would go back, it didn't look as dramatic, but it is going back. You can see it. Where Pacquiao was getting his head snapped most of the time was when he was backing up, and he either got caught on the guard or he went through the guard and caught him. Either way, that's the difference. But you still score. You still got to score it equally. So if you're scoring the punch that moved him back because it hit his glove and Pacquiao was going back, and then let's say for instance Pacquiao hits Ugas, but it really hit glove, and it made Ugas' head go back. I didn't see Showtime counting that. I was watching the punch that's as they were doing that. They were counting it for Ugas, not counting it for Pacquiao.
Well, if I may just disagree with one thing about that, and I agree, if I'd have to watch, if somebody could be gracious enough to do a video on that showing the chicanery with the punch test, I would greatly appreciate it. But in regards to the Ugas, you hit it the nail on the head there, recognize. Ugas was stuck in his chin, and he was doing the Canelo thing where he curves his body forward, so that if you can't really hit him clean, because most of the shots that you throw straight are landing on that bold dome of his. That being said, that's a form of ring generalship because it's clean, effective punching. If I'm preventing you from landing clean shots on me, and the other guy like Pacquiao has his chin slightly up in the air, that's on Pacquiao. That's a form of defense. That's
and
you know what I
agree
mean?
and agree. But I was trying to bring a point about what Fight Scott was saying, because that's what I saw. If he was getting his head snapped back, those punches were making it through, while people were saying, "Nah, they're not. They're getting blocked." But then counting when it clearly looks like Pacquiao blocked it with his punch, backing up, and he just made a movement. Like he got obviously the arm punch, the weight of the punch made him move. And I'm like, you got to count it evenly then. If you're going to count one that caught Pacquiao's glove and not count it for Pacquiao, when Pacquiao did the same thing, he makes his head snap back, maybe it caught glove, it's the same thing. You got to count it evenly.
Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
Yo, y'all can
Sorry.
hear me?
What's up,
Yo, what's up,
150?
150?
Yo, let me speak my piece, bro. I'm
Real
about to
quick,
go to bed,
Official
man.
wants to say something. Hold on,
Oh, yeah, go
150.
ahead.
Let Official talk, and then
Yeah.
you go afterwards.
Yeah, just quickly to what BDA was saying earlier. It's true that I saw many of Pacquiao's punches not really going through the target, but like I said in the beginning, they were basically the same punches that Ugas was landing and that I was counting for Ugas. Only that, like Recognize is saying, he's ducking down low because he wanted to be on balance all the time to catch Pacquiao coming in, waiting for Pacquiao to get off balance. So that's why leaning forward, it was impossible to snap his head that way. That's all.
After 150 Dream Team, I'd like to address that.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, man, earlier when I watched the fight for the first time, I was saying, yeah, man, he got robbed and this and that. That's just the fanboy in me. We all know I'm a big Pac-Man fan, but I rewatched the fight. I don't have a problem with people scoring in for Ugas because Manny, he's on the decline. He's really not at his best. You could tell the legs ain't at his best, but it was still a close fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? Manny still looked pretty good. The only time it looked scary for Manny really was the 12th round. He took a lot of punishment in the 12th, but he did pretty good, man. And at some point it's like Ugas, he'll throw like 3 punches. Manny would throw like 10, and he'll probably land maybe, I'll say 5.
2,
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Ugas just didn't. I feel like he just didn't throw enough at times, and the punch stats are fucked 100%. You can't throw 800 punches and land 130. That doesn't make no sense. That's bullshit.
Oh, come
Straight
on, man.
bullshit.
You can clearly throw 800 punches and land 130,
And
just like you can
and land
throw
only
800 and land 800.
L
Look,
dog. You know how many
throwing
punches that
punches
is?
doesn't mean anything to how much you landed.
So you're saying Ugas outlanded Manny and he threw 800 punches? That's bullshit.
Yes.
That's straight bullshit.
Just look at Ugas's face. Like, obviously Manny was landing punches, and every time Ugas bent low, like he got into like almost like a standing fetal position, Pacquiao would hit him in the temple. Like, you can actually see it in Ugas's face with the swelling that his temple, there's like a big knot in it because Pacquiao was hitting him in that giant bald head all night, even when he dipped low.
Well, you know what, man? I wanted to address the official scorecards point, but then I think I just, Dream Team just brought up something that I'd like to address. Drive home, rather, the point that it's actually a little sad, though, that Ugas is one of these top 5 welterweights. People are talking about how he's the dark horse of the division, and he's struggling with a 43-year-old man. Now, of course, it's an all-time great, Manny Pacquiao, blah, 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 but he was, let's take into consideration, he was away from the ring for about 2 years. And this motherfucker's throwing 400 shots. Meanwhile, the old man's throwing 800. It makes me a little bit disappointed in the welterweight division that there's no real guy out there that you would think, whoa, this guy in any era would be damn near unstoppable. I mean, Errol Spence is the closest we had to a guy that was clearly a number 1 welterweight. And these motherfuckers, he can't get it together outside the ring. And if you want to be an all-time great, you need to be the total package, i.e., a superstar inside the ring and a monk outside of it. And this guy just failed the test. Thurman, fucking injuries. He's built like some, I don't know, like he's brittle bones. He can't get it through. Sean Porter can't crack. Really, some of the only all-time greats we see right now are guys like Chocolatito. And I'm going to piss people off, but Canelo, he's the guy that's pushing the limit too, fighting a lot of guys. So other than that, Usyk too, Lomachenko, but we don't really have guys out there pushing the limit. And Ugas struggling as Pacquiao was a little bit of a wake-up call for the welterweight division.
Yeah, Ugas isn't nothing special, guys. I mean, he's pretty much what he was in that Ramos fight. He keeps his head on the line. He's got longer reach. He's got height on Manny Pacquiao. He's got no power. He outlanded him. Listen, I don't know how many of you guys sit there and actually count punches during the fight, or even look at that CompuBox shit. And that, I hope none of you guys do that. Or score the fight with a keep track of the round by round live. I don't particularly do it. If it's something crazy out of whack, I'll go back and look at the actual scorecards when they get published to just see what the fuck happened. How is this thing so out of whack? But guys, Manny Pacquiao, what kind of reach advantage does Ugas have on Pacquiao? Anybody know off the top of their head? 5 inches?
Hold up. Let me say, Pop Tart Gun says Ugas' face proves Pacquiao did not land clean, effective punches.
Right.
Yeah, Pop Tart. If you're the type of guy I'm supposed to be debating, or I don't know, man.
I think he
You're
was
a
being
lost cause.
sarcastic. He was being sarcastic.
All right. So what kind of reach advantage does Ugas have? 5-inch reach advantage on Pacquiao?
No, well, officially he's 5'9", and Pacquiao reach is like 69. I think
What is the advantage for Ugas in the reach?
like an inch every arm, according to maybe even less than that, because he's got.
I don't believe that. I believe Manny Pacquiao's fought longer guys his entire career. All right, he had no problem fighting an orthodox fighter. He would have had a bigger problem fighting a southpaw. If they had changed last minute from a southpaw from an orthodox to a southpaw guy, I'd say that was maybe you could say something. Oh, Pacquiao didn't have time to prepare. If it wasn't a late notice, it wasn't short notice. He had a full training camp. They didn't pull Manny in off the couch 2 weeks before the fight. He had a full training camp. He's always prepared. He was prepared this fight. He was on weight this fight. He just fought a longer guy, and to land any of these shots, Manny has to take angles. He can't just stand there toe-to-toe, establish foot dominance, and throw a jab or throw a left hand. He has to take an angle on these guys. They're all taller and longer than him, right?
Hey,
Hold on 1 second, L-Dog. So Ugas stood there, wide stance as always, as wide as his stance as he's always had, and Manny didn't use his head movement, and he never got off the line. He never took an angle inside or outside. He never got his foot inside or outside of Ugas. So look,
the thing that you guys did well, he was prepared to counter Pacquiao's big shot. When Manny Pacquiao was trying to come in and assert his jab, Ugas was covering up well. He was covering up well, and he wasn't investing a lot of energy in the blocking. He kept his arms pretty relaxed. So when he cut the 2s and 3s, the 1 and the 2s, he was able to react to Manny Pacquiao's real punch and counter fire with fire. And basically, with those big exchanges, I thought that Ugas looked a little bit more flashy in the power punch department. So Pacquiao got his get back, and there was some point where Pacquiao allowed Ugas to lead, or Ugas was leading in the exchanges because he wanted to counter the counter puncher. But every time they had those big exchanges, I thought that Ugas just did a little better. But all the other punches in between, like the jabs and the punches on the inside, maybe Manny Pacquiao outlanded Ugas. He missed a lot more, but he also threw a whole hell of a lot more punches. But maybe he did outland them. It's just something funny. Leading up to like the 10th round, going into the championship rounds, I never thought that Pacquiao needed like a knockdown to win or anything. I thought he could still win it. But if you ask me in the end of the day who won, I wouldn't have been upset with the draw, but I would just have to slightly edge it to Ugas.
Real quick,
that's just me, man.
Before we continue, who's San Francisco?
San Francisco? That's I don't know.
Bro, what's up?
All right, what's going on, man?
Hey,
What's going
on? Oh no, I'm usually under Golden Kings Toys. I just changed the name up, but as far
okay.
Yeah, with the fight, I think with Pacquiao, and not just because I'm a Pacquiao fan or whatnot. I try to look at every fight objectively. It seems like every time Pacquiao fights, our expectation is that he has to, hurt the guy or be so spectacular. So when the judges, I guess when they judge the fight, we're expecting him to do certain things, but he obviously over the years he changed his style as far as being more tactical. So it seems like when the close fights, he never gets the benefit of the doubt. This is what I see.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I thought he got the benefit of the doubt against Marquez in the third fight.
Yeah, 67 fights, guys.
Okay, so let's think about that for a second, L Dog. Right, that's the one fight where I saw it was pretty tactical. It was, there was action. There was like this aggressive, let your hands go here and there. But the most of the fight was pretty tactical. Probably more entertaining than Ugas and Pacquiao, right? But there's an instance where he got the benefit of the doubt, right? It was a close fight. That was a very close fight. 7-5 either way. I can't really argue it. If you had a 7-5 Marquez, I wouldn't argue it, right? But that's the only time where Pacquiao wasn't spectacular. Okay, and he got the nod. The Mayweather fight, tactical fight, very tactical, kind of boring. More boring than
very
Ugas.
boring.
Ugas. But Pacquiao got punished for that. Floyd didn't. Floyd got the benefit of the doubt of those rounds for it being a very slow paced fight, right? So that's what I mean. So what the guy was San Francisco is saying is that and this is what I was saying before on the BDA show, that he sometimes he loses because of expectations. So the expectation is Pacquiao's in a very entertaining fight where he's blowing the guy away, or he's landing more clean punches. The guy's cut up, bleeding, maybe even scored a knockdown. Then Pacquiao's getting the decision. But a lot of times he's not getting those nods. They're giving it to the other guys. And we've also seen him in fights where he clearly won, or at least the narrative was he clearly won by most spectators, and he lost. Timothy Bradley, the first fight. Jeff Horn, regardless of what you think, L-Dog, the majority of the people, majority of the fight world thought Pacquiao won that fight.
Yeah, I would agree. Me personally, I think Bradley won, and Jeff Horn could have gone either way.
Okay, so you thought Bradley won, but you would admit that it was
no. I thought Pacquiao won the first Bradley fight, but I'm saying that the first Pacquiao Bradley fight, I thought it could have gone either way, but I edged it to Pacquiao.
Right. So, but that was a fight that was given to Timothy Bradley, and it was an exciting fight. That was a kind of vintage Pacquiao performance, even if you thought it was close, right? It was Pacquiao throwing who knows how many punches in an exciting fight where he looks like he's edging out Bradley, and he lost that fight. So like Pacquiao's this one of these guys who are A side because of he has a lot of fans, but he's really not the A side in terms of the political whatever's going on behind the scenes.
Stop it, dude. Stop
But
it.
he's not.
It's
He's
just too
not.
deep. It's just too deep right now.
No.
It's wait.
All right. So
Hell,
here's
dog,
what I
let
will
him
ask
just
you.
wait.
Here's what I will
if
ask
Floyd
you.
Mayweather, real quick, if
Prove
Floyd
that there
Mayweather,
is some conspiracy against
okay, I'm going to prove
Pacquiao.
it. I'm going to prove it.
He lost to
In a
Bradley.
fight,
There you
yeah,
That's
he lost
not
to Bradley.
proof.
Yes,
That's not
is
proof.
Jeff Horn.
That's not proof.
Ugas.
But compared to you, that's to you, right? That's to you.
That's not proof. You can't just say like
Okay, so in
because
my opinion, when they give fights like that against him, that's to me like sending Pacquiao a message. That's how I see it.
what like who?
You're not gonna win the
Recognize
fight.
that was a
It's
split.
close.
That was a split. That was a split decision with some whack ass, crazy CJ Ross fucking wide scorecard the other way. Like this is sometimes I know anything's possible, so I'm not saying it's not possible, but sometimes it's just as simple as Manny Pacquiao just didn't have it. Ugas just had a few more rounds than Ugas last night at 42 fucking years old. We've been talking about it since Broner. Like I didn't like what I saw. I mean, he won clearly, but you know what I mean, the reaction. I don't know about this Thurman fight. Then he goes in there and fucking gets after it with Thurman and fucking, goddamn, man, unfucking believable, unbelievable for the footwork all night. The way, just the pace of that fight was fucking amazing, right? So going into the Spence fight, I'm going, fuck, I can't. It's hard to pick against Pacquiao because he makes you look like an asshole, but I don't like this shit. I don't want to see him try to make Spence off of Pacquiao and keep putting him in here against these guys until he just gets laid out. You know what I mean? But yeah, but then he pulls out with the fucking eye thing, and it's like, all right, whatever. So then this guy, now we got Ugas in here, and
That's
I'm
the
going,
thing,
listen,
Pete. That's
hang
the
on,
thing.
hang
I
on,
thought
hang on,
against
G.
Spence.
What's up, Gonzalo? So the
I
thing
just
is,
thought that against Spence, he would have looked better. Really,
yeah,
honestly.
Yeah.
all right. So yeah, so that fight didn't happen. So with Ugas, I'm going, look, Ugas is a very basic fighter. He's going to have problems keeping up with Manny. Probably beat him in a decision, just a decision. He probably outbox him. So when you see that fight, yeah, I picked Pacquiao, and he's probably my favorite fighter, if you want to call it. He's the greatest fighter of my generation, right? He's given us 67 fights worth of fucking. Go back and watch any of them. These wars he's been in. He left nothing behind. I'm watching this fight and I'm going, all right. Listen, his feet are just planted there. He's not using any angles. He hurt Ugas twice. Twice he caught Ugas to where Ugas was clinching up, maybe the ninth or so. He got to him a couple times and rocked Ugas to where he had to clinch. So it's like Manny never got rocked. He sure as fuck didn't get knocked out. He lost a close fight. The scorecards, and I don't know the punch stats or these scorecards. None of them were that wide. And Manny himself, to BDA's point, after the fight, look, the guy's going, listen, you know what I mean? I did my best. I tried my best. I had a little cramping issue. He's not going to make excuses. He's a fucking sportsman. You know, fuck it. It didn't go my way. And then after, you know, he was upset. And he's got to listen to this Heidi chick asking these half-assed harebrained questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what it's down to? Shit, man.
Hey,
You heard the crowd? They're going crazy.
Can I ask a question?
I had something to say to Pete. Right. So you're also scoring on expectation, is what it's.
No, I'm not. No, I'm really not, bro. I'm really not. I'm telling you now. I'm just watching a fucking boxing fight. And listen, I might be totally fucking wrong. I don't have a pencil. I don't wear a fucking. I'm not Rain Man with counting punches, or I don't happen to keep a pencil. I know some guys do. My brother and them do sometimes. I'm just watching the fucking fight now.
He's just a kid from Florida. That's all.
I'm gonna tell you now. If it's a 7-5, if I hear 7-5 or 8-4, I got no problem with it. If I hear recognize or somebody say, "Look, I had it 7-5 for Pacquiao," I'm not gonna argue with you about it. Now, yeah, 11-1 and 12-0 for either one of those guys. All right, you know, I can't even. I'm not even. I still can't even think. Yeah, I can't take it seriously. Yeah. So
let me.
You never want to leave it in the judge's hands, right? All right. So, and about the Wilder remark, Ill Dog, about how everybody's acting like Wilder fans. Check it out. Difference here is the post fight. Now, fans are gonna just go, you know, argue about whatever. But now, You heard the way Manny handled it. He just said, "Look, man," and the post fight too. I might be back, but I gotta consider my body. He didn't mean my safety. He just meant my ability. I mean, I'm proud of him for. I hope he actually, I don't want to see him go in there and just get laid out by some jackoff who's now going to be the next king because because he caught Manny Pacquiao. If you keep putting him in there, someone's going to clip him. Ugas got rocked. Listen, hey, listen, man. Ugas needs to calm down. You know what I mean? With the showboating and I am the true WP. All right, man. Just calm down now. Let's just take it easy. You want to?
You missed Don Francisco's. He stopped by and he was like, he thought the way Ugas behaved was perfect. So
let me ask you something. Recognize, you said that for you, when Bradley got the nod over Pacquiao in the first fight, that was proof that the establishment was.
No, it's not proof. I would never go to the court of law and say, "Hey, I'm gonna."
But to you, that was proof,
right? Okay, so somebody, L Dog.
Look, man, it's a yes or a no question.
That's okay. To me, that was one of the many examples of like, damn, Manny Pacquiao won that fight. In my opinion, Manny Pacquiao won the fight. I thought he won it pretty wide too, and they gave it to Timothy. They gave it to Timothy Bradley. Now we saw what the outcome was, right? Like it was a trilogy. It turned out to be a trilogy.
Hold on, man. I want to ask you a question. So when Marquez got the nod, when Pacquiao got the nod over Marquez, is that proof that the establishment was on Pacquiao's side?
Yeah, they probably wanted him to fight Floyd Mayweather, right?
All right. Well, at least you're keeping it consistent.
Yeah. Listen, I'll give you another one. I'll give you another one.
Hold on. I want to bring this point. I think guys like Precise, Thunderdome, even you sometimes recognize, and the Fight Scout. I think sometimes you guys kind of want to justify why you were wrong by just creating a conspiracy in your head and saying that the establishment was against you guys or your guy.
Not against me.
That's why he lost.
They
It's
don't know
like,
me.
yeah, well, not against you, but it's like you guys project it. You're like, well, my guy lost. It can't be just that I was wrong. It must be that there's some international conspiracy to where the establishment, whoever that was. I mean, Anthony was literally saying. Anthony was literally saying Ugas won because he's black.
Well, I don't know if I agree.
You
with
just put that racial card thing at the end, but going back to the conspiracy, yeah, there is.
I mean, I don't care if someone plays the race card. I mean, race matters, so whatever.
Whatever. Like people use it for different reasons. I don't know if that what was going on there. And to be fair, I just heard a Precise video, and he said that Ugas could have won that fight. Okay, so just to be totally fair,
but
I think he had it 7-5. Ugas or draw something like that. Fine. Like I can argue with him and disagree with him and maybe agree on certain points, but that's fine. What I'm trying to say, okay, what you're saying is there is no political bias or political bullshit going on because someone can't prove it. That's what you're saying, right?
Right. What I'm saying is, since you're so confident in your claims, could you prove it?
Right, I can't prove that. How do I prove that? Am I an insider?
So how can I give any validity to your opinion?
It's just giving you an example. You said, like you're saying, no, I don't think so, and I'm giving you examples of fights that look like could have went to Pacquiao's way and it didn't. Again, Floyd Mayweather had a couple of close
Brian
fights.
Castano versus who was it?
Yeah, Brian Castano versus Charlo. That's another example of a guy. I believe you said. You thought he won. Castano won. And it was bullshit that they gave it a draw.
Hold on. Ski Dragunov again is like, this is just the narrative I see. Like, Anthony made a whole stream about it, saying that basically the left fucking agenda, the left wing agenda is against Pacquiao and all these guys.
They probably are, L Dog.
So you guys believe?
No.
That,
I don't know. I don't know. I don't hang out with them. But would it shock me that they dislike Manny Pacquiao for his comments and his belief? Of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Like you have.
Why would it be hard to believe?
Hey, now that you guys brought up Castano versus Charlo, that's a good comparison. That fight was a draw. Was Ugas Pacquiao closer than that one? Yes, that was a closer fight. And look, Castano Charlo was a draw. That didn't deserve to be a draw. Castano won that fight.
That's a good point.
They had Charlo winning 9 rounds.
Yeah. I had it. Yeah. What was it? I had it at 4 to Daniel.
You had it
Your
for
mic
Castagno,
is
right?
is
Yeah,
fucked up, BDA.
I had it 4 for Castagno.
I think I had
And
the
yet
same
again, there was
scorecard too.
two rounds in there that were swing rounds. One
Maybe
round to
9-3.
give to Charlo, the other round to give to Castagno. And the swings. So yeah.
Hey, can you drop the link for Ski Dragonov? Apparently, he's found his balls this time.
He's gonna show them to you too. Watch this.
Probably.
Hey, it's hilarious. Hey, listen. Yeah, these cards weren't that far out of fucking whack, guys. I mean, it is what it is. You just got to keep it moving. Manny's keeping it moving.
Yeah,
That's what I was
smart.
going to say real quick, Pete. Again, Manny Pacquiao's not saying any of this shit, right?
Correct.
He's not saying any of that stuff. I don't even know what he said exactly, but I don't hear him saying I really won or any of that stuff. Okay,
Nope. None of that shit.
It's us as boxing observers. You could say we're nitpicking, we're looking for excuses, whatever. You could say all that, but it's us. We're the ones that are saying, at least a few of us, that this fight was a lot closer, and Manny Pacquiao could have won that fight. All right,
Yeah,
it's not him.
I'm in round 7 right now. I have the 4-2 to Ugas.
For the 5th time.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep sending LA Bird back into the room.
So,
I'm gonna keep sending LA Bird back into the room to watch it again. Come out. Go back and watch it again. Come out. All right. First time I watched it, I actually had it 11-2. Man, someone's microphone is fucking god awful, and that's me saying that. That's me saying that too. Hey, listen. The thing about it is, guys. The retirement thing, not retire. Look, it's not like he's going to fucking submit his papers to the league office and collect a pension now, and the roster's going to open up. There's no retiring. He's going to keep his phone on. If there's a fight that comes up, he's gonna get calls for fights until the day he dies, probably. So I don't know about this retirement. It's just
maybe don't train as hard because he was doing all this training, all this running and sparring.
Let Pete finish.
Yeah. So Gonzalo's, so the 2-year layoff thing, right? Look, at that age, you got it. This guy can't fight 4 times a year now. So the 2-year layoffs to Manny, he stays on weight. He's never, he's not out of the ring blowing up like Boo Boy or something and having to cut a bunch of weight. He always comes in prepared. He always gives it his best. But sooner or later, if you keep doubling down and you keep going double for nothing, you're going to get clipped, or you're going to win your money back. So you can only press it so many times, and every fight's different. So look, he's going to keep getting offered, but I like the way he's thinking about it in terms of forget, when he says, I always want to fight, but I gotta consider my body too. He's not saying like I'm scared of anything. Shit, he gets iced by Marquez and he'll fight.
Yeah.
But it's just that I'm not gonna go out there and embarrass myself. You dig? I like that.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
Can I say something before you jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's gonna be quick.
No, go ahead.
So everyone's talking about Pacquiao retirement. Pacquiao has never hinted at retirement, especially with El Dog saying his Twitter just hinted that he's gonna retire. I looked at his Twitter. He said, "I tried my best. I didn't get the decision. Thank you, all my fans." And people are just like forcing retirement on him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Retirement
But
goes
narratives,
weird, right?
right?
With boxing.
The narratives that are created by if he retired, I'll be fine with it. Whatever he does.
But what does that mean, though? What does it mean as a boxer? It's just an exhibition. So it's just like
but what I'm saying is the media is pushing him to retire, but he's not. They're basically forced retiring.
And they've been pushing him to retire for a long time, for a very long time.
Who?
Tom Brady. Tom Brady, right?
Who have
the only thing that he said
that has
that
been
he
pushing
felt
Pacquiao to retire?
People like
the only thing that he said that he didn't feel that his legs were there.
Me personally,
he said that he didn't feel.
Yeah, hold on. I was gonna say, me personally, I would quite enjoy seeing Pacquiao continue to fight. I thoroughly enjoyed the fight last weekend.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
Okay.
you said his Twitter hinted that Pacquiao officially announced his retirement, and he didn't. He didn't even suggest it.
I'll be right back. I got it.
No, no. The only thing that he said, he didn't feel like his legs was there. And I was watching the Boxing Voice, and the dude was saying, Nestor, oh man, Pacquiao keeps making excuses because the guy said his legs weren't. What's wrong with saying that your legs aren't there because you're 42 and you were feeling it on the night? Hey, is there something wrong with that? I know that his legs weren't there because he didn't have the bounce. And remember, he got shoved to the canvas twice by Ugas and Pacquiao. He took a knee, or he fell to the ground.
Exactly.
He scraped himself off the canvas. And obviously, he didn't have the legs there. And before the
Ugas-
fight started, he was getting a massage.
Ugas was low blowing Pacquiao all night.
Oh, I saw some of those too.
That's another favorite of like the precise kind of click is the
That's
low
true though.
blows.
That's true though. Some of those shots in the first 3 rounds, he was throwing some low
Dude,
shots.
like
And,
2 of them.
yeah, two, but they were
I
low.
want to introduce. I want
Hey, check it out. Pacquiao's not
Hold
the
on,
type to
PP.
fucking. Yeah.
I just want to introduce Anderson Aldo. What's up, brother?
Thank you for having me on. Recognized.
No doubt, brother. Good to have you on.
Pacquiao's not the type to bitch and roll on the ground and grab his balls like, Zab Judah or some. He's not going to put on like he's getting low blowed when he's really just getting his ass kicked. So you seen Pacquiao. He was looking at Ugas.
You couldn't do
It was like a Lomachenko thing. He's just saying.
Yeah, it's a dirty tactic. That's what Loma does. He says, you know what, these body shots are hurting me. Fuck it. I'm going to claim they're low. It's going to put pressure on the ref to watch out
But one
the
was
body
low.
shots, and it's going to make the fighter to
You're
be
trolling.
more cautious of throwing them.
You're
Like that's
trolling
what it
ass.
was. Now, definitely there were a few low blows,
And
but
that's
it's
enough to
like
change a fight.
there were not that many, in my opinion.
It doesn't matter. One can change a whole fight.
Yeah, it's true. You're right. But all I'm saying is Manny's not like if something slips low or if they're in the exchange and Manny parries a shot and deflects it down and catches him in the top of the. All right, I'm not saying Ugas meant to do it. I'm just saying he threw a straight left hand, did not get deflected. He did not get the back of his head leaned on. Right, none of that. Right, and he fucking caught Manny in the fucking low a few times. Now look, the ref warned him. That's all you can do. You don't want him deducting points right off the bat. You don't want him ignoring it. Just letting him go off like Ward did Kovalev. You know what I'm saying? But again, none of this stuff really, was enough to say that the fight was anything except for. And you're right, L-Dog. I'll watch him fight again, but it's got to be the opponent, right? I mean, look what his counterparty's doing. He's fighting these little exhibition tension fights and these little fucking Japanese midget dudes and MMA, exhibitions and shit like this. So it's like,
what's going on? Boxing
junkie, you all right?
Hey, Boxing Junkie. Hey, keep the crack pipe away from the screen. We're going to get shut down.
Crack fight. It's a fuck.
Terrible.
Boxing Junkie, what's going on, bro?
Like,
Just kidding.
Nice.
Oh, it's a weed pipe. My bad.
Who said that
Sorry,
shit?
apologize.
Who said that shit?
What's
That
going
was
on,
me,
Boxing Junkie?
motherfucker.
I said
It's L-Dog, your boy.
motherfucker.
L-Dog, your boy came at you like that.
This guy's hilarious. I've never seen this guy before in my life. Who is this guy? I like this guy.
Boxing Junkie.
I have one more thing to say about this fight. Look, another thing that, and again, I'm not talking about who won, if many won. I said I probably saw Ugas winning a tight fight. But the thing is, people are not accustomed seeing Pacquiao throwing so many jabs. And the thing that those were not probably going through the target. It doesn't matter. It's just that you are not accustomed to seeing Pacquiao trying to outpoint someone instead of hurt them.
When
so
Pacquiao,
if there's no problem,
official, I don't know if you noticed. When Pacquiao, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but when Pacquiao finds it somewhat difficult to land on his opponents, he starts throwing what I call forearm punches, forearm to wrist punches. So they come fast. And I think a lot of people miss it.
Yo, what the fuck?
I thought you laughing at me.
What's that, 20 crack bitch?
I like this guy. What's up, Boxing Junkie? My man.
Boxing Junkie.
Hey, you're not kin to a guy named Pigeon, are you?
No, he don't know no pigeon.
What you smoking, buddy?
Weed. Yeah, I already knew that.
Hey, put the myth down, bro.
Smoking them wet daddies.
And L Dog is trying to come at you, boxing junkie. Anyway, listen, real quick. I noticed Pacquiao when he finds it
You
difficult.
want some fentanyl? Holler at me, bitch.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what
I'm
the
like,
fuck?
Oh man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Listen, man.
You
George
can't
Floyd
show
ain't
that
here.
boxing junkie. I don't want
50
to.
bucks a
I don't have to
gram.
get you.
Time to
Dropping
get
all
wet.
day.
Boxing junkies in the pool.
Powder or sugar, man. Come on now.
Tell him it's sugar. It's just sugar. Say it's sugar.
Yeah, that's a
but
that's a
anyways,
soggy ass looking bag. Get a new
Dude.
Ziploc, bro.
Smoke it anyway. Smoke it anyway, man.
That's
Gives a
plastic
shit.
wrap,
Fucking
man.
shit. That
Dude,
shit
this
get
guy's
wrapped
about to
up
get
and
the screen
sold. What
shut
the
down
fuck y'all know
recognized. You
about
might have
that?
to give him the boot.
Hey, get some rat poison and some ammonia, and turn the stove on. I'll get you. You be.
I took someone out with rat poison before. Well, I tried like a mother.
Okay, I got to get him.
Yo, I get the feeling I get the feeling that he's having that conversation for the last 3 days, whether he's on the stream or not. I think he's just calling random
I
people.
love you, bro. You're my dude, bro.
Pete said
Yo,
he's been
listen.
having this
I
conversation
want you
for
to think
2
about
days.
something.
He was on
You
the
just pocket dialed us.
Boxing junkie is from Baltimore. Okay, West Baltimore.
Yeah.
On top of that, he's the like I have a soft spot for him.
Bubbles.
Being white and living in West Baltimore. Don't get it twisted. If you bumped into a boxing junkie in an alley, he might kill you, just on instinct. But can't have him on here.
Might kiss you.
Yeah, man.
Many
Just
homicides.
living in those neighborhoods can turn a man crazy.
Oh yeah, no, boxing junkie will be a problem for most human beings. Let's just put it that way. Anyway,
I'll say this, man. At least he's living up to his name. I mean, I expected him to mean like he's a junkie for boxing, but it turns out he's a junkie for fucking.
No. You know what? I've talked to that. No. I've talked to him on panels before.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know boxing junkie for a while now. I used to follow him from like probably 2014, 2015, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Same here.
Oh yeah. He used to call him the BDA. He used to call him the show, right? BDA, boxing junkie.
Yeah, but I get the feeling that he's at the point now where no matter what you tell him, it's just gonna be in the front to his character. He seems to be in a weird place right now.
That's all right. No, he's partying. Let him have his fun.
That's one way of saying it. Yeah,
I've been there before. Shit. But I'm just saying. I never seen his face before. Anyway. Well, anyway, the point of the matter is that look, man. You guys are all in general right that everybody's big fan of Manny or not a fan of Manny, and recognizes right anything's possible, but as long as it's not too far out of whack, it's just you're leaving it in the hands of the judges. Anything can happen. Some of these judges are just some of them probably aren't even. They probably judge fights all the time, and they're just fucking. They probably get fights all whacked out more times than you know, but and there's not even a conspiracy to it. They're just fucking like zoned out. You know what I mean? They just didn't see it.
Yeah, but Fight Scott was saying that a lot of these judges don't really care about boxing. They just go in there and just score the fight the way they're not supposed to score the fight. Now, I'm not saying, L Dog, calm down. I'm not saying that that's what they did here, but the point is that a lot of these people are just judges like a favor. Like, they know that they get paid a certain amount of money for a fight. Like a lot of these dudes have full-time professions that they make a lot of money in, and they got a little pull. All right, go to New York.
But you would hope that they have a track record of legit cards, and that I mean we've all talked about this before. You'd hope that for a championship fight, for Christ's sake, on TV, that somebody would what is there about like 10 judges that we see, about 12 total judges that we see in all these fights, no matter
that
which.
should tell you something, right?
Well, I mean, that should tell you this. Like, basically, it's like the MLB or anything else. You got Cruz you got Angel Hernandez, and that his name. Jordan's a baseball guy.
Go watch
right?
Angel Hernandez, especially him. Go watch him change the strike zone out of
Okay.
nowhere, and you can see. Hold on, time out. You can see either the hitter or the pitcher. Like, look at him and say, "What changed?" I saw a pitcher and a hitter say, "What changed? You wasn't calling that before. Now you're calling it." And Angel Hernandez says, "I could throw you out. You're not supposed to be arguing balls and strike. I have the right to throw you out the game." So they're put in a situation where they got to shut up, right? They could also be fined if they go off the baseball field, have an interview and say, fuck Adriel Hernandez because he just switched it on me. He gave me one strike zone and then he changed it.
Right. So Durden, if I'm mistaken, I talked to Durden one time. He was a pitcher, right? So I mean, in other words, a guy's got to. And you notice that these guys, even the pitchers and the batters, really get pissed when. Listen, and we're watching it on replay, and the K zone's there, and we can see this fucking thing. But look, the shitty part is, it's a vague zone, and if all they're asking for is for the guy to be consistent, just call it the same way. Give me the outside the whole entire game, and nobody's got a real problem with it. But here's the thing: it's more like a close throw at first or something. Some of these guys make a call, and they know right when they make it that they are wrong, but they can't fucking get screamed at by a manager or by a player and kick dirt, and fucking grabbing the base and taking it with you and fucking going off. It's hilarious, right? When these guys get ejected, hilarious, but they can't change their call because even if they know they got that wrong. Yeah. And the instant replay debate, I mean, I'd rather not be there, man. Just fucking go. Just keep it. It's part of the game. It's just part of the game. You just hope that you get a certain echelon of guys that are keeping it consistent, and they're at the top of the food chain. You can't have these guys but boxing is just a little bit,
it's all Angel Hernandez's in boxing, like Dave Moretti, right? Like, the name because he's never given a good scorecard.
Yeah, like his scorecards are just fucking terrible, but he keeps nobody says anything.
And recognize on top of that, and we talked about the subject many times before, but many times those same judges that are constantly giving us terrible scorecards when they're judging a fight that is not important, they actually do a fucking great job. So it clearly tells you it's not that they're incompetent.
Yeah,
it's just
that's true.
they're corrupted.
I agree.
In my opinion, Ugas has been robbed more than Pacquiao, or at least attempted to. All you got to do is look at the Abel
Come on,
Ramos
man.
fight. Yeah, look
Look
at the
at
Abel
what?
Ramos fight. The Abel Ramos fight, Ugas won every single round, pretty much. I remember scoring it.
According to who? Because there's a lot of people saying Abel Ramos actually won
Wait,
that
he
one.
got robbed in a win?
No, there is
Explain
not.
that. Wait.
Yeah, he got robbed in a
He
win,
got
dude?
robbed in a win?
Got
What are you
lit up
talking
too
about,
by
dude?
Ramos.
No, I'm saying they tried to rob him. If you look at
Tried
one
to
of the
rob is not
scorecards,
robbing.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, that's why
Then
I
why
put
are
the
you even bringing
distinction
that up?
try. Because what I'm saying is, all right, let's take a look at the fights he actually did get robbed in. Go have a look at all the split decisions he lost. He clearly won a lot of those fights.
I don't know. If you're saying Pacquiao lost the horn, I'm saying Porter beat Ugas's ass because that was a much closer fight.
You see how that works out, L-Dog? See how that works out? If you're saying that Jeff Horn beat Manny Pacquiao, you thought he edged it out, then the same applies for Porter.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, according to you, though, L-Dog. That's according to you. That's your own personal opinion. And only
But what I'm saying is, if you look at the judges, a lot of the judges have gone against Ugas, and he's had some horrible scorecards throughout his career.
And they will
Okay,
again.
but you're comparing it to Pacquiao. You could say
Yeah.
the same thing times basically 10, in all honesty.
What do you mean times 10?
Well, first of all, he's actually
You know what
been
he
robbed
means.
in multiple fights.
You know what
and
he
even
means.
the white fights that he's won.
What fights was
they're
he robbed
closer
in?
The ones that you say he lost in.
Like which ones? Go.
Horn, Bradley, the two that you said, oh yeah, that one was close. If you're scoring Ugas beating Pacquiao, right? If you're using that same criteria for that fight for the Bradley one, it shouldn't be close. Because let me tell you something, right? The right hands that supposedly landed, even though they were partially blocked, his left hand landed harder than any of Bradley's punches. He landed the more effective, cleaner punches in that fight. If you think that it was close, you're talking about maybe him outworking him, maybe in some of those rounds.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Like,
El
You gotta
Dog,
be
El Dog, El
consistent,
Dog, El
man.
I
Dog.
mean, dude, those two fights were not robberies. I thought that, in all honesty, those fights could have gone either way.
What's a robbery
And
for you?
remember,
Give
I
me a
don't, but
robbery, Eldo.
your
A
scorecards
robbery
for the
is a fight
Ugas
that
fight.
really couldn't have gone either way.
Give me an
Like, it could.
example. Give me an example.
Triple G Canelo won.
Okay, I could say
That
it's
is or isn't a robbery.
He's saying that it was a robbery.
That's a robbery.
Right.
Wait,
He said
but
that was
how is
robbery, but I would
Bradley
say
not
The
more clear
draw,
than
the draw was a
he
robbery.
won?
Wait,
Yeah,
real quick,
the
slow
draw was a
down. You're saying a robbery in that it would a draw was out of the question.
right.
yes,
That's
Yeah.
what
it
old
was out
dog
of
is
the
saying.
question.
Yeah.
All right, a draw was out of the question. Okay.
I would
I
agree
mean,
with him. I would agree with him on that one. That one I
And
agree. But it's like how can he think that one is a robbery and then not look at Manny Pacquiao and Timothy Bradley one the same?
I
don't
thought
get that.
Bradley was outboxing him, man. A
How?
lot of the time.
Did he land the cleaner punches?
Yeah, a lot of the right hands he was landing were doing
No,
a
they
lot of
weren't.
damage.
The most damaging punches were Pacquiao's.
Yeah.
Well, I would disagree.
How?
You got to remember, El Dog.
He went
Bradley
out in
didn't
a
have no
fucking
legs.
wheelchair.
He didn't have no
Dude,
legs
like,
in that fight.
yeah, you know
literally had
why,
to-
right? You know why he went out on a
Because he was
wheelchair?
stumbling because he was getting hit by Pacquiao's punches.
No, because he actually came in the fight with an injury.
Yeah.
No,
hey,
he
all right,
injured
all
he
right.
injured it in the fight. He was backing up because he was getting comboed by Pacquiao.
The same thing with Ugas. Like, that whole arm injury wasn't fake. Like, he just beat Pacquiao with
What does
an
that have to
injury.
do with
It
anything?
didn't make a big difference. I'm just saying, like, Bradley had an injury. He just beat Pacquiao with that injury, the same way Ugas beat him while he was injured. And Greco, like, if I don't know boxing, I mean, Jesus Christ, I hope these guys do, because I seem to have been more, correct on the Ugas fight than you were.
You
Says who?
picked Ugas?
I said it was going to be a close fight.
All right, so you're right. It was a close fight.
Well, that's the part I was wrong about, man.
Yeah,
I was
sure.
wrong in that I thought it was a close fight. I thought, Ugas actually won that fight clearly.
I did too. I thought he won it clearly. I thought Pacquiao was going to win it. I just, who cares if you're right or wrong? If you thought it was close, then it wasn't a 10-2 or 11-1 fight then, right? And if Triple G Canelo was close, I mean, what's closer than a draw? That's 50-50. That's an even fight. Now the score, Bird's scorecard is what fucking made it ridiculous. That's the wacky part about it. That's just leaving it up to the judges. It's never optimal. I mean, the whole setup. Just making an odd number. If you made it an odd number of rounds, even I'm not saying make it 11 round fights instead of 12 round fights, you'd have a hell of a lot less draws. Statistically, there'd be 70% of the draw possibilities of a draw are impossible if it's just an odd number of rounds. You see that? It's an odd number of judges. It's not four judges, you'd have way more draws. But if it's just simply 11 rounds, just a setup, 4, 8, and 10 and 12 round fights are going to allow split draws. It's just, if you just made that adjustment, you'd have a hell of a lot less discrepancy. But it's an exhibition setup, and there's no rules to this thing. There's no league to govern this shit, and that's boxing. It's an exhibition.
Yeah, it really
That's
is.
what
When
it
you
is,
think about it, with no governing body, no any of that. Well, no, like
league office.
It's not
you
a
know what I mean?
league. Yeah. It's basically an exhibition. That's all it is.
This league, the league office knows Angel Hernandez is shit ass. You know what I mean?
Right.
Joe
They
West,
keep him, right?
fucking.
They keep him. He's part of the union.
Hey,
He's got like part of that. He's part of the.
that's right. It's a whole
umpire
thing. Yeah.
union.
And our, I'm just telling, and Fight Scout's right. I mean, it's I was second row at Thurman Collazo when they fought here in Tampa, and that fucking shot that Collazo caught Thurman with, nobody. Oh, not say nobody. I don't know what the fuck happened. I mean, all I'm watching is Thurman throw a straight left hand, and all of a sudden he's backpedaling his ass off, doing circles. And what the fuck happened?
He said, "Oh, right." Remember, he said, "Oh."
Yes, what the fuck? What the fuck is Thurman doing? He's fucking hauling ass now. You just missed. Relax. Yeah, you ran into a
You know what I
shot.
think
Man.
happened? He just
Like a
knocked the
knife
wind
through
out of
butter.
him.
No.
I
He
don't
ran
think
into
he
the same
broke
shot Pacquiao ran into. I mean, that was the
I
same
don't think he
situation.
broke
He just
anything. I don't think he
huh?
broke anything. Remember, people were saying, "Oh, I think Claus broke his ribs." I'm like, nah. What he did was he punched him right when he was punching, like you said.
Yeah,
He was
just like
throwing it straight.
Pacquiao.
Yeah. He just caught him. Bow.
Just never saw it coming. Boom! Right in the fucking right in the
Credit to
solar
Thurman,
plexus.
man.
Oh.
Credit to Thurman because he's been able to absorb these shots and not take a knee. So, I mean, yeah, he gets hurt of the body, but he's been able to take it.
Yeah, I'm just saying the angle is that. I mean, the shit's happening that fast. You know what I mean? And it's just like these judges are just sitting there. Again, it's just they're human. They're again, if you want to, like Bob Bennett, we're gonna sit down and review it. And I'm like, what does that even fucking mean? I mean, is she wearing a GoPro? What is her view? Shit, they had face shields on for a while,
Did they
mask and
suspend
those
her?
fucking
They suspended her, didn't
no
they? They didn't, right?
suspender.
Nothing.
They're gonna suspend Big Baby Miller. He can't fight for 2 years. Yeah, in New York, he can go to fucking Vegas and fight tomorrow. He's not suspended of anything.
Right.
There's no league of this shit.
Do judges have monitors to look out?
They should.
They look.
So they don't.
It's
No.
like it's one of those hobbies that you either do a good job or you don't, right? Like that's how they put it. So for instance, if I ask you to do a job for me, there's not like really there's no like rule set. You do a good job, I'll call you back, right? Like if another big project comes, I call you back and you come in. So basically judging is like more or less the same fucking thing. And so I don't know if
It's like college referees, man. There's so many crews. There's so many fucking referees. There's so many games. There's so many boxing matches. They just happen not to,
No, in the NFL, excuse me, Pete, we'll say this real quick, right? Like in the NFL and baseball and basketball and all that stuff, they have these ref unions, umpire unions. So it's not that easy to get to like evaluate them and then say, I want this person gone. There's so many rules to like when you're in a union that would qualify somebody to get fired. It's like being on parole or probation. Anybody's ever been on it? It's a big lie when they tell you make one mistake, they put you in jail. That's bullshit. No, they don't. It's like 13 mistakes, and then they put you in fucking jail.
it's got to be like that, right? Or else you can just keep cycling these guys around.
Really
you know what I mean?
Right, like unless you committed a real crime. Let's say I come in, I piss dirty. They're not gonna fucking lock you up for that. They don't. They don't really. They just like. In hindsight, in reality, they could, but in reality, what they do is just they give you like a slap on the wrist. Hey, go to this program. If not, I'll have you violated or something like that. You know?
Yeah, it's like screaming from the fucking couch that you could, how could you miss that pitch? It's like, well, grab that bat and stand in there. Let them fucking throw 90. Let them throw 95. Go ahead and take it. You won't even see that ball. You're your fucking mind. You know what I mean?
You're just making a judgment call. That's what you
basically.
Yeah.
Angel Hernandez is a jerk off, but who you got that's better? I'm sure he'd be in there. I'm saying, you know what I mean? It's like, how many games are in a season? 200 and something, 70 games? This fucking guy.
Yeah, a lot, man. There's a lot of games, but 100
minor league rep.
Yeah.
It's all you can ask for is something reasonable. So yeah, Adelaide Bird coming out like that, it's just like, what the fuck are you looking at? And Canelo after the fight saying he won 8 rounds easy. Bullshit. And the whole crowd fucking started coming down on him for saying that. Shut up, man. Just say, look,
I'll give you one fight that officially, I'm talking about officially. Hold on real quick. One fight that officially they robbed Pacquiao, right? Only one. Unless there's another one. But there's one fight that I could tell you officially they robbed Pacquiao, and that's the Marquez first fight. One judge had the guy forgot to tally. He scored it, right. If he had scored it, the 3 knockdowns in the first round, he would have scored it 10-6. That's a 1-point win for Manny Pacquiao. So that's one officially that's on the book.
Yeah, that was a draw. I recognize. You got a draw.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was another one. Another draw that he got robbed. Hold on, dog. Just one quick second. Was against Agapito Sanchez. The guy kept headbutting him and he got a draw for that.
Oh yeah.
The 2 draws that Pacquiao got, he's been robbed.
The other fight, if you look at it, was the Bradley one fight. If you remember, I think it was a WBC. They rescored it, and they rescored it for Pacquiao. So it's basically saying
Yeah, that's true.
whoever judges, if you pick the right judges, you'll get the the result you want. So, I mean,
That's
they
what
reviewed
happens
it.
when it's a close fight. You can get guys to rescore it, and they'll come to different outcomes.
So what you're saying is, depending on the judges, you just got to get the judges that favor your style, or that tend to
Exactly.
I guess
You
favor
just
your
gotta knock him.
fighter.
You just gotta knock him the
That's
fuck
what you
out.
call a pick'em fight. Like
Yeah, but
if
you just can't knock everyone out. That's
Yeah,
the
but
thing.
I'm not saying knock him out, but you heard Ugas's trainer.
You're not gonna knock every single person
Here's
out.
my point.
You heard
Hold on,
Ugas's
hold on,
trainer.
one at a time, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
but you heard Ugas's trainer, right? You heard Ugas's trainer. He's telling him, get your fucking assert. He's telling him, man, listen, go for it. Go for it, man. Don't. In other words, Ugas is landing this jab, and I'm waiting for Manny Pacquiao to hook over his jab, right? And Ugas is thinking that too. How many jabs am I going to throw at this guy? They're not hurting Manny Pacquiao, right? I got to be careful here. This guy didn't step outside of my right foot and hook over my jab. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a fucking problem. That's why he just stopped throwing the jab. Manny's not coming in. Manny needs to use his feet to get in the position to land these shots. He's shorter, smaller than all the guys he's fought since De La Hoya. He's been undersized. If you look at it in terms of reach.
Right, but Ugas is a type of fighter, the Cuban style. He doesn't engage. He waits for you to come in, so he's constantly, taking a step or two back. Pacquiao has to take a risk to go in and get hit.
Always.
So that's why when you're smaller, I mean, I'm not saying you need to give the aggressor, the benefit of the doubt, but in order to make a fight, he has to step in a little bit. He could fight like Ugas, he could fight like Mayweather, but that'd be a boring fight, right? If two guys
He really can't though. You saw him try to, right? You saw him trying to jab Manny Pacquiao, and he's throwing a jab, and it's not even getting past Ugas's bicep injury. It's not even coming near Ugas. He's not even.
Of course, obviously he has the reach. He's taller. He's longer. I mean, that's just simple physics. I mean, the shorter guy is going to have to take risks to get in. Yeah,
he's going to have to use his feet, and listen, cramps. He didn't have it. He was better than me on the night. All that's true. But you've seen these guys. They just keep pushing it and keep pushing it. Sooner or later, listen. 5 years from now, fucking Broner probably clip him. He probably just, we see what happen time and time again.
Absolutely, man. You keep fighting long enough, he'll somebody will whip his ass eventually. Yeah.
Of course. I mean, when you're fighting bigger guys, I mean
that's another thing too.
Special is that he's taking on guys that, I mean, he's naturally probably like a 135 pounder, but
that's why I say he's the greatest.
Pretty much defying physics by fighting all these big dudes.
That's why I say he's the greatest pound for pound fighter. Like when he was on his prime, even past his prime. You can I can honestly say, man, all those big dudes, he beat the shit out of them. Most of them, he beat them up. I even think that in some kind of ways, guys his size gave him better fights or more entertaining fights because they had the speed to match up with him. So
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm a Pac fan for sure.
His last fight would be in the Philippines. Once he fights in the Philippines, that's when that's gonna be his last fight.
I think if he fights in the Philippines and because we know no American bitch is gonna do that. I don't care what L Dog says. That's true. Nobody's gonna say.
Dude, no one is scared of fighting Pacquiao.
Okay. So his last fight in the Philippines, and he says anybody who wants to fight me, like somebody with a name in America, who do you think goes over there? L Dog's opinion. Go ahead.
Mikey Garcia would be the first because he's
not a top guy.
Pacquiao doesn't deserve to fight Crawford or Spence after a loss.
Listen? Of course, listen. You see how he doesn't deserve to fight Crawford?
Yeah, he got to get back in the corner.
Whose promoters said the time he was promoting both guys, I don't think he's a good match. My matchmakers don't think Pacquiao's a good match for or the other way around.
Since you want to make Bob Arum the be-all and end-all with his words, he also said he didn't want to put Pacquiao in there with Bud because Bud would
when Pacquiao left him. You see how he did it when Pacquiao left him.
Like,
Which is
come on.
bullshit
I
because
think
7
everyone
years
knows
later he
that
was
they're especially
negotiating the
now.
same
Bud
fight.
Crawford.
Official, you sound like you're underwater, man.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
bad.
official.
Is official speaking?
Yeah, can you hear me any better?
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah. Now I
much
can
better.
hear you.
Yeah, okay. So that fight, when he said that he was scared, supposedly scared for Pacquiao's health, it happened when Pacquiao was 35, 36 years old. But tell me, why was he then negotiating the same fight between Bud and Pacquiao 6 years later? Has Pacquiao became stronger or what? And on top of that, yeah, I get you. Right now, I would pick definitely Bud over Pacquiao, but especially since this last fight. But if anyone does not deserve to fight someone, it's Bud and Spence fighting Pacquiao for being bitches, for fighting soft touches.
Yeah, Spence.
Yeah,
Look,
man.
Spence
Come
officially
on, man. Pacquiao deserve anything he wants, man. Who's the fuck? Why
not
would you?
according
I mean,
to
no
Aldo.
disrespect, no, no,
Only like
no,
slick fighters.
No, he
Mayweather does.
doesn't deserve a shot in his next fight against Crawford or Spence because he just lost, dude. I don't like
Fine,
it
give
when
him a tune-up. Let him win the tune-up, and
yeah.
then stay busy.
Well,
Errol
that's
Spence
if he
just
can
got
win it.
retired by a sparring partner, dude.
I'm just saying he's
Well,
still competitive.
according to you guys, that injury was fake. So I mean, which one is it?
Well, but
Which one
according,
is
but
it,
you
right?
see, L Dog. Which one is it, right? Then don't say. I don't want to hear people say, "Oh, he's lucky Spence wasn't in there." Spence got retired, right? According to the what we know, what the information that's given out, he got his eye detached, his retina detached in a sparring fight. What makes you
Yeah.
think that Pacquiao would have not fucked his ass up with that eye?
I mean, that's a possibility, but what I was saying is if a healthy Spence was in there, he would have stopped Pacquiao in maybe 6 rounds.
Okay, so you're Errol
why?
Spence, right?
Wait,
I have a
You're
question.
Errol Spence. You're
I
coming
agree.
off an eye injury.
I agree with that.
Pacquiao just lost. That's the perfect
I
opponent.
don't.
That's the
As
I
a
perfect
don't agree with
opponent,
tune-up,
that.
right?
I don't
as
agree
a
with that. But
tune-up,
it's
yeah.
look. I think Spence, who's a lefty, and that's the eye that got damaged, right? It's you put him in there against Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao's beating the fucking shit out of him. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Right? Because
Yep.
Spence so some sparring partner, some guy who's paid to just give him some work, not fuck him up, fucked him up. Okay?
Well, I mean, according to you guys, Pacquiao beat the shit out of Ugas.
Well, according to
Who's
So I
Spence,
mean,
talking
your
to you?
standard,
Number
according
face.
to Spence,
Number face for sure.
according to
your
Spence,
standard of fucking up could be Pacquiao getting teed off on for 12 rounds, and you guys
okay,
would say
so
it's a
according to
dominating
Spence,
performance.
Spence said that injury happened in a sparring fight. Am I missing something?
Yeah,
Oh, you're
look,
right.
if what Spence is saying is true about he didn't feel anything, I think he still could have beat Pacquiao.
How?
Well, then,
How?
in that case, if Spence is right, if Spence is telling the truth, then why the fuck he dug the fight? But then, on the other hand, if he's really that seriously injured, then Pacquiao, even this version of Pacquiao, would fuck his eyes up. I mean, you told
Manny
us.
Pacquiao destroyed Margarito's eye. Margarito, after the eye injury, had several fights after that. With the eye drooping down and everything. It looks like it's deformed.
Dude, look at fucking Fight Scout's profile picture.
I know,
Look
I
at
wanna do it
Ugas's
again.
eyes,
I wanna do it
both
again.
of them. The dude, he looks Asian. He looks fucking Asian. Come on, man.
This is the face of a dominant performance.
Dude,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Like the face test is exactly what black fans use when they have their fighter, get robbed or whatever. So I mean, I'm not going to use that argument.
Hold up. Let me
I
ask
tell
you
you,
this.
no one on this
Whoa,
panel, no one on this panel is
Hold
saying
on.
robbery. No one on this panel is using the word robbery here. I mean, I don't care, Matrix or L Dog or no one really is saying the word robbery here. We're all keeping it real. The fight kind of was. I was kind of a.
I
If Manny's
enjoyed
not
the
going to,
fight, like L Dog said, he enjoyed the fight. I did too. I actually
I mean,
enjoyed
it
the
was all
fight.
right.
No,
Ugas ain't that.
what I mean, look, it wasn't one of those classic bombs away fight, right? But it was a
Legendary
tactical
Nights,
fight.
Ugas Pacquiao. No, I'm just kidding.
It was tactical, right? It was a tactical fight. You could see both guys using their noggin, right? They're like, they're very strategic in what they want to do.
It was
So it was a good
consistent
fight.
too.
That's
I mean,
what I
if Pacquiao's not going to use his feet, I mean, it's going to be a fucking kind of a funky fight. It's kind of like Ugas. It's kind of like Spence and Mikey. It's like, yeah, you won the fight, but
Yeah.
you're not going to get him out of there. You're not going to fucking. You get fucking. He won the fight. You know what I'm saying? The showboating and the fucking boloing and the dancing around in there. Enjoy your fight, but
Well,
you got some.
I don't think Spence going into this fight has any bragging rights. There's zero bragging rights. There's nothing. There's absolutely nada, right? Because if you're telling me that if he didn't feel it, then he could have still beat him. That means he could have gotten the ring then, right? He didn't feel it. He could have just maneuvered his way through that shit and get that fight going. He didn't. Somebody else thought for him. Somebody else thought for him and said, I don't think this is a good idea for you. Okay? I think that he fucks your eye up. And you're probably not the same.
Yeah, it ain't worth it. This ain't worth it to risk it right now because you.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
I believe he had it.
Pacquiao
I believe he's fucked up. You know, he's a fucked up,
Yeah, right.
fucked up car wreck.
I don't have.
Yeah,
I have my.
at least don't come back. Sorry, at least don't come back with the narrative. Oh, if that was me, I would have fucking
Nobody wants to
retired
hear that
Pacquiao.
shit.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Nobody
you.
wants to hear that shit,
It
man.
wasn't.
Yeah,
you.
I would say that. Like, I don't want to I'm not giving Spence credit. I'm not saying, I knew he would have beat him or anything. Like, I think he would have, but at the end of the day, he didn't.
Right.
Yeah,
He did
that's
not
like
win
Deontay Wilder taking credit for Andy Ruiz's win or Joshua. No way, man.
No.
Don't do that.
That's like Joshua. If Joshua fans, I didn't see many, but let's say if they were, if Joshua fans were like, oh, you see what Fury did to him? Can you imagine what AJ would have done? I would say, well, you know what? It didn't. AJ didn't do anything to him. They never fought each other. Same thing applies for Spence. Spence fans taking credit because Ugas, who gave a similar performance in terms of competitiveness with Spence Porter, what he did with Porter, I cannot say for a fact that Spence with a broken eye, okay, regardless if he couldn't feel it or not, was going to go in there and win. No. I think he gets fucked up even worse. I think he ends up losing the fight and have to stop the fight. Somebody's looking at that eye and say, "Nah, son, I'm gonna stop."
And funny enough, I think that Spence fighting Ugas now, it's the easy route for Spence. It would have been much harder to have face Pac than to face Ugas. Because we got to remember, Ugas is a counter puncher. He don't throw a lot of punches. He would have to face a Manny Pacquiao that threw 800 punches.
I guarantee
compared to Ugas.
I guarantee you this, Gonzalo. I guarantee you, Ugas is super competitive against Spence. I guarantee you, even to the point where some people are gonna think he won, and I guarantee you, Spence is gonna get the nod.
I think
if he comes to fight, it will.
Ugas might beat him in the sense that if his eye's fucked up, he can use that jab his eye, swell it up, and that significantly neutralizes Spence.
Okay, yeah, but it's not like you have a scouting report where you know that his eye is on the brink of tearing. It's like, the shit can happen, but it's not like there's inside info that, let's target his eye because there's a partial tear. Let's go ahead and tear it wide open.
No, it was detached.
Yeah.
But listen to me. If he had gone into the ring, it's not as if Manny Pacquiao's corner would have had this information. Let's target his eye. So yeah, I mean, it could have happened. He might have torn his retina in the fight, and never would have said. You never would have heard about it. But let's just not. That's too much. Too many hypotheticals. I don't think that this was like a week before the fight that this all came out. This was known by both camps. I don't think they withheld anything from Pacquiao when they told Ugas this is the situation. They knew this a long time before you guys both had a hell of a lot more notice than we had. More than 2 weeks.
So.
I believe so, yeah.
Because Pacquiao looked totally dejected after that news came out. Like, his training videos kind of sucked after that. Like,
Demoralized.
And plus,
Why? That he feared now? He feared Ugas? He feared
No,
what?
it was just he didn't have the energy no more, right?
He
So
didn't
it's like
care.
Probably
he
didn't
was
care
just
for
going through
Ugas.
the motions, but he didn't have that fire under him.
Yeah, I mean, it was a legacy fight for him. I mean, and it became just now he's fighting. I don't want to say a bum because
Remember,
Ugas is a really good fighter, but
remember,
he was
like
training.
names carry weight. So he's saying to himself, I want to prove all these people wrong. I want to beat PBC's top guys, right? So I fought Broner. He's not one of their top guys, but he was a guy with a very popular name. I beat Thurman, a guy who, at one point was their rising star, and he had like 2 belts or whatever. And so he beats that guy. Now I'm gonna beat their guy, Spence, the guy that they invested a lot of money on. So in his mind, it could have been like, oh man, I gotta fight Ugas, right? I could beat this dude, but I gotta fight Ugas. Like, that's not what I trained for. I wasn't getting all hyped up for a knockout of Ugas. I was doing that for Spence. And people could say, oh, that's excuses. Okay, fine. Then it is what it is. But don't act like that you can't mentally. You're Pacquiao. You're fighting all these years, and a guy like Ugas doesn't do nothing for you. He doesn't amp you up.
Yeah, imagine you're.
I've never seen him. I've never seen him underestimate. I've never seen him underestimate anybody or
I don't think he
overestimate.
underestimated. I don't think he underestimated.
I
But
think
it's
he
like
did.
you're going out on a date. She's a 10, and then you go to pick her up, and it's just some fat shit.
It's motivation.
Like, God damn it, I'll do it anyways, right?
It's not underestimating anything. It's motivation.
It's
motivation. I'm slamming the door and driving off.
Come on, guys.
It also signified the drop in his purse because he was certainly paid less for Ugas than for Spence.
I don't think it even mattered. I think that
Pete, you remember calling you saw an ad on the paper. You saw a good looking girl, and you said, man, I like this one. You call her, you guys make an arrangement, you tell her to come through. She comes through, and she's totally the opposite person that you saw.
I saw in the paper. The fucking classified ad? We talking about?
Yeah, like a classified ad. There you go.
Yeah.
You telling me you have the same motivation?
The case is still pending. I can't comment on that right now. But listen, we'll talk about it off the air. I don't remember any of these fucking women.
Hey, Pete, come over to my house because I'm gonna make like the shrimp or lobsters, and when you come over, I only have top ramen like that. Hey, bro.
Well, I'm not gonna sit down and eat. Well, I'm not gonna sit down and eat.
Eat top ramen, but no shrimp.
Well, I'm gonna be an asshole about it. Or I'm gonna be an asshole. I'm gonna act differently. I'm gonna sit down and eat. I'm fucking talk some
But
shit.
you're gonna be like, hey, Gonsta, we were eating fucking lobster.
Here's the thing
All
with
right.
Pacquiao.
I'll have a lobster some other time.
I think he would have learned his lesson after the Jeff Horn fight, where he fought a no-name guy and lost.
But that's why I admire him. It's like, fuck it, I'll fight whoever.
Because he didn't learn his lesson.
There's no lesson to learn. He lost, bro. He lost. So what?
So you're learning.
He should have learned his lesson. You never underestimate anyone.
I don't think
He didn't underestimate Horn. He didn't underestimate Horn. Eldo, didn't you say earlier he lost? He lost. So what? Keep it moving. It's not a big deal, right?
No.
Let's not make too.
Dude, if he would have underestimated Horn or Ugas, he gets stopped probably. Probably gets stopped. Think about it. He's smaller than them. He's older than them, right? You don't think that if he underestimated them, they'd like beat him up to a pulp where they got to stop the fight?
No, because look, he can still.
Oh, so you think he's great then? Even when he underestimates.
Yeah, I've always said Pacquiao is a great fighter.
True.
He's just not the greatest.
But
yeah, greatest is too much. Yeah, greatest is a bigger word. But L-Dog's
fighter I've seen. Yeah, I think he's the greatest fighter.
Why is he not great? They're the greatest. Who's greater than him?
Who's greater? Me personally, I would say Henry Armstrong. I would say
guys you never seen.
You've never even seen Henry Armstrong.
I have seen Henry Armstrong fight.
What's your top 5 fights?
For Henry Armstrong?
Yep.
Severino Garcia, the Fritzy Zivich fights, which are 3 of those fights. And I forget.
5 opponents.
I streamed that. My stream got fucked.
That's like saying name top 5 Pacquiao and then saying all Marquez fights, all 4.
Are those not great fights though?
I'm not gonna say just count him for all top 5 fights. Name all 4.
But look who
So fine.
look who he's
I can
naming.
name
Look
two. I can name two of them. Then Fritzy Zivic. What did I say before that one? Severino Garcia.
Severino Garcia.
I think he beat.
Oh my god! You don't even
Google,
know the
Google,
dude.
Google,
Who was
Google.
it? Who was
Hurry
it?
up.
Go to Google.
No, it was a Mexican
Fox, right?
dude. I forget the guy's name. He had like a weird name.
Chapo. Oh,
I think Mexicans weren't allowed to box back then.
El Chapo Guzman.
But here's the thing: Henry Armstrong, in my opinion, is better than Pacquiao.
I don't think I've ever seen him
Better
fight
doesn't
a whole
equal
fight.
greater.
But you see, you're naming guys from like almost 100 years ago, right? That's what you're doing. I'm talking about, look, guys that I've seen. I think he's probably better than all.
Well, are we talking about guys that we've seen? Because if that's the
Sugar
case,
Ray
Floyd
Leonard.
Mayweather, I saw him beat Pacquiao.
Right. Okay, but I say he's better than Floyd Mayweather.
I agree with both of you. Yeah, I agree with both of you. I saw Floyd win, and I also think it don't matter to me. In other words, but if one of them had to just not ever exist, if you had to lose one, one of them never boxed.
Floyd.
Hey, one more
Yeah,
thing, hey, guys, let's not forget.
You've never gone back and watched a Floyd fight. None of you have.
Never. Like maybe besides
But
Diego Corrales.
here's the thing. Like, I don't like how people just dismiss it when I say Henry Armstrong is better, because I've done my research, man. Henry Armstrong, he's beat more Hall of Famers than Manny Pacquiao. He was 3-division undisputed champ. Pacquiao never even unified.
I'll just have to take your word for it.
There was only one title.
I've never seen him. Yeah,
I've never seen a whole fight.
Right,
Yeah,
but when there was
easier
only
to be
one
undisputed
title,
back then.
How
no,
was
it wasn't. You know why?
Let me ask you something, L Dog. What was the style back then? Like, what was like life like over there back then?
Hey, did you watch it in HD or what? 420 or what resolution?
Hey, I watched it the same way the
700.
Pacquiao fans watched it, man. I closed my eyes and imagined he won.
Listen to the radio.
Armstrong beat Jeff Horn, I think. I think it was five.
Armstrong, look, I mean, yeah, Armstrong was better. Another fighter I would say has a better resume, Sugar Ray Leonard.
Oh yeah, Sugar Ray.
Sugar Ray Leonard retired when he was 32. Oh, yeah, he had good wins.
I think Duran's was better than Leonard, but it's my
He
opinion.
fought twice as many fights Pacquiao.
I mean,
71.
who are Pacquiao's Duran, Hearns, Benitez, and Hagler?
Barrera.
Marcus, Barrera.
Oh, are you comparing Marquez and Barrera to Duran and Hearns?
Morales.
Remember,
They were the Farfans of their time.
One of the greatest
featherweights.
Hold up.
Duran was a little guy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Duran was the little
Duran
guy
was a little guy
who was a world champ at 168 pounds.
He beat him. He beat Sugar Ray. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true. But guess what? Pacquiao also got knocked the fuck out by a little guy.
A
who
guy
no one's ever heard of.
Who drank his piss? Drank his own
Who no
piss.
one's ever heard of. He got knocked out by a
got
bum.
knocked out by a guy
you
his
talking about when
size,
he was
though.
18? You talking about when he was 18?
L Dog should grow up.
It doesn't matter. He got knocked out by a bum. This is what I'm saying. Like, to me, a lot of people.
And
this is
Henry
gonna be
Armstrong has
controversial,
it?
And I'm gonna
Henry
leave you
Armstrong
guys with
hasn't
this.
lost a bum.
No. El Dog.
No, hold on, Gonzalo. A lot of the reason why, especially, because I look at the demographics of who's saying Pacquiao was the GOAT. To me, it's people who just don't want to stomach the fact that a black man is on top. Listen, me, I'm
Pause.
confident.
Pause.
Listen, man, I'm confident in my racial identity. I'm proud of my
Right.
people.
Dude,
I
you're
don't
projecting
have to
right now.
support these guys.
You're projecting, yeah.
You're
Just
projecting
to take
majorly.
away
I'm not
credit from a
Filipino.
black man.
Wait. L Dog, I'm not Filipino. Just to let you know.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying everyone. I'm saying a lot of these guys, they just don't want to see a black man on top. Pause.
Okay, but why does that matter for
Didn't
anybody on the panel?
Leonard get knocked
Hold on.
out by
Why does that matter here for
Terry
anyone on
Norris
the panel?
and Edgar Camacho?
Like, don't get me wrong, guys. I also hate to see it. That's why I support Tyson Fury. I don't actually like the guy. I just don't like Wilder.
Right. That's fine. That's fine. I like Fury for that one reason. I like Fury because he beat He beat the shit out of Deontay Wilder. I don't care about him anymore personally. He did what I thought he could do.
And I mean, okay, sorry, Gonzalo,
It
I'll
has
let you
nothing to
speak.
do with
Go
race,
ahead.
anyways. When you're talking about who's the greatest of all
Dude, every
time.
single time you hop on a panel,
Yeah,
you're talking
but
about white people and race and
He's
all this
joking
shit.
around, guys. He's fucking around, man.
yeah,
He's
he's
just
joking
he's
around,
saying
but
dumb shit and then he's
Corporations are
trolling.
racist.
No, he's just
I
saying dumb
mean,
shit and then saying, "Oh, I'm trolling, guys. I'm just
No, he's
joking. I'm being
well. He's
funny."
not. I'm not. He's not saying it. I'm just saying, like he's. Sometimes L Dog cracks a joke. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, here it is.
I've
It's.
literally
Did
seen L
anyone
Dog
laugh?
make a comment. I've literally seen L Dog make a comment, right? And he doesn't realize that I seen the comment. I'm not gonna tell him and give him a hint how I saw this comment, because then it blows up my spot. And then come on the air and fucking say something totally different.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, man. You
I'm
gotta.
talking about L Dog in private making comments that are totally opposite when he goes on the air. That's what I'm
Hey
talking
man,
about.
He's the 6'9" of the YouTube
I
boxing
guess you could
community.
say I'm like Hillary Clinton. I have my public opinions and I have my private opinions.
All right, L Dog. Take it easy.
Dude.
Nah, peace out, guys. Peace out, guys.
Come on, L Dog. Stay here for a second.
Peace, L Dog. Yeah, stay here, L Dog. You can stay here. Oh, he's out of here. Dang, so
He got exposed.
And look, man, I mean, okay, whoever thinks that Floyd Mayweather won that fight, I don't care. I don't think so, not at all. But anyways, you can have it. But Floyd Mayweather, and I do think that he's a great fighter, that he's a future all-time great. But if he was really that good as L Dog thinks he was, in that case, Pacquiao should be not be able to survive first 6 rounds against him, because we are talking about a guy who started at flyweight and who at that time was a natural 135 pounder. I mean,
you know something? That's a great point. So if Floyd Mayweather was so much better, or was the best fighter ever, wouldn't the expectations of like totally beating Manny Pacquiao, who's the smaller guy coming up in weight, wouldn't the expectations be bigger on Floyd Mayweather to win?
And to be fair, L Dog didn't say that Floyd was the GOAT. He's right in a sense. The whole greatest of all time thing is like, yeah, well, on Mayweather, it's like, I guess it's what you like in terms of like what you want to see in a boxing match, in a fight. I'm gonna say honestly, man.
Yeah,
and I'm not
just one
cracking a
thing.
joke either. I'm not being racial, but like,
just
all
one
that
thing
shit is.
with Pacquiao, he's done something that I don't think anyone's ever gonna do. I think someone will reach 50 and maybe beyond. But as far as 8 division titles, 5 lineal, maybe the lineal that's still tough. But 8 divisions, it'll never be done.
Probably not. Yeah.
Shit, there's a guy that could be 100-0. Those fights are fucking boring.
Think about it. There's never. I want to say this real quick. There's never been a guy who started his career winning a title at flyweight that's ever actually went up to featherweight and won a belt. Never.
Yep.
So when you're talking about Pacquiao, not only that he did that, he went beyond that. He went as far as, what was it, 154? A one-off against Margarito. It was a one-off against Margarito at 150. He won that belt, but to dominate the welterweight division for as long as he did, that in itself is something to consider. You know, when you're talking about the greatest ever in any sport, you start looking at what is one of this guy's achievements. Well, look, Tom Brady. Nobody's ever won 5 Super Bowls. He did. Nobody's ever won 6 Super Bowls. He did. Nobody's won 7. He did. So he is getting credit for being the greatest ever, right? He's Manny Pacquiao, the same thing. He's getting credit. When people like us talk about him, we're saying, look, he's done things that nobody's ever done in that pound for pound conversation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did Tom Brady lose some Super Bowls? Did he lose some Super Bowls? Yes. It's okay.
Yep.
Still won more than everybody else.
Yeah. So
with
boxing,
he's been in so many.
With boxing, it's like a situation where, pound for pound, we start getting anything except for an actual fight, a fair one, an actual fair, just a straight up fight with a clear outcome. I don't care what the judges say, a clear outcome. That's about all you can ask for. You start talking like pound for pound and what ifs and then different eras and then all time. I mean, who fucking know? All I'm saying is it's possible to take a guy. Shakur Stevens could go 100-0 if you set it up right. Chavez Sr. was 89-0 going 87-0 going into the Mildred Taylor fight. He could have retired after that fight and been 88-0. I mean, I can't even.
But yeah,
what is that?
Shakur will never face a middleweight. He'll never reach that.
Pacquiao could go to heavyweight if you set it up right. You could fight straight bum, a total fucking literal bum, and you could have him go to heavyweight and then back all the way down to flyweight again. In other words, with boxing, it's possible.
He didn't. Right? He fought Margarito. I mean, Margarito was a dangerous guy.
Oh no, I give it full credit. As I'm saying, Pacquiao, he's a fighter and he's giving you fights. Like, I mean, he's going up, and Margarito and those Marquez fights were fucking explosive. I thought. I didn't think there was anything boring about any of them. That third fight, I thought it was fucking like you just that what happened in the fourth fight could have happened in the third. I mean, these guys are just like evenly matched. The style matchup was great. You know, it's just these younger guys should take note. And I'm talking about Thurman and Spence and these. I'm talking about like, you know, everybody should take note. Just go ahead and start fighting them. Let them bring you along with like the Morales fights and the you know, the Marquez fights and get some trilogies out of these things. You know, if they're good enough fights, you don't got to do them all back to back. But these 2-year layoffs when you're 30 years old, man, this is like there's not enough time. You only got so many amount of years to do this. You know what I mean? The window's about, you know, 40 years old is about this, realistically as much as your prime's going to last. So like you want to marinate a fight all the way to the end. You know, you're going to watch Thurman, Crawford and Spence when they're going to look like Ortiz and Guerrero. Gives a shit about this fight right now, you know?
That fight was lame, man.
It was lame. It was fucking just lame. You know what I mean? It could have been
people thought it was good. I thought it was lame.
It sucked. I mean, both of them were just Ortiz and Guerrero, you know, it's just like it's too late for that.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying they can't fight, but put this shit on the undercard or preliminary fight or something. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys really think about it, I mean, it's like
that was non-televised level, man. Fuck prelim.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what we're down to. In other words, just look at it. You know, it's like, you know, go ahead and get the fights. Let these promoters, regardless of who the promoter is or what color the promoter is, let them bring these guys along. Don't feed them too early, but that's the whole promotion thing. You know, it's not just one fight; it's the guy's career. But these guys are marinating fights and other side of the street and
marinating Ugas.
It's all dumb shit.
It's dumb shit, man. It's just like too much time in between these fights.
It's an argument of why the fights shouldn't happen, and I think when I hear fans talk about that, it's just they're just not boxing fans. Those are like, I don't know what that is. They're not boxing fans to me.
They're really
yeah,
not.
but if you wanna look at it like this, Pete, fucking Ugas took the torch. He got the torch from Pacquiao. It wasn't an American guy. So just look at it like that, man. They don't want to make the fights happen. Look what happened.
I don't get.
You think there's enough? You think there's enough fights going on in boxing for any of this race or national origin to even matter? I mean, really, is American and dude, he won't go to the Philippines. Okay, they'll fucking fight and recognize the Matrix living room if the fucking purse if they fucking put up the purse.
If I could put up the purse bid, I'll have it in my backyard. It's pretty big.
You seen Triple G go from Madison Square Garden to fucking Monaco?
In an elevator shaft.
Triple G's fighting in fucking Monaco with a bunch of guys in tuxedos, but like 50 people in tuxedos and shit. I mean,
they were able to pay the bill. That's
if you can set up a ring, we can do it. You know.
Eddie Hearn has new concurrence in Reconnaissance. No more fights in Eddie Hearn's backyard.
That's
Now it's
right.
all recognized.
I'm saying, I mean, this is like,
You see,
but
if I had
the point is though, man, these guys, it's physical. I don't care how, I don't care. They're all at the top level, but if you don't know about these guys until they're about 20, right? And if you want to get crazy and Manny's going to beat Thurman at 40, that's 20 years, and that's a special case, right? So if you got 20 years and you lay out and you taking 2 years in between fights, I mean, goddamn, man, you're not going to get, you don't have enough time to do this, to fuck around like this, I don't know, man. These younger guys should take note.
You talking about Manny?
No, I'm talking about like fighters. Yeah, the boxing. Like, let's just get some fights. You know what I mean? Let's go. You never know what could happen. You wreck your Ferrari, you get into a bad accident. I'm not even making a joke. You get in a fucked up accident.
Yeah, I gave a pass for 2020 though because of all the
COVID
stuff going on. Yeah,
I ain't talking about that. Yeah, I'm talking about like the 90s is about as good as we could get it, and then we're in this little weird period right now. It's almost like you're ready to write, Thurman, and at some point in time, no one's going to give a shit if Crawford and Spence fight. Who gives a shit,
Yeah, well Floyd started the whole, it's all about protecting your own.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
don't
I'm
even
saying.
care about that fight no more.
I mean, I'll watch
think about
it.
Think
It's
about
just
it.
like
You got two guys that are in their 30s that are undefeated in the same weight class. I'm gonna say that again so you can understand what I'm saying. You got two fighters in the same division in their 30s. They're both undefeated.
Yeah, meaning that they are not fighting each other.
That's right. Okay.
And both champions too.
Should have fought 2 or 3 times already.
They're
And both
past
champions
their primes,
too.
man.
They're both past their primes. Exactly, Fight Scout. Listen, I don't care what anybody tells you. When you're in your 30s, you're not like in your mid to late 20s. When you start touching that mid 30s, you are past your prime. It's just maybe you conserved yourself better than, but your muscle, your fast muscle twitch, that twitch muscle that you have, it's not as good as it was in his 20s. You're just you're just in love with yourself if you think that.
Yeah, the window's even
physical
shorter than I
prime
was
for
saying.
sure.
You're right. Yeah, I'm using Pacquiao like this crazy fucking example, but yeah, it's about, to be legit, it's about 35, so it's kind of like, well, I mean, listen, if they're going to pay these guys the same money to fight half as many fights, well, then I'm not blaming the fighters for taking it. I'm not knocking them for, if a guy's going to pay you or inflate a purse and make it the same to you either way, it's your choice. I mean, I can't sit there but all I'm saying is like, the night, what fight did Errol Spence? It was the night of a fight that he got in that wreck, right? What fight was that coming out of? It was the Mikey fight? No, yeah,
What fight was that? After the
Porter.
Porter.
Oh, yeah,
No,
yeah,
it was
yeah,
after
Porter,
the Porter fight. Yeah.
After the Porter
I
fight,
meant
right? So
Porter.
going into the Porter fight, all right, you're already like, you need to get it going, right? You need to keep this thing going, and I guess there's some kind of plan in place, but shit can happen, you know what I mean? And
like that Ferrari accident, yeah, exactly.
yeah, I mean, you see Canelo, man. This guy's I'm not saying he's in a rush, but I'm just trying to say, like, you're gonna get into a contract dispute with Oscar and you're gonna go to court and all this bullshit. Everybody's like, well, goddamn, he's not gonna be able to fight until, I mean, it don't matter, listen, I can't tell a guy what to do, but it's like
no, we're not.
This exhibition setup is like fucked up, man. Every other sport's got a schedule. The season starts then. Right now, we play every Sunday. It's a fucking 14-game season or whatever it is. A 20-game season, playoff, Super Bowl. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? Every Sunday, and the sponsors can get behind that. Fans can get behind that. But when you got these long layoffs in between fights, it just gives too much time for the fans to start arguing, and people just get tired of this shit. You know what I mean? It's fucking race.
Yeah. Boxing sucks because it's not centralized. It's all decentralized, all different promoters, all different networks.
The Wild Wild West, right? It's just like basically
it's exhibition, bro. I mean, nothing against Henry Armstrong or none of those guys. Number one, I'm being legit. If I can't watch a video of your fight, I I mean, I'm a history guy myself. I'm interested, but I can't read a newspaper article or listen to a radio. I mean, if you had to listen to a fight on the radio, these commentators could say whatever the fuck they want. You know what I mean? And they just, he's like, fucking Ugas is killing him. He's fucking killing him. Oh my god.
How about some of these fights don't even have footages, so you got to read the reviews.
Yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not saying it didn't happen and all that, but all I do know is that at that time,
So Sugar Ray Robinson beat Henry Armstrong. The only problem is about that whole like doing your homework. Where's the video?
yeah, I can't. I'm reading a story about how many times. Listen, we're watching these fights live, right? How many times you hear these commentators? You know, well, I think it was. I don't think it was a low blow. I think that he got deflected. You know, he was trying in the middle of throwing a punch, but sometimes it parried off of Manny's elbow, and then they show the replay, and it's just no. I'm not saying he meant to do it, but I'm just saying he threw a left hand, and it hit Manny in the cup.
Some people didn't even know. Some people
It didn't deflect off his fucking thing. And Joe Goose was like, "Oh well."
They didn't even know. What Sugar Ray Robinson looks like.
Yeah. So going back to that,
most of his footage was at middleweight. A lot of his footage is not from when he supposedly was the best at welterweight. Show me when he was a welterweight.
Yeah, no,
I'll send you the article. You didn't read the. I'm gonna put you a link to the article here. Read this.
It's like Harry Greb. Harry Greb. They said that he was this great fighter. I don't doubt that he was, but supposedly he only had one eye and he used to drink all the time. Imagine a fighter drinking nowadays and only fighting with one eye.
Yes,
do you think he beats a lot of these other guys? Probably not.
Just like Babe Ruth too,
doesn't
man.
want to fight. Yeah.
Just like Babe Ruth, you know, they said he used to drink, eat fucking hot dogs. He was fat as shit, but he always hit home runs, right?
He was fast too, bro. You ever seen him run the bases? He was fucking fast.
He was, but would he be MLB level today?
He's fast.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It gets down to the what if, but at least they're, listen, boxing has always been like an exhibit. It's the Globetrotters, man. I went to the Globetrotters game when I was a kid. I don't know. They came around. They do it. It's like the N1 tour. They're going to tour the country. When they come to your town, come out and watch them. They're going to play, some team, or he's going to fight the toughest guy in your town. Henry Armstrong's going to fight the biggest, baddest dude in Florida. He's going to fucking knock him out. Yeah. And no one's going to see it on TV. They're just going to hear about it.
You're going to read about it. He's going to read about it.
Yeah, he's going to go fight this guy from Germany. You know what I mean? Like, ooh.
Hey, I can't wait to
read nothing against him. I mean, I'm not knocking the guy. I'm just saying it's different.
I can't wait to read about this fight.
Listen to the radio broadcast. Oh my God. Ugas is killing him.
Yeah. The only real old timer that I really value is Joe Louis, because he had that string of title defenses and he set the standard.
Yeah, something like 22, 23.
Yeah.
Right? Something
like that. That's like, okay, that's maybe where I start to see boxing is really starting to change from the old school into the 70s with Ali. Obviously there was some time in between with like Marciano, but he was still fighting like the old school fighters. But you were seeing consistency at the highest level after Joe.
Yeah, then that's all sports, right? I mean, there's footage, there's people can watch it no matter where they're at, and all the sports kind of evolved into more of so there's more structure, like there's more structure. The sponsors can get behind this. The fucking players, they got a players union. You see what's going on with UFC. It's tough to say UFC because it's the closest thing to boxing in terms of one-on-one combat sport. Because people get all, oh, I don't want to see two guys 69. Yeah, I hear you. Calm down. But just to, not you guys, but I've said this before and it gets a lot of static. But I'm just saying, if you notice, they got one promoter running the fucking show, right? And that's what you had like in the 90s. You had a couple of promoters, King and Aaron, if you want to call them that. I know you had more than that, but two big dogs.
Yeah.
And they were just giving you the fights. They were giving you the fights. That was their job. That's their job.
Centralization.
So like all Dana White can do is, all he could do is just like make the same mistake that fucking King made and just get a little too greedy and then get a fucking a congressional hearing over it. And then all of a sudden you got the Ali. So now, as long as he doesn't do that and just be a total fucking moron about it, he's got it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Bellator's going to come up, but let's be real. and you're getting your fights, and these guys are winning or losing, or winning or losing. Let's go, let's go, let's go. You know what I mean? So it take note. You know what I mean? Take note of that. And I got news for you. No one wants to see two guys 69,
I got
right?
news for you.
I was gonna just say it. The
Dana
only thing I
White,
got from that was you liking two
This
guys
be crazy.
69ing.
What's that?
I got
What
news
happened?
for you. This be crazy.
No, I like how you closed that one. Just you close that argument to not leave any room for any jokes after that.
Oh no, you can make jokes. You can make jokes, but look, Dana White knows that the fans don't want to see 69 in either. You'll notice you don't get much of that over there anymore. There's not too many boring ass. You know, he can say, "Hey, stand them up." If they fucking start stalling out, stand them up. I mean, think about it, man. These guys are hooking off in there. But if you don't want to like acknowledge that, you know, it's pretty fucking exciting over there, man. These guys start banging out, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, even if there were like like boxing's BS politics, I mean, the UFC is so crazy, and there's so many ways of winning fights. It's still exciting even then, because you'll have like supposed cherry picks, and all of a sudden the dude gets knocked out. Like that doesn't really happen in boxing anymore, but in MMA that still happens.
Yeah, there's not too many cherry picks over there. It's pretty much just like they're matching them up because one guy is running that show, you know. And I know the fighter pay and all that. That's going to get rectified. They're in the middle of that suit right now, and it's gonna wind up. That company sold for $400 billion.
$4 billion. Yeah.
You understand? $4 billion. That's
It's a nice chunk of change.
Well, I will say though about fighter pay. Wait, it's my bad. Go ahead.
Go for it. No, go for it.
Oh, okay. Well, the whole thing about fighter pay, right? MMA fighters are definitely underpaid, but boxers, they're way overpaid. They're fighting bums getting 1 million. That's ridiculous. They should be getting a couple 100,000 at max.
Yeah, but it's only a handful of them guys, though. Most boxers don't make anything, though.
Right.
That's true.
So what will happen is just like in every other goddamn sport where there's a league, in a league office, the players are going to unionize, and the magic number is 50. That's the magic number in basketball, football, hockey, and baseball. If they make 50%, then they will let a league be the only show in town. If they make any less than that, they can claim their monopoly, and then they can claim antitrust, and they can claim, Meanwhile, Dana White did the same thing that King and them did. He just eliminated Pride. He eliminated what was the other one? The
Strike Force.
Yeah, Uriah Faber's thing over there.
WEC.
Put them all out, and UFC reigns supreme. And as long as he doesn't fuck it up, like they're talking about him going into boxing, why the fuck would he go? Why do you want the headache? You know what I'm saying? It's like he just got done. He just got done. And again, I'm
60-40 on those packages. 60-40 is my way on those packages.
Off the air.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, I just it's hard to get that across to some people because they turn it into like a UFC versus boxing thing. I'm not saying MMA is better. I'm just saying
I don't even watch MMA, but it seems like a better competition format.
Like I watch Diaz and Masvidal. I watch Max Holloway fight. I mean, motherfucker's boxing his ass off in there. If these guys are standing up and striking, I watch.
It's just one belt, right, per division in the UFC or MMA, whatever.
Yeah.
How about that new dude? How about the new dude that beat the Beast, the black dude, the big black dude with a lot of power? What's the dude that beat him? Gaines or whatever? He's pretty good.
Gone.
UFC.
Cyril Gone.
Yeah, and the belts too, man. These sanctioning bodies, man. We don't need these fucking things. These guys are like an old relic. They're just hanging around. I mean, really, you can't even get too jacked up over this undisputed shit when, man, there's so many fucking. It's just it's just a melee is what it is. It's just an unorganized fucking melee, business wise at this point.
MMA is set up a bit different from boxing. So like the UFC is basically like the WBC because they're the ones sanctioning out the titles. Like Bellator has their own title, UFC has their own title, Ryzen had their title, Pride had their title. That's how they set up the title fights. It's not some middle, supposedly neutral ground thing like the WBC, right? Apparently, they're supposed to be neutral, and any promoter can work with them, right? MMA
But
ain't
what do
like
you
that.
think? What do you think? You think the guys from the UFC are better than the other guys, or if they were to fight, who knows who would win?
That's the
For the
thing.
most part,
You
they're
don't
better.
know. They're not trying to fight each other either.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
MMA.
I missed
He's
that.
saying
No, I know.
are non-UFC fighters, can some of them beat the UFC champions, or are the UFC champions by far better? Pretty much.
That's pretty much the same thing. What do you think?
Yeah.
Nobody knows because they're not fighting each other.
Well, some of the guys from the Pride, they've gone over to the UFC. No, some
That
of
was
the
a
guys
while
from the
back.
UFC, some of the guys from the UFC have gone to other promotions and lost. I don't know if champions, but who knows, man? I
They
don't know.
traded off. Yeah, back in the day, Chuck Liddell, he went over to the Pride tournament and he lost to Rampage.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm saying Pride's whole thing is we're gonna let you go wide open with the PEDs. I mean, wide open. There's none of this USADA bullshit. But listen, that was great. But it was all the way over in Japan, and they were paying him out the ass to go over there. But here's the deal: it's like, well, the dip that the UFC took was when they were trying to have USADA come in, and all these guys started popping, and the fight started sucking. I'm trying to say, like, they're getting into it. The Nevada State Commission, so they're going to California, and the fight sucked when they were testing these guys when they came in heavy. But what's the answer? So Dana White says, all right, fuck USADA. We'll just hire the guy from USADA, this Nowitzki guy, to come in, and we're gonna drug test in house. So this is all just to simply get over the hump of going public, and get them back to wide open again. I mean, shit.
See, but the UFC is weird because if the guy from the Pride don't fight the guy from the UFC, nobody's saying the best are not fighting the best.
Oh, the
But if
best are
one guy
fighting the
from
best
the
over there.
WBC
No, the best are
is
fighting
not
the
fighting
best.
the IBF guy, they are saying the best because it's different. It's just weird.
Oh no, the bet at this point in time, Pride's done. The best are fighting the best. You're just getting them all going. No one cares about the losses. They win, they lose. They win, they lose. It's not a big deal. And they can. That's the thing. Every other sport, the NFL, these guys can use PEDs. That's part of unionizing, man. They can get tested, but only so many. Believe me, they can do whatever they want. So it's not like.
But Dana White, he can kick you out if he doesn't like you, right? You can be with the UFC, and then he says, "Fuck you, you ain't fighting for the UFC no more."
Yeah, but what do you have to do to do that? Kill somebody? Fucking shoot somebody? I mean, what do you have to do?
You just have to lose. He just needs an excuse. It's not like he can't just kick you out. You either have to basically deny a fight like a Yair Rodriguez, or you have to lose like what's his name? Jackson, who fought CM Punk.
But that was what else? The Cyborg chick. What happened to Cyborg? Like
Well, her contract ended. Then they just let her go. They didn't feel like re-signing.
Yeah, but you're talking about situations where, I mean, here's the thing: they're the only game in town. That's the fighters' beef. Is that where else you going to go? We can't go nowhere else now. I mean, if you want to fight MMA, you got to fight for UFC or Bellator. So, yeah, they need to make that adjustment with the parity. They need to adjust that a little bit. But, man, if the Patriots are scheduled to play the Bucks and they just decide, no, we want more money and we need to, no, we're going to marinate this game for a little bit. We're not going to do this year. And dude, all the sponsors would, someone's got to pay for this shit, and the NFL, the advertisers pay for the NFL, for these owners to get together, and it's, there's no pay-per-view for the NFL for any other sports, because these advertisers want to fucking run commercials during the games.
Yeah.
So it's like, maybe it'll get there, it'll straighten out, but shit, man, these guys are wasting their. In many ways, they're leaving it on the table.
Can't blame him,
I
but
think
goddamn.
somebody was asking for PBC schedule for like the longest time, and then they released it, and there was just nothing there.
You know what PBC should have done? I know a lot of boxing fans didn't like the idea, but they should have done the PBC title because it would have it would have been all the in-house fighters, actively they had a pathway to fight the other PBC.
He could have blown Aram and Hearn and all of them off the fucking
Yeah,
map.
exactly.
He could have, if he really wanted to take over boxing, he could have done it.
Yeah.
If somebody invested $500 million, he could have taken over boxing.
Dude.
That's a ton of fucking money. I don't care how shady the deal was. He could have done it, but he wasn't trying to do that.
The money was icing, man. To be honest, after he got the fighters, that's all you need. You just need to put on the fights, but he wanted to make like fucking 20 Floyd Mayweathers, but they were all just they all sucked.
Yeah, and you seen the Showtime got tired of that shit. We're done with boxing. HBO got tired of this shit. How can we set a budget and a schedule when I don't even know what other side of the street shit? I got titles all over the place. I got franchise belts.
Dude, Showtime's a joke. They're on to TikTok boxing. They're just
Exactly.
in it
Like,
for the
how are
money,
you going to
man.
promote Ugas, right?
Well, how are you going to
not?
set how are you even going to set a budget? You know, what I mean, it's not like everything to them. And DAZN is the same situation. That's a big sports.
Yeah.
They're running a lot of different sports. Boxing's a small part of it, and all they want to do is give somebody about whatever 200 million a year to set some dates. And I gotta go to court now and sit with Oscar and Canelo suing each other. And what the fuck is that's why they just said, look, just deal with Hearn. You guys just deal with Hearn. We're not dealing with anybody.
Yeah.
Eddie Hearn's in charge of it. Do what
He
you
sets up
can
fights,
do.
man.
I mean, right? They're trying to run a business, and all they want to do is set up a camera and televise a fucking fight.
Yeah.
But it'll straighten out. But man, until then, I bet you they set that Spence and I bet you they set that Spence and Crawford fight real soon.
Especially
You
if
think
they don't want
so?
to fight Ortiz.
Yeah. Next.
I think Ugas will be next, and then there will be some bullshit that happens, and then they'll say, "Oh, I sent the contract," but nobody sent the contract, and it's just gonna be more talk. They're just gonna be Twitter. It's all gonna be Twitter beef. But
Can you imagine a week before the Super Bowl?
Fought like 4 times already.
Who has?
I really don't think they're gonna fight.
Spence and Crawford.
I think they're gonna fight next.
I
think that's what it was.
Fight.
I think that's what it's about, man. You got a issue with your eye. I don't care if it's a slight thing. You know what, man?
Yeah.
Sit back. Man's going to sell the same amount of pay-per-views whether he fights you or fights Ugas. Let's be real. No one's selling as many pay-per-views as Pacquiao is going to sell right now.
And quite honestly, I don't even think he's going to get any notoriety. Like, he'll just be known as, the dude that beat an old Pacquiao. They won't. He's not going to have any more eyes, even though he just got this win. And, like, obviously, I scored the fight for Pacquiao. I had it 8-4. But, even if you're going to say Ugas won, I don't think he's going to, he's not going to carry the pay-per-views or even the eyes.
No, there's no torch passing there.
Yeah,
there's no torch passing there.
I don't think anybody, even if Spence beat Pacquiao, I don't think, because, let's be honest, right? Even though he is probably the second biggest star in boxing, like he draws like 400,000 pay-per-view on average now. I don't think anybody who beats him is going to get, any more notoriety. Unless they
it's got to be the circumstances, right? We got to see the fight.
Yeah.
I guess that's my main thing. Let's see this fight. Let's do it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain amount of promotion that's got to go on. You got to, you can't just let them all just kill each other. You have no more fighters left. They'll just demolish each other. But come on now, let's get it going. You know what I mean? You guys are waiting too long, and
Whenever they fight, it's like they're saving themselves for the next dude. It's like, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that's a promoter's job is to bring these guys along, to step these guys up appropriately, and it's not a big deal if they catch a loss. You know what I mean? So what? So so and so. So it was a draw the first fight. Let's go to the second one. All right, second one was.
Dude, you know how much Thurman fucking Porter 2 would have done if they actually fought consistently? Or Porter Spence 2? Like, dude.
They were just using that as like the leverage to get the next network deal. Do you remember that? Their contract was
Yeah.
about to run out, and then they said, okay, here's whatever. There you go. This is a good fight, right? And then people are asking for the rematch.
Yeah.
Like, well, you're not going to get a rematch until we get our next deal. They get their next deal, we don't get the rematch, right?
It's such a joke, man. Just like
Yeah,
with Triple G signing with the Zone to get the third Canelo fight. It's a bunch of fake promises.
Yep.
Well, yeah, these networks are smartening up, right? They're not going to. Showtime is going to give Floyd 8 fights, 8 pay-per-view fights for some crazy money. They have no control over the opponent. Whoa, fuck, man. So the Zone says, look, we'll pay you $20 million a fight, but we got to approve the opponent. You follow me? You can't just bring in. We don't want to see, Murderers Row consisting of Guerrero, Ortiz, Maidana twice. The fuck is this, man?
I mean, had they made money, right? Had they made money, they would have let it happen. But they were losing a ton of money on those events.
Yeah.
They didn't break even until Pacquiao fought them, basically.
I believe it. I mean, I don't know the details, but it's just like you can see these guys learn their lesson. The Zone comes in. They'll pay Canelo. What was it? They'll pay him $30 million or $40 million. What was it? 30 or 40 million a fight. 10 fights for $30 million a fight.
I think they changed it to 20, because
That's what I'm saying. So in other words, yeah, no problem. That's 300 million. Let's go.
Yeah.
And it didn't have to be every fight has to be a war, but you could see what was going on. It was stuttering out because they were denying some of these guys that we're not accepting that fight.
Exactly, with Canelo just recently, right? So he pulled out of the Caleb Plant fight, and they said, okay, you're going to fight Bivol. And he says, I'm not going to fight Bivol. He says, I'm going to fight Triple G. Well, you only get these two options, right? Triple G or Bivol or Plant. So now he's going back to the Plant table because he's not trying to fight Triple G or Bivol, right? So it shows you that DAZN is kind of even getting sick of Canelo at this point, that they only gave him 3 options.
Yeah, they were smarter than I guess everybody thought they were.
Yeah.
But I mean, it'll straighten out. I mean, like again, that thing fell apart with DAZN. The fight before Ugas. I mean, the fight before Yildirim, whatever fight that was. And it was like, well, I'm gonna go. He wanted to get out from it. Now he cut Oscar out of it. Exactly. Who the hell was that?
Yeah,
I feel like they lied.
Oscar out of it, and then it's like, well, we're paying Oscar for what? Because he's got nothing left, except for this twink Ryan Garcia, right?
Yeah.
And maybe Virgil Ortiz.
It's really just fucking Ryan. Like Virgil, he's a better fighter. Wait, go
Virgil's
ahead.
for the boxing fans, right? The actual boxing fan. But
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who's really running? I mean, let's be real. Oscar De La Hoya is not a goddamn promoter. Bobby Arm's not a boxer. It's not like Well, but I'm saying he's a figurehead. So Schaefer was running that show for up until the end of the Showtime thing. And who's currently like basically running Golden Boy? Like there's a guy they were
the
Canelo's bitching about.
Something Eric, some Mexican dude, right?
The Mexican,
Yeah.
he looks like he's normal.
I'm sure he knows his shit, right? So it's like
Oh yeah,
he's
it's the matchmaker. I forgot his name.
Eric Gomez.
Eric Gomez, yeah.
Yeah,
So
there you go.
Schaefer was a damn good promoter, but he's just fucking.
He's too cutthroat. Like I think Oscar don't trust him.
He's short-sighted.
Yeah, I don't even think being a matchmaker is hard. These people they're just trying to grow fucking superstars.
Yeah,
But they're just fucking up the sport.
of course.
That's what they always do when you try to like force a superstar instead of like saying, let's see who's actually the best boxer. You kind of fuck up the sport.
Yeah, so you see that's what I'm saying. So Canelo, it's like I hate to get knock the fucking guy, but and again, there's like it's not over. This guy could at any point in time, this guy, that's all of them. Spence, Crawford, any of these guys can say fuck it. I'm gonna fight them all. I don't give a shit if I win or they could never. You know, I'm saying it's never too late, but sometimes it is too late. At one point, it will be. But I'm saying though, like I'm not writing them off, but you can't have a guy that's bigger than the fucking sport. I mean, the sport's got to move. In other words, none of these NFL guys, fucking hockey guys, baseball guys, UFC guys, none of these guys are big enough to hold up the entire goddamn sport. You see, the sport keeps moving. You don't want to fight them? Fuck them. Next. You want it or not? No? All right. Boom. Next. Who's next? The show keeps going on the schedule. And man.
Right, so they've been keeping Crawford out because like they gave him a guarantee. They asked him to take a pay cut. He's not willing to take a pay cut, and they're just putting him on the shelf.
Oh, I mean, to be frank, Crawford.
You're not Frank. I'm Frank.
to be Pete. You know, I know Crawford was bitching a little bit about it. He started getting a little funky during that. He refused. What happened? It was leading up to the Lomachenko fight. He was getting into it with Aaron. Aaron was pissed off at him because they wanted to promote Crawford versus so and so at the Teofimo, during that Teofimo and Lomachenko fight, and they fucked around and stalled and kind of. But at the end of the day, he ain't going nowhere.
So what happened with that Teofimo and Camboso? So they're gonna fight in New
That's
York.
an example right there, right? So Teofimo beats Lomachenko.
But for
great.
less money? Is it for less money than what originally Triller? No, I'm asking a question. Wait, if I'm understanding this right, I thought I heard this that they're gonna have the fight. Is it for less money than what Teofimo was gonna get in the original contract, or is it the same money?
That fight ain't happening. That's what I was saying when the bid came in. That's a shitty fucking bid.
No, I know.
I mean, that's like a fucking mistake, right? So they overbid. So Teo says, "All right, look, I'm going to purse bid because this guy's trying to rob me. I was guaranteed $2 million a fight, and now he's trying to fuck me around." And Bob Arum's going, "Dude, there's no live gate. I mean, in other words, shit happens where you can't understand that. It's like fuck you. I don't care if you're gonna make no money on the fight. Pay me my $2 million."
Okay, here's the thing. So they're gonna fight at the Garden.
That fight ain't
That's what the schedule said. Now here's the problem.
When? What date? What date?
October. Damn, I'll tell you right now. I think it's in October. I'll tell you right now, Pete. You can keep talking.
Well, I'm just saying, just to like let it, just to see what happened, right? So Arum's lying. Arum's full of shit. Blah 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 blah. So it goes to purse bid. Arum bid the same basically money that he offered him in the first place, right? Hearn bids a little more, and then fucking Triller comes in with this wacky fucking number, and when it comes down to it, and they start looking at it, they're realizing, shit, we can't afford to pay this. What the fuck are we doing? So then there's a reschedule.
An undercard. That's why.
Yeah, there was right. Metallica was going to play and shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Recognize. I don't know if this answers your question, but from what I remember hearing from Jimmy, he said that basically Thriller thinks about canceling the event because they cannot put it on some profitable undercard card. So what Jimmy said was that basically if they decide to cancel it, that they have to pay out 20% of the purse
Got you.
of their purse bid and give it to the fighters, and then from then on, the second highest bidder, which is Matchroom with Hearn, would have the rights to put up a fight for the money that they propose.
So they could still, so they could basically still get the same money, just not with Triller.
No, recognize. Let's say that, I don't know, Thriller, let's say they won the bid with, let's say, for example, 6 million, and the second place was Hearn Matchroom with 4 million.
Okay.
Now that Thriller pull out of those 6 million, they have to pay out 20% to fighters, and then Matchroom
so that's
gets the right.
Right. That's 1.2 million. Yep.
And then from then, Matchroom gets to organize the fight for the 4 millions they bid.
The 20% part, though, is the only part that I wasn't familiar with, because I followed it pretty closely, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they bid sealed bid. They bid 6 million. The only thing you have to put up, to submit the bid, is the sanctioning fee for the IBF. Is it IBF? Yeah, IBF. So they put up the sanctioning fee. That's all you have to come with, right? If you want to bid 6 million, as long as you give the IBF their, whatever that is, 15% or whatever their sanctioning fee is, you get to submit your bid. That money's hard. Now you bid 6 million. You haven't paid anything yet. You bid 6 million. Well, after a certain point in time, I mean, the IBF they'd like this to go forward, because if it doesn't, this whole deal gets reversed. You follow me? Gotcha. And so they set the fight. They go all the way to Miami, then they rescheduled it. For 2 weeks later, or a few weeks later, then on that fight he gets COVID. All right. So then we're going to do it in the Garden. How are you going to do it in the Garden when they're on lockdown? We'll go to Australia. All right. So it's just they're just fucking around with each other now. They're in a stalemate.
They're not even gonna. So you're
this fight ain't happening.
It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, they just overbid. I mean, they just overbid.
So this guy wasted a whole year after the fucking the Loma fight.
Yeah, this deal was dead when when the week of the Lomachenko Nagataki. I keep saying kamikaze.
Wait, what? Nigga, what? What you said?
I'm saying the writing was on all you need to know is this: the week of that Loma fight.
Something else. I thought you said something.
The week of the Loma Hirohito fight, he extended with Top Rank. So I mean, for the same guy, and I'm sure Aaron was like, I'm sure he probably put the same exact contract with the same ink on it that he sent him before he went to purse bid. Like, just sign it. Just fucking extend. You want it? You want a pay-per-view? Let's do it. No problem. Pay-per-view. Let's go.
He's just, you know what it's he outsmarted himself, right? Basically, he just didn't understand that, okay, Triller comes along, they do the stupid thing by bidding 6 million, and they realize that this shit is not selling. It's not going to sell. It's going to be me just paying you.
You just overbid,
I'm not going to get anything.
Yeah, the Lopez has had short-sighted thinking, definitely.
I mean, he's got a manager. I'm not saying his manager's job is to get the most money he can for him, right? So but I mean, goddamn, man, it's like, you ever know a guy that just chases every fucking stupid ass opportunity that gets pitched to him? It's like, yeah, but she said, she told me that, dude. I know what she said.
It's like one of those scammers, right? Like,
hey, it's like they can't help themselves, man. It's just like they gotta fucking bite on every.
If you invest this much money, I can make you 20 million.
You don't understand. This guy in Nigeria won the fucking lottery. All I gotta do, read the email. Read this email. It says, look, all I gotta do. It's like, dude, come on, man. I mean, no offense, but guys, smarten up, man. I know what he said in the email. I know what they bid. They could have bid 10 billion. Don't matter. It's just they ain't paid you nothing yet.
Yeah, but she's got triple
look at her,
D
though.
titties, right?
Yeah, look at her.
Yeah, you're like, all right, you go. She's got the triple D titties, but she's like 500 pounds, right?
In Alaska, you gotta go to Alaska. Meet her in Anchorage.
Like, she can't lead the bed.
I'm sure I'm sure.
She sent you a picture and she just like did it real nice and she basically showed you a picture when she was like fucking 16 years old, right? She looks like an adult. So you're like, oh yeah. But when you get there, you realize that picture is outdated by like fucking 12 years, and she's just a blob. She can't even get out of bed.
I mean, it really is like, it's a tale that goes back hundreds of years. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, I know what they said, but just stay in the boat, man. Just relax. Just chill. You're on top of the world. You gotta meanwhile, yeah, eventually, as a matter of fact, sooner than later, he is going to rematch with Lomachenko, but he's going to say we want it at 40 now. We can't make 35 anymore. What's all this can't make 35? He couldn't make 30. He didn't know if he could make 35 ever again. Now we're going to fight in the Garden in October. We're going to fight in Australia at 35 now. It's not going to happen. I guarantee he's going to try to make him come to 140. Guarantee it.
I think he will too. I think he will.
You're talking about Tio, right?
He will.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't put it past him.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just fucking retired, man. This dude's a puss. He's a fucking pussy ass bitch.
Yeah, he is a puss.
He's just a young kid. He's learning a lesson, you know. He's just learning a lesson. Unfortunately, you're supposed to have management taking care of this shit for you and a promoter that knows his shit, which he did. But, you know, you seen Aram. Everybody says that Aram's all, you know, vindictive, and he doesn't give a shit. He's seen a million of you. And I'm not being crude, but he's seen a million of this. He's seen this happen a zillion fucking times already. Triller. Triller's going to take over. Right.
Let's say ESPN is funding these people, right? And you're Bob Arum. If you're Bob Arum, I'm not getting a pay cut, but you, the fighter, you're going to take the pay cut, right? So when you're the fighter, you're like, wait, this is messed up. Like, why am I taking the fight? Why am I taking the pay cut? Why shouldn't you? You're not doing any of the fighting, right?
Taking all the risk.
Yeah.
ESPN is dealing with Bob Arum because he's a fucking promoter. It's his job, you know. He's not, in other words, a pay cut.
Is Arum taking a pay cut himself too, right? Because a lot of times you see these people like, you should take this needle and take this, you know, to cure this fake sickness, but I shouldn't have to, right?
Yeah.
You say, well, why shouldn't you have to? Well, because you already took it, so I don't need it, right?
Yeah, like Bob Arum's trying to say that. He's going, dude, I'm losing money. I'm honoring my contract, but I'm going to lose money doing it because I can't have a live audience here, right? I mean, in other words, the math that I thought the money that I thought was going to be there. I'm not telling you to take all the fucking loss here, but goddamn, man, now you want more? Now you want double? Okay,
Like,
go to
now
push
you want
pay.
my cut, right? Basically, it's
Yeah, I'll go in the hole because you beat Lomachenko.
Yeah, but who's to say that he's even going in the hole, right? So
Because it's like
he doesn't want to even take a dollar that's less than he's worth, so he's gonna let Lomachenko or Lopez take that cut.
Why should I take $1 off? I've been through a lot.
Yeah, 1940s.
Or build a house.
He's gonna bring up the 1940s.
Okay, yeah, but for real though, all jokes. Yeah, who's gonna fucking pay him? He screamed at one guy one time because he said that.
I like when Bob gets mad.
He fucking screamed at a guy one time about Pacquiao, about Danny Garcia said he'd fight Pacquiao for fucking, he said all he wanted was 10 million. He's like, I know what he wants, but who's gonna fucking pay him? I gotta pay. He just fucking went off. I forget who. I gotta find that clip. Oh, it was funny. Who's gonna fucking pay him? I know what he wants.
Remember when Bob Arum was like, he was getting pissed with Deontay Wilder's excuses. He was like, Deontay Wilder is just like Donald Trump. I'm like, I wish somebody would have said.
Oh,
there was some bullshit going on.
By the way, Bob Arum, he sounds like that tranny that made Wilder's costume.
Yeah.
You're a real man, Teofimo. You're a real man, Senor. So is your son. He's just looking at it. Look, this guy's got aviator sunglasses on and shit faced with his fucking suit jacket on. You know what? After watching this fight tonight, I think I can convince my son. Thank you. You're a real man. Thank you.
You're a real man.
Aaron's like, "What are you? You're a fucking clown.
You're a real man, Senior.
Take your sunglasses off, man.
I like guys like you.
You're a real man, and so is your son. How's he doing? Oh, he's good. He's good. He's good.
How's that
All
little
right.
faggot? How's that little homo? I mean, I'm sorry. How's that little man doing?
Tell Chilla I said hello. I'm probably gonna give a shit.
Tell
I wish
Chilla.
Chilla the best. I mean, God bless him.
He sticks his middle finger up. He goes, "Tell Chilla I say hello."
Right? Oh, Trilla's gonna take over now. Oh shit.
Remember that? Remember when Trilla's taking over? It's the new wave. It's the new movement. They're not even gonna get this event up.
I'm gonna go on eBay right now and fucking bid. I'm gonna fucking win the bid right now. Watch this. I'm just gonna bid 3x the fucking highest bid. I guarantee I'll win that fucking bid. And then what now? I gotta pay for this fucking. Ooh.
The chat's really going at it, boy, with Ugas.
I haven't even been looking at that fucking thing.
What are they saying?
Some of these names are so funny. When somebody just stops and goes, "Hey, Pop-Tart gun." Some of these names, like,
yeah,
it catches me off guard because I don't look at the chat. So it's just, some people will just be in the middle of talking, and then someone will go, "Hey, real quick, hey, by the way, ski Dragonov 29. Hey, BBC lover 2. I got news for you." I'm like, "Who are you talking about? Who? What?" Let me read the chat here. What bum Ugas is? Ugas is your new idol.
He said,
"Oh yeah, I came a bit late to the panel. Did any of y'all rescore that fight and change opinions?"
I haven't rescored it. I saw, I'm still going off what I saw that night. So maybe I could change my mind.
You got to, man. But you got to, man.
I rescored it. So I rescored it now 4 total times, right? Each time I did it a bit different. Obviously, the first time I watched it live, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was on the panel and I immediately rescored it. I basically vocalized every single landed punch, at least that I saw, right?
Mm-hmm.
The third time I watched it, I turned on the commentating and I kept an open mind, right? I was like, okay, I'm gonna just listen, and even if I sort of see something that clearly land, if they don't really say anything, I'll say like, okay, I'll basically like almost count that as like half a punch because that happened numerous times. So I basically didn't count half of them, right? And then this fourth time, right, I changed my scoring and tried to favor bigger punches, right? Instead of saying 2 swing rounds, I changed my opinion, and I do think Ugas won definitely 4 rounds. I still stick with my 8-4 Pacquiao, but
that's what I had it.
I'm more secure with the Ugas getting some more rounds.
That's what I had it, Aldo. I had the same thing. I had it 8-4. These are the rounds I gave him because I wrote it down. I gave Ugas round 2, 7, and 8, and then the last round. Those are the rounds I gave him.
Here are some of my points because I wasn't able to say it. A lot of people were talking about the jab and the counter rights or the big looping rights from Ugas. After the 4th round, that jab was non-existent.
Correct.
He wasn't landing it. But people were saying that they're acting like it was a constant throughout the fight. It wasn't. It wasn't at all. The looping right hands, that was consistent, but I'm sticking with it. They were all partially blocked except like the 3 or 4 in the 12th. Those ones landed big.
Yeah, maybe 5 of them landed, right? The entire fight.
Yeah, clean, completely clean. The key for Ugas, right, wasn't the jab and the right hand. It was actually him counter comboing when Manny stayed inside for too long to the body, and then he would go body head, and he would land really well up top after going to the body. That was his most successful, moments of the fight. Another thing too, I will say, the biggest rounds of the fight out of both fighters, I do think Ugas had the biggest rounds. 2 and 12 were the most clear rounds, in my opinion, and they were both Ugas rounds.
Yeah, I didn't even think Ugas won round 12 because I think Pacquiao ended it strong by landing like a bunch of punches to his head, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even the rounds that he won and that I thought he won, and I'm not saying that rounds that Pacquiao won were just clear. No, I'm not saying that. I just thought he just outlanded him. But even like you said in that 12th round, Fight Scout, it wasn't a fucking blowout. You know, it's just
That was a shitty. It was a shitty fight. I mean, Ugas didn't dump the rounds that he won. He didn't win them like with some fucking huge knockdowns or some
right. That's what I'm saying.
crazy. Yeah,
you get what I'm saying. So Pete, I don't understand how people could say then, oh, you're crazy. You're crazy.
Well, you are crazy, but not for that. I'm just saying, like it's what Pacquiao didn't do that lost him the fight. It's not what Ugas did. You're right. He jabbed him. He started with the jab, then he realized sooner or later he's going to hook over this jab. Sooner or later he's going to step to the left because he understands the jab. It was just frustrating Pacquiao. You could see it in his face. He was just like, "Fuck."
I don't even think it was that, man. I think he just started blocking them and parrying them. It wasn't that.
Not the jab, like you said, but that looping right hand. There was no counter.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I've heard counter punching a lot. Don't get me wrong.
He didn't have to because he was just basically blocking a lot of those looping.
Well, here's what I'm saying though. Yeah. I don't go back and watch these fights and examine them like this. But I'm pretty damn confident what I'm looking at while I'm watching it live. I saw Ugas just leading with that looping right hand, and it did, like you said, it landed about 5 times early on, and then Pacquiao just was catching it with his glove, catching it. And
many of them were partially landing. Don't get me wrong. It was just that people emphasize how well they landed when it was basically just a medium punch because he blocked it.
It was enough to win him the round. Yeah, it was enough to win him the round. Period. He just won him. He just won enough rounds, 7 or 8 rounds, or 7 rounds or whatever. 7 to 4.
According to the judges, he won 7 or 8 rounds.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm talking about my personal take on it. Watching the fight. Yeah,
and that's fair.
Right. No, I'm saying they agreed with you. Yeah. They agreed that he did enough. He won 7 to 8 rounds, which is enough to win the fight. You know, they gave it to him.
One thing though. Go ahead, fight.
I was gonna say we know Pacquiao is like an explosive puncher. He's very hard, right? When he punches.
Yeah.
Very powerful. We know that Ugas is a medium power punches. Yeah. So when you have the higher punching power, landing more punches, and you have the guy who hits like not as hard, landing less punches, it's like, shouldn't that math add up too in your head?
Well, that's the thing too. I was just gonna bring that up, right? They said that he landed less punches than Ugas, right?
Yeah, which is crazy.
But let's say that is true, right? Doesn't that mean that his punches are more effective? Because looking at damage, he fucked Ugas up. So if he landed less punches, that means every single time he landed, it was effective.
Oh,
it was landing and damaging.
But Aldo, you didn't hear the new fighting criteria. You're not supposed to count that. You're not supposed to count that.
Count what?
Facial damage.
Oh yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah,
facial damage.
Check it out. Don't count that.
This is the same Al Dog who's like, Pacquiao was bleeding, you know. Like,
dude, he said facial damage for the Horn fight. He shifts his criteria every single time.
Yeah.
Just like Pacquiao Bradley, right? If you're gonna say that Bradley outworked fucking Pacquiao in the first one, what did Pacquiao do this fight? He threw 800 punches, and he was landing more than Ugas. I don't give a fuck what those CompuBox numbers said. They're lying. They're full of shit.
I hope Arturius usually does punch count. I don't know if he's gonna do it for this one, but
I think he is. I saw his community post. I think he definitely is.
Yeah. So what he does, which is what I like, he just basically isolates all the punches, and he shows you, you know, you make your own call, but I'm going to show you the punches that actually land and didn't land.
Yep.
And he does a pretty good job.
Punch count. He could be 3-1 jabs, right? He could jab him 1,000 times and never throw a power shot, and the other guy could throw 2 power shots and land them every round. And who gives a shit about the punch count, though? I'm just saying, how can that be a? That's what I'm saying. I mean, punch count.
It's clean and effective. So if they're clean punches, that's one thing. And effective too. What does that mean by effective? Do you mean damage or like? Because a lot of people say, right, Pacquiao didn't fight to his game plan. Okay, is that what you mean by effective? Because when I say effective, I mean damage.
That's what
And
they judged
obviously,
him on. That's what they
yeah,
judged him on, right? They judged him on
exactly.
a lot of them. I'm not saying if you really you sat there, you watched the fight, and you scored it, and you came up with a winner that wasn't Pacquiao. I'm not saying that. I'm saying a lot of the narratives that were being spewed on the fucking PBC was basically he was being judged like, well, it's not the same fucking damage that he did to past opponents. It's like that's
Yeah.
not how you judge a fight, man. It's not how you do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's too much context going into it. They were scoring the fight expecting domination from Pacquiao. Even like pro Pacquiao people, right? Like, I'm a fan of Ant, right? He was saying that Pacquiao was going to get dominated. I thought Pacquiao won, right? But I've been saying for a long time, every single time I was on the panel, I was saying Ugas is big. He's huge. He's going to be physical in there. And what did in my opinion, at least, what I said was true. His keys to winning was he threw with Pacquiao when he was inside, and he ended up typically getting the best of the exchanges. Whenever he would stay inside for too long, he would combo to the body and then up top to the head. Pacquiao would then return, but whenever they were both throwing, Ugas was getting the better of it.
Yeah, about scoring the fights. Of course, something that I always hated is just like with Pacquiao, when you have someone who used to dominate the rounds, or even better example, Golovkin versus Canelo. They were giving Golovkin only the rounds that he was clearly dominating.
Yep.
And the next round, even if he still landed better punches and outlanded Canelo, but by a slighter margin in comparison to the previous, they'll give it to Canelo, and it's pure bullshit because you're judging a fight round by round. It's every round is a separate contest. And by the way, I like the previous comment that Recognize showed here, because look, I always wanted to say about the people who are complaining about punch stats when people like Artorias are doing punch stats. I mean, it's their own problem. I mean, these guys like L Dog, he doesn't have the confidence that the video evidence in the punch stats, punch counts, or would back up his claims. That's why they always try to make fun of people who are making punch stats. I
Right.
mean,
And what they're doing is just trying to make it. They're trying to show their case instead of. And so what do? They make fun of it, and they try to dismiss it, but they never come up with a counter video and
exactly,
say, you know.
exactly recognize it. Like, oh, you're how do you say? Conspiracy theorists. Same thing with politics, and they
It's
just
the same
try to
shit.
make
It's the same
yeah.
shit. Yep.
They're trying to make fun out of you
So
while
I'm the
giving you nothing in
revolutionist,
return.
right?
There's one word for it. I forget what the word is because it's so late, but I know what you guys are saying.
So
Yeah,
it's like this. It's this argument. It's like this woke argument, right? I'm the revolutionist because I agree with the establishment. You're the conspiracy theories because you don't. So it's like, really? Is that how revolution? That's how it's
yeah.
described.
While Nike and McDonald's support your
Right. So I agree. I agree with CNN. I agree with Fox.
yeah.
I agree with them. Right. You're the crazy one. So okay. So then you're not the revolutionist. Then you're just a conformist. That's basically what you are.
Yeah.
They'll call you a
But-
bootlicker while calling you also a fucking conspiracy theorist. You're
Right.
all sorts of shit, even though they're agreeing with the boot.
But I just want to make one last point about the punch counts, film studies. I mean, look. First of all, when I'm scoring a fight, I'm watching it in real speed because everyone can slow the video down and count the punches. No, I'm doing it in real speed. But then when I make a slow down film study, punch count, it's just to prove who between me and you is right. So I don't see any problem with it, and
No,
people are constantly making fun out of it. Like it especially started since Pacquiao Mayweather, because they did not have the balls to watch any of those which are proving. Look, the punch count, the CompuBucks on the official CompuBucks numbers were like Mayweather outlanding Pacquiao by around 80 punches. While in reality, the real punch counts are showing that it was Pacquiao who outlanded him by nearly 100 punches.
Yeah, it's just a graphic, man. It's just a graphic.
Gaslighting, right?
It's a fucking gaslighting. Yeah, gaslighting. It's just a graphic, man. It's just like a fucking stupid thing they're putting on. With the little mannequin at the end of it with the little red spot on his ribs. Oh, look at the body shots, power punches, landed, percentages. It's like, all right, move. They're just like stalling for time to get these scorecards done up until they can make the announcement. I don't knock. Hey, listen, man. You know what? I'll tell you something. I never boxed, but I played football and I understand how much is going on that field. Like so much shit is going on that you can't even see it watching it unless you're looking at body language with a defensive lineman and what's going on down there, and it's just like there's so much shit going on that the cameras can't pick up. I've been blown away by some of these how do you call them, film studies that I've seen, like from who are these guys that break down like the techniques that these guys use, like Lomachenko's techniques, how he how his footwork, how his just the shit that he's doing in there, that I would never, if I just watched the fight full speed, I would never pick up on this shit.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to sometimes. Yeah.
Like Roy Jones slapping a guy's jab down while he's throwing it and then countering it. It's just like, holy shit. I would never. I find that shit interesting as hell. Duran's infighting, and James Toney's the way that shoulder roll, and it's fucking unbelievable what's going on that you couldn't pick up with your even watching it live. You'd have to have somebody break that down for you.
See, so like sometimes I watch these fights and I kind of know when a fighter's blocking the punch. So I was watching, I think it was Precise video, and again, precise opinion of the fight is the fight could have went either way. He understands why they gave Ugas the fight, right? So this is his stance, but he's showing the still shots, and there was a couple of punches that Manny Pacquiao was ducking, but he blocked the punch. And from the commentating that I heard, he blocked it by having the glove by his face. You get what I'm saying? So he's got it blocked.
Catched it.
Clearly.
He caught it, right. He caught it. So, but he was getting credit for that. And because I watched the fight and I'm just going off top of my memory, right, from what I saw, that was being counted in front of my face, in front of everybody's face. You could just look at the punch stats. Anytime Ugas threw a punch, it almost seemed like they counted.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, everything. They just counted everything.
Look at the jab, man. Like I just said, right? It didn't land past the fourth. But what was the adjustment that Manny made, right? He either caught it or he flinched his head back the second he threw it. So what does it look like to the person that can't tell if it's landing or not? It looks like his head's getting snapped back.
Yeah.
And that's why I think people
you could just that's the frustration I'm talking about. That's the frustration I'm talking about. He couldn't get his legs to get off. They say they just couldn't get off. I just couldn't pull the trigger. He just could not take an angle.
But if the punches aren't hitting you, why would you use your legs to move out of range, especially when the guy has a longer reach? So
that's my point. In other words, I can clearly see that as I'm watching the telecast. He was jabbing him, not hurting him, just jabbing, and then that looping right hand, it landed a few times. It landed cleanly a few times. Never hurt Manny.
But the jabs weren't landing though.
Manny didn't have to use his legs because he still had to stay in the pocket, right? Because he still needed to punch him. Like, he couldn't be out of range, because if you're Pacquiao, if you're out of Ugas's range, you're out of your own range by a lot.
Yeah. When they're standing together, when they're closing in, finding their range, yeah, Ugas can jab Manny, can reach Manny all night long, but Manny has to do a lot of work to reach Ugas. That's the point.
Yeah, true.
So why would you move your legs backwards? Why would you go backwards? Is what I'm saying. Because Ugas stands like he stands
meant
up
to the
squared up,
side.
right? He stands up squared up, Ugas. So you don't have to go off to the side to get those angles. You can just hit them straight up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're used to those angles, and that determine for that for them, which is the wrong way to look at it, is that Manny Pacquiao's fighting his quote unquote fight. When in reality, they're not looking at what they're doing is they're looking at one fighter and judging him, and they're not looking at the other fighter and
Putting
saying,
a standard on
"Oh,
him.
that's why he's." They're not understanding what's happening, Fight Scout. They're not understanding because
because they don't know a lot about
they don't
boxing,
know a
right?
lot of boxing.
Because
Yes,
Pacquiao was using all the correct angles, which is why he hit Ugas so many times.
Well, I don't even think it's that. I think it's Ugas's quote unquote success. Dude, he said he was landing the jab throughout the fight. Scale bender, right?
I didn't say that. I agreed with you, which was that initially he was landing a jab. It was doing no harm to Pacquiao.
Okay.
It wasn't neutralizing Pacquiao. It was
but
annoying
most
him.
people, right, that have Ugas winning, they said that the jab and the right hand were the keys to winning, right? Them saying that, they're wrong, because I just explained it. He wasn't landing them. But if you're not paying attention, paying real close attention to what is really going on, like where it's landing exactly, and if it's actually snapping his head back or he's reacting and, just leaning it back an inch so that it dodges, you're gonna count it.
You've been to a live game as opposed to watching on TV. I much prefer watching football games on TV. And I've had I've been to. I said, you ever go to a live event, any sport, and as opposed to watching it on TV?
Yeah.
I like going to games. I've been to all kinds of games, Stanley Cup games, and I'm much rather, if I'm trying to look at actually what's going on, I'd much rather watch it on TV.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, there's been fights, right, that are super close, and you'll have one side of the arena say, oh, this dude won, and then another side saying, if it's a close fight, right, it'll be like that. It's super weird.
Hey Aldo, you know something? That's so true.
Yeah, you're talking about inches, man. Inches. These punches are missing by inches, man.
Yeah.
So I went to Triple G Derevianchenko, and I was kind of watching the fight. The tickets that we got were not the usual tickets. We had them. The usual tickets would be a little closer, where you get a nice view of the ring, but it was further back. It was a little further back, but still, like, I saw a decent size, a decent amount of the inside the ring, like almost like, how can I say this? Not like you're watching it at home, obviously, because you're watching it on a big screen, but you're kind of like, you got that kind of view. So I'm watching the fight, and I'm like, man, this fight is pretty close. Is Derevianchenko winning the fucking fight? This is what I'm saying, right? But what I don't realize is that I'm being influenced by the crowd around me. I happen to be sitting by a bunch of Ukrainians, and I didn't realize that they could be that fucking annoying. Where it's like, they come up with these crazy slogans of how to kill somebody from Kazakhstan, right? It's like they have it's like,
wait, say what?
So they were repeating the slogan of killing a Kazakhstan guy, because it was something like "Do to God, Kazakhstan." It's like it's killing them. It's basically killing a Kazakhstan guy. The guy told me. I said, "What are you guys saying?" He's like, "We're saying kill the Kaz," which is Triple G, right? And so I'm like, "Oh man, maybe Derevianchenko won the fight." It looks a lot closer to me. I don't know why these people are cheering like that. I'm seeing Triple G land a lot of punches, but maybe there's something that I'm missing.
Yeah.
I go watch the fight on, watch it. I watch the fight when I get home, and it's a total different point of view, at least for me. It's like Triple G is landing these big punches, and a lot of these punches that Derevinchenko, it looks like he's landing, they're either slapping punches, right? They're kind of like slapping
Yeah.
punches, or they're catching the guard, and some of them were even dirty. So it's just like a
Right.
different point of view. When this
Exactly.
should make sense. A commentator can convince you, and I'm not saying this is what happened here. What I'm saying is a commentator in general can convince you of who's winning the fight if you don't know what you're looking at.
Dude, the
Oh,
commentary is
absolutely.
bad, man.
They're just
So
like
Yeah, I mean,
annoying
Absolutely.
at best now. But you see how like two things. Number one, what was the undercard fight? Those 126 pounders. The one that ended in that guy Kaja getting knocked out. Kaja. You know what I'm talking about? Before the Ortiz and Guerrero fight.
I missed that
Oh man,
fight.
Holy shit! What a fucking! Oh my god! What a good fight! What an incredible fucking fight!
Magsayo versus Seiha.
Great.
Magsayo and Seiha.
You missed that fight? You guys missed that fight?
I missed that.
Oh, you said Ankara.
Wow.
So you said
Dude, the
Ankara.
stream
So I
fucked
said,
up.
what?
The
Yeah,
stream
my
fucked
bad.
up for me.
That was the fight of the fucking night, to be honest. But
Yeah,
what a
started
fucking
them,
fight!
man.
God damn, what a fight! But the point is, I dare you to watch that fight live and try to score that fucking fight. Punches landed and effective. I mean, these guys were fucking going to war on each other.
Well, that's the
Who
thing
wants,
too, right?
Who wants Kevin from Chicago on the panel?
Yeah, Kevin. Listen, Bucks. He's going to Dream. Yeah, get him on. Let's see. He's probably straight as an
All
arrow.
right, if you say so, man.
By the way,
But,
recognize just real quickly. Yeah, you're still right about the commentators because look, believe or not, I think that at least I think that the reason for me thinking that maybe Ugas edged it out, at least partially, was the commentating team, because even despite me being a veteran when it comes to watching boxing and being aware of how biased the commentators are on each and every network, I still thought they were influencing me. And plus, the things that I was seeing that Pacquiao was doing well, I was afraid that I was telling myself, man, maybe I'm biased. The same way you thought at the Triple G fight that maybe you were missing something, I was thinking the same thing about Ugas. So
Exactly, Fisher. You know what a lot of people don't realize, and I've seen this especially on YouTube. They so bad want to be able to call it down the middle that they missed the fight. So they're like listening to the fucking.
They're just shitty commentators, man.
Right. They're listening to the commentator and they're like, well, I don't want to.
Oh, no. I mean, the commentators themselves.
Oh, yeah. No, but
as a whole have just like, it's like a fucking, it's like a.
So you brought up the shitty commentating, right? Like you brought it up. And so like these fans or these, I'm so unbiased. I need to prove it when I give you my opinion, I don't care what other people think. Like, look, me and Fight Scout happen to agree with a lot of stuff when it comes about boxing. But honestly, I really don't mind if Fight Scout doesn't agree with me. It's not going to change. Maybe if he shows me some evidence and I could be like, oh shit, I missed that. Okay, then that's different. But if it's just like an argument of like, well, I thought he won and I thought he won, and we both laid out our arguments, I'm okay with that. These uploaders, and I see it, and a lot of them get caught up in this. They so want to be unbiased, quote unquote unbiased. They end up turning biased. That's what I see.
You got to have bias, man. You got to have bias to live life.
You want to know why? It's because we are boxing professionals, right? We're not professional boxers. We're boxing professionals.
We could call up. We know what we're looking. We know
what does that mean? I don't get that.
It means so I knew a girl who was rich, right? And they were like, "Well, I heard your dad was a professional golfer, right?" And so they thought her dad was a professional golfer. So when we asked her, she said, "My dad is a golf professional." So we're like, "What the hell is that?" Right? We were like, "What the hell is that?" He's like, "Oh, he just makes a living talking about golf, but he does it in a way that's a lot better than everybody else."
He's always whispering. He's always whispering at the table. Hello.
Hello, he's
Fight
one
Scout.
of those insiders. Or
Fight
like
Scout.
he just knows golf, right?
Fight Scout coming over for dinner tonight. Fight Scout coming over for dinner. How are
What's
you?
up, bro?
Why are you always whispering?
The invite.
Hold on, man.
I appreciate the invite.
Kevin.
Oh,
what do you got to say? What do you got to say to us now?
Man,
what do you have
I
to
just
say
gotta
about
say
boxing
one thing.
Boxing.
I appreciate the invite, but I'm too damn tired. I'm dozing off. So I'm just gonna bullshit in this chat while you guys mouth off.
Nighty night, Kevin. Nighty night.
All right, Kevin.
You just wanted to hang
Y'all
out,
be
huh?
good.
Take a nappy.
Kevin dodging them bullets in Chicago, man. It's tiring.
Kevin tore a retina pulling out of the panel. The thing is, like you remember watching like when Lampley and Merchant and Roy would be there, and Lampley's talking like, oh, he seems to be backing up now, and Roy's like, he's hurt. Like, you didn't see that fucking body shot, Lampley? What the fuck are you looking at? You know what I mean? Sometimes I just want to I want a camera just as Larry Merchant just like staring off into the rafters, like in the paradigm of history, like while the fucking Tito's almost killing Vargas. He's like, he's gonna diaper and pamper him, cracking his joke. And Lampley, Lord knows what the fuck he's looking at. And Roy's actually watching the fight, looking at these body shots. You know, he has to like alert him that he's fucking hurt. I mean, some of these commentators, but I didn't know how good we had it. You know, I mean, my brother, Lampley used to annoy my fucking brother to death. You know, he'd just be like, shut the fuck up, Lampley. And I'm like, Billy, who gives a shit? And so I'd be like, hello, Billy. Hello, Billy. How are you doing today, buddy? Like, I was going to do the Lampley voice. And I swear to God, I was trying to see if Lampley would get on that service where they send you a shout out.
My daughter is in that crowd.
Yeah, what if Lampley ever did that service where it's like, hey, recognize, I heard you're a big fan of mine. Just says shout out to you and a happy birthday. You know, they do that for $20. They'll give you a shout out. There's a
cameo
service
or whatever.
Yeah, cameo. I swear to God.
Combed hair with his perfectly combed hair.
If he ever gets on that, I'm gonna buy Billy the biggest shout out from Jim Lampley. He's your biggest fan. His name's Billy. Captain Hook is his handle. He loves you, man. He wishes you'd come back. Hey, Billy, I heard you're a big fan. Shout out, buddy. Billy would break his phone. He'd probably bite a hole in his phone. Oh, he'd kill me. But the point is, though, you didn't realize how good you had it because now you got Sergio Mora and these guys are arguing with each other, bickering back and forth.
Dude, the professional boxers are the worst ones, man. Like when fucking Lewis comes on, dude, the dude's retarded as hell, man. He just talks.
Listen, Lennox was high.
He doesn't think, he talks.
Aldo, Lennox was actually high for the Rahman Moskayev fight, part 2. Okay, the rematch. He was actually high because he had like no emotion. He's just talking about the fight, and then like he hates Rahman, right? He always hated him after he knocked his ass out. Exactly. Yeah. So he just does this burst, this weed burst is what I call it. It's over. Moskayev knocked out Rahman. Like if he was from like Kazakhstan, like Oleg Moskayev. No, it was. I hate Hasim. I thought it was so childish. The way
I see what you're saying
because he was high. Yeah. He was just high, and he's like, "I hate this motherfucker."
I told you it wasn't shit. I told you it wasn't shit. I told you. Yeah, like, but some of them are a bust, but some of them are like the only ones that are, like. And again, man, this is not the Manhattan Project. It's simple. You got a guy calling the fucking play-by-play, then you got a fucking color commentator, then you got an analyst. It's always in any other sport. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very simple. But you got like Lennox Lewis and Joe Goosen kind of arguing with each other. And there's some of those PBC cards like, oh, all right, Lennox. I mean, it's not. I'm just saying my opinion. Well, I'm just trying to tell you. I think it's a. He's got a green jacket. It looks like a pool table felt. Green sport jacket. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, now they're like, hey, Radio Raheem, what score do you have?
Yeah.
Radio Raheem, what score do you have? And Radio Raheem's like, I have this guy winning because he gave me an interview. It's like, man, you're a freaking clown.
Bernstein never thought he'd be Snoop Dogg to the left with a fucking blunt in his mouth and
Snoop Dogg.
De La Hoya's wasted. De La Hoya's wasted 2 seats down. And what the fuck? What am I doing, man? Can I just call a fight?
Oscar drunk as hell is one of the funniest things I've ever heard, man.
It's funny, but you see what I'm saying? Like, it's Al Bernstein. He's just trying to sit down and like, all right, who's in charge here? The fuck? Some guy with a sign next to the ring.
Drunk Oscar 10 times out of 10 over fucking Snoop Dogg, man. Snoop Dogg is the worst.
Oh, he's terrible.
Give me Snoop Dogg 10 times out of 10 over Matt Kellerman.
Oh yes, I'll take his.
Kellerman, that's another one. Yeah, Kellerman trying to out
remember-
Lampley. You know what I
Because
mean?
remember when he was out
You have to reimagine.
They're trying to out Lampley
boxing.
each other.
You got to reimagine when you're watching boxing. Okay.
The story of the fight.
No,
Oh.
I'm coming up with a new theory called reimagine.
But Roy, you know what I'm saying? Like, I enjoyed it because he was like,
Wait, I think
don't you think he's pound for pound? Don't you think he's pound for pound, Roy? He's like, oh, I can't say that, Jim. I can't say that.
Yeah.
Slow down, you casual motherfucker.
Pound for pound is very, very difficult to score.
It's like a mini Triple G. It's like, oh my god,
And the
pound for
funny thing
pound.
is,
How about Roy Jones' wonderful commentary in a Tito Trinidad fight? Tito just needs to be Tito.
In the Tito Trinidad.
You know, the funny thing is about
in Vargas at the Vargas fight.
I'm just saying hello back. That's all.
The thing
You
about
brought up Max
Roy,
Kellerman's
right?
name, and it just freaking just heated up your dog.
That dog
You know
got
why
mad
your
when you
dog
mentioned
does
Max
that, right? It's because it senses you're getting angry when you hear Max Kellerman's voice or Max Kellerman's name.
Yeah, but who? Wait a minute, I don't understand something. When was Roy calling the Tito fight? What fight was that?
I forgot what fight it was, but he was like, Tito needs to be Tito. That was his.
Thank you,
great
Jim.
analysis.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. He tried to give his little speech. He's working on his and that's the key to the fight tonight. The key to the fight tonight. And then you pan over to after when they're closing the showdown and they give them their last words and
Get this
like Lampley's in tears. Lampley's in tears. He's crying. What are you crying about?
Was it
Larry
before or
Merchant is
after
the only one
Hopkins?
keeping it real. Larry Merchant's the only one. I have no idea what Roy just said, but back to the fight.
All right, Roy, you don't have to pull rank on me. Well, if you've never been in the ring, Larry, then you wouldn't know that. All right, you don't have to pull rank on me.
Recognize. Was it before or after the Hopkins fight for Tito? Do you remember?
I think it might have been Tito versus Mayorga.
Oh, that was a fucking good fight. Mayorga's a psycho, man. He's just gonna stand there and let Tito tee off on you. What a fucking maniac.
Yeah, he's crazy, man.
Well, that is the hey, if you slow it down, he's rolling those punches, you know what I'm saying? But that's Tito. You can't fuck around like that, let him tee off on you.
I like when Trinidad told him, you know, I noticed you like to call out the devil, but it's what was it? I like when you call out the devil, but facing him is a different different story. He said it right to his face too. He's just looking at him. They're doing that eye, you know, they're trying not to like look away. They're just looking at each other. I'm like, yo,
trying to keep a straight face while Don King's behind him in a glitter jacket with the Puerto Rican flag and an American flag, waving those stupid flags the whole time. Shut up, Don! Get the fuck out of the way.
Wow, he's trying to do both of them at the same
Viva Puerto Rico! Viva Puerto Rico! Viva Puerto Rico! All right, Don. They're trying to face off. Just got a jean jacket on with all kinds of glitter all over it. Fuck out of here! Move. Yo, but how about in the Tito and Vargas fight when it was Lamps? It was Lamps. It was Merchant, and it was George, you know,
Big
George Foreman. And when Vargas got caught with a low blow and they gave him time to recover, he's like, Kathy Duba is on the ring apron now, just begging Vargas to take his time. Take your time. They're begging him to take it. And then Foreman goes, imagine that. Look at that. A woman. Who would ever thought a woman would be on the ring? Look at that. Giving instruction to a man. Unbelievable. Well, Roy, I mean, it's, not Roy. George, I mean, you know, it's, she's quite she knows her business, you know. Well, unbelievable. A woman just giving the instructions.
Who would have ever thought it? A
woman. Look at him on the ball of his back foot. When you see a fighter with his back foot off the ground like that, like he's a track star, he's just waiting to go. You gotta be careful with a guy like
George Foreman grew up in a time where you know that wasn't normal, right? Like girls like that.
Look at this,
dude. It's still not normal.
Yeah, it's still not normal.
Look at that. Unbelievable. I never thought I'd see the day. Well, come on now, George. But yeah, he was just talking about. Look at Tito Trinidad. You got to be careful with a fighter like that. He's got his back foot like he's a track star, like he's waiting to take off. Be careful, very dangerous.
I like the ninth round. After the ninth round,
you can make fun of that, but I'm telling you,
ninth round.
I thought Tito was going to try to kill him. I thought he was going to try to murder him.
So at the end of the 9th round, and so Lampley's going crazy, Oh, what a fight! Vargas showing so much passion, and then like fucking George Foreman says, "Boy, it's looking bad for Vargas."
Yeah, it's he knows what he's looking at.
He's like, okay, Lampley, you thought that was a good, but it's getting bad for him in that ring, man.
You fruitcake. And how about when who was good in there was Emmanuel Stewart. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't trying to fucking argue with nobody. No, Manny Pacquiao, his calves are just looking bouncy, boy. His unbelievable his footwork. I've never seen footwork like that. I mean, it's unbelievable. His calves are huge.
It's
Stewart
unbelievable.
was the best, man.
It's unbelievable, Jim. I'm telling you right now, you've never seen anything like this. I'm telling
Yeah,
you, you've never seen anything like this.
He's not getting involved with fucking Space Cadet Merchant or fucking Lampley. He's not.
No. I know what I'm looking at. Okay, I know what I'm looking at. And this is the
But
greatest thing I've ever seen.
Emmanuel, don't you think that Oscar is? Don't you think that Oscar is just simply too big? No, Manny Pacquiao. I'm telling you right now, the power in those calves and that left hand, boy, he's in for a rude awakening tonight. I thought Lampley was gonna cry when De La Hoya lost. You couldn't fucking believe it. Oh my god.
Manny Pacquiao is destroying his beautiful
Manny
face.
Pacquiao was gonna die, man.
Lampley was like gonna cry over this shit.
Lampley was saying Manny Pacquiao is destroying Oscar De La Hoya's beautiful face.
What a matter. But hey, laugh it up. But you know what? Look what we got. We got Sergio Mora. I mean, these fucking guys are Ray Leonard.
Like, come on,
yeah, Sugar Ray Leonard's in there. Well, I mean, it's like a fucking melee.
You remember what he said for the fucking Mayweather Oscar fight? He said, Mayweather's pretty, but Oscar's handsome. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, God.
So gay, man. I could care less, man.
You know your mic's on, right? You know your microphone's on, Jim?
It's like they were almost catering to, like, a certain type of people.
Of course they were, man. I'm like, hey, Jim, have you noticed that Floyd Mayweather doesn't even look like himself coming into this fight? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm just saying, like, you sure that's Floyd or that's somebody else?
Yeah, dude didn't even look like him, man. Looked like a.
They showed a clip of Jim Lampley next to Al Bernstein, because remember they called that fight. It was like you could buy it on HBO or Showtime pay-per-view. Remember
One of those cold promotions, yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, like the networks actually got together on it. So what happened? It was like the commentators it was Bernstein and Lampley, and I seen a clip. I'll find it. It was like them just like getting ready for the broadcast, and I mean it's like they're not on the air, but they were filming, and it was like Lampley was getting his earpieces in. He wears those fucking earpieces. Like Lord knows, they probably got like the van's telling him what to say. He wears those earpieces, right?
For sure, they're being told what to say.
Like verbatim, right? So Bernstein's just sitting there writing his papers down, like putting some notes on a piece of paper. There's like PAs walking around behind him, like getting ready for the set. And then it was just Lampley. Al Bernstein's looking down at his notepad, like writing something down, and he goes, "I can't fucking hear you!" And he's like screaming at the truck, to turn the volume up. And Bernstein just looked up. Bernstein just looked up and looked over at him and just kept writing down his papers. Like, Jesus Christ, this fucking guy's high strung, man. He was screaming. He goes, "No, I cannot hear my left ear. Someone turn it up." I swear to God, I'm gonna go find that because I was watching that. I was like, God damn.
You want to know what I want to know, man? What the hell do they write on those pieces of paper?
It was just like they show the locker room sometimes, and it's just like Manny kind of like stretching or tying his fucking boots or whatever.
Yeah,
it was just like a time killer. They just panned over to show Bernstein and Lampley sitting there at their desk, kind of getting ready, and they didn't even know they were being filmed. You know what I mean? They were just sitting there. And then Lampley just exploded. There was no nothing. It was just a dead silence. And then Lampley just exploded with fucking turn it up. I cannot hear. And Bernstein just looked over at him and just kept writing.
But what is he writing though?
You know,
Not
like I
writing
don't know.
anything. It's just for show.
Yeah, you know, he's just got his little fucking. Who knows? He's just like underlining something.
Late night talk show host always right. Like, no, you got your fucking script already, dude. Come on.
Yeah, he wasn't writing. You know, it was more like he was just underlining something or shuffling some papers. But Lampy just uncorked on the fucking production
They're
team.
probably fucking drawing a fan
dick.
art of fucking
A huge
Floyd
dick.
and shit. Yeah.
A stick figure with a huge cock. You know.
It's like when Brian Harkin was on and he was speaking. I pulled out I pulled out a notepad and I was just writing what he was saying. I'm like, dude, like you're being so biased that I can just write it down, right? And then I'll come back to him on later. But Aldo, he's like, I'm into the 6th round. I got a 4-2 Ugas.
God bless Brian, bro.
Who said that?
All right. How'd you have the fight? Brian, how'd you have the fight? He's like, all right, the third time I rescored it, I gave it 9-3. But the fourth time I rescored it, I must admit, I went down to 8-4. But upon the sixth time, I mean, like, imagine if after the fight the judges all had to go and they had all the time they wanted to like make their decision. Adelaide Bird, I got it 10-2 for Canelo. What the fuck? Go. All right, I'll go back and look at it again. And she comes out. All right.
Exactly.
Maybe
so
you
it's
were
like
right.
it's like these are the same kind of judges that are judging these fights, and like,
But it's, you know what it is though. Recognize it's basically your opinion. You know, it's like he said, man.
No,
all right, we're gonna get together. You're gonna give my opinion, and then I'm gonna back it up with what I'm basing it on. I'm all ears. You know what I'm saying? Like, show. You know,
but
if I'm wrong,
a lot of people's opinion of the fight or the breakdown, excuse me, of the fight, how they had it scored, it just doesn't add up. I'm listening to them, and it's like, you know, I think you're missing something. Like, yeah.
Dude,
it sounds good.
I don't like to point out specifically, but like, L Dog, he talks a lot, so I will point him out. You heard me the second I answered, and then he started talking about the fight. I pointed out his hypocrisy with Bradley won and the way he scored that with the Pacquiao fight. Pacquiao won, and then this fight with Ugas, his scoring criteria basically shifted completely in the opposite way.
You know what he said? He said some of these guys might be missing something.
Aldo, I'm going to call your attention to one thing, though. I'm sorry, Fight Scout. I'm going to call your attention, man. You know, number one, he's not the judge, and he's not even a judge. None of us are, right?
Yeah.
That's one. But number two, it's like Recognize was kind of saying, right? Or any of us. Let's be reasonable, right? All right, what was your opinion of the fight? I'm going to tell you flat out, I didn't sit there with a pen and paper and score it round by round live. Now, my brother and my cousins do that sometimes, and I'm just like making fun of them and like you like you didn't know what you're fucking who's who, but then so I don't do that. I must admit, right? But if someone's going to give a scorecard, it's got to be alive, watching it live, and you can't watch the replays in between the rounds. You can't watch that because none of those judges get that. All right, but then. All I'm saying is, once you give your opinion, all right, fair enough. You had it. What do you have it? 11-1 for Ugas. Okay, fine, that's cool. Recognize I had it the other way. I had it 7-4, whatever, 7-5. So an hour later, it's like old men that are screaming at each other for 2 hours over a fucking election or who's some debate that you're not going to change the other guy's opinion. I mean, you're not going to get him to admit, you know what I'm saying? That at the end of the day, Recognize is not going to, just based on this conversation, going to go, you know what? You're right. 8-4 for Ugas. I give him 9-3.
That is true, but you can't let somebody just like talk and give their opinion without countering them, because then
no.
Influence other
To shoot
people.
the shit about it's cool. Like to discuss it, we all just sit here and chopping it up. But all I'm saying is like, after 2 hours, L Dog starts cracking jokes. You know, I mean, what?
So
Sugar Ray Robinson. In all fairness,
BDA
though,
did a post-fight reaction video, right? And so everybody gave their opinion, right? And I gave mine. And some fucking dude, right? And listen to this. This is what you're dealing with a lot of times.
They start foaming at the mouth, right?
Yeah. No, that fucking guy says, I'm high as fuck. This is exactly in his super chat. He said, I'm high as fuck, but I would love to know what the fuck recognizes smoking giving that fight to Pacquiao. So I'm like, yeah, I mean, this is coming from a fucking asshole who's high watching the fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no self-awareness.
There's no
at all.
self-awareness. I'm dealing with so you know what this guy did in a fighting term. So what he did was smack me in back of the head where I could see him, and then I just kicked him on his shin, and he fell down the stairs. It's like,
no,
okay,
a better
asshole,
analogy, dude.
Go ahead.
A better analogy is him scoring on his own fucking dunk on a court.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
saying, I beat you.
That's it.
It's
Yeah,
retarded as hell.
So he's high as fuck, but he would like to know what I'm smoking. So you
Yeah,
watch the fight high, right? It's like,
Yeah.
then you don't get it. You watch.
We've had a couple of these post-fight shows when these guys calling all fucked up. Remember? I mean, I can't remember exactly, but I think it was like, oh man, we've had some fucking. It was that Jean Pascal when he clipped Brown. You know, that 168 pounder, that younger kid, when Pascal caught him. And some of these guys calling, hey man, who's the guy out from California? The Mexican guy, Jesus. Remember he called up all fucked up, man.
Oh yeah,
fuck you. None of these guys are shit.
Am I right? Am I right?
He's all fucked up. I can just hear it right when they open the line, like, okay, 701, what's on your mind? He's like, hey, BDA, what's happening, man? I'm like, I just start laughing immediately because I know it's gonna be.
Dude, I was trolling that guy. I was actually trolling him, and he didn't
You remember
realize it was
that?
me. Yeah, I remember Jesus. So
That's right. That's right.
I remember I kept talking Mexican, but I was doing
Yes.
the show. I was like, fuck this puto. And he's like, hey, you wouldn't say that to my face, right?
Yeah, he turned into like he was laughing and then he was fucking screaming at everybody. Man, this fucking boxing fucking sucks. Hey, man.
I remember I told him, I said, I'm gonna go to San Diego and I'm gonna hit every Jose with a bat over the head until I get the right one.
I was in the back. I'm going, last call. I'm like, give him his keys. Just give him his keys. Let him. You know, he was like, oh fuck, hey man, what the fuck you guys doing? You gotta watch the fight. I mean, he was just fucking. Hey, it's hilarious, man. Some of them callers are fucking. Just, you gotta give me a. Some people are hilarious and they have no idea they're not trying to be funny, and they have no idea how fucking funny they are. You know what I mean? What's up, guys?
That's like my boy. What's his name? Titone.
Hey man, that's Ruben Guerrero's dad. That's Robert Guerrero's dad. I always ask him how Robert's doing, and he never answers me. I go, hey, how's Robert doing? I mean, you think he's going to come back and fight? Is he still in the CrossFit? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Tito is the legend.
Yeah, man.
Well, you got to keep it fair. Recognize.
Okay,
you
man.
Keep it fair. Okay, he's fighting everybody. He retested. He passed. I mean, just call it like it is. Recognize.
Yo, before joining the show here, I was listening to the old BDA trivia TKO, and so there was Johnny Boy against John Gonzalez, and when John Gonzalez asked Revolution to give him easy questions, and Tito in the chat room was like, "Oh, I think all the questions were fair."
Oh yeah, Johnny Boy was pissed. He didn't realize he was being trolled.
Tito roots for Mexicans, even on the show, not only in the boxing ring.
Jesus, shit-faced, blood alcohol level off the charts.
Right. Calm down. Yes, you're right. All right, shit. I'm just saying, man. Anyway, I'm about to end this soon, man.
Yeah, man.
Soon. What is it?
Going back
4
to
hours, 53 minutes, maybe another 10 to 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, going back to Pacquiao versus Ugas, right? So people who actually know a little bit about boxing, you're expecting Pacquiao to punch around the guard of Ugas, which is exactly what he did, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, what else was anybody else expecting? Like, he was supposed to just
He split the
be
guard
able
too.
to. Yeah, he did split the guard and he went around the guard, but it's like, what are people? Which, I mean, obviously, if you're expecting it, you can see the punches landing, right? Because he's throwing what you're expecting. But it's like, for the other people who don't know, they think he's gonna just start throwing just random punches anywhere or something, right? It's crazy.
I'm giving you guys minimum. I'm giving him credit for like if it's my opinion that he won a close fight. He didn't dominate anybody. I'm definitely not like hyping Ugas in any way, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? He caught Manny on an off night. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, Ugas
He's
showed up to
42.
fight, right? So Ugas showed up to fight. So when you're watching months and months and months of like guys taking dives and doing all that stuff, when you're seeing a real one, it just discombobulates these people's brains, right? That they can't score a fight anymore.
You know what? I'm respecting what Ugas was doing, but I'm giving even more respect to his coach. He's definitely the best trainer in the game. Ismael Salas.
Official, when I saw Ugas, what I said was, this guy, this is how I saw the fight. All right, I'm not going to give you the breakdown. I think everybody did a good job. This is what I saw. This was the story of the fight for me, what I was watching. Okay, what I saw was a guy doing a good job fighting back. When I looked at Pacquiao, I said, Pacquiao's doing a good job of dictating the fight. That's what I came away with. And so, obviously, the person who's dictating is usually the winner, right? The winner, unless like something crazy happened to him, like what happened with him and Marquez. He got knocked out. He got a little too careless, and he gets clipped and knocked out. But man, I still have yet to see someone throughout the whole fight dictate. In other words, they're dictating the fight. They're outworking him. And it's hard to outbox somebody when that person's outworking you. Usually a guy stops punching, or there's a lot of thinking in between when the other guy is clearly outboxing.
Yeah, if he's scared by your counter punches, which was not the case with Pacquiao.
Right, exactly.
So it's like, if we were to imagine Pacquiao was the champion, which he actually was, do you think Ugas took it away from him, right?
Right.
And did he beat the champ?
Yeah, and if it was Pacquiao, did he beat Ugas? And if you had to judge it both ways, Ugas didn't beat Pacquiao, but Pacquiao, in the eyes of many, beat Ugas.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, man. From what I've seen so far, most of the internet, they did have Ugas winning. That's why I've looked at the fight so many times. I just think that they
to see if you missed
scored
something,
it
right?
once.
Yeah, you're not
they
missing
scored it
anything,
once,
dude.
and they listened to the commentators, and then they just went off of that, and then they were done.
You see, okay, I'll give you an example, Aldo. So the reason I watched Lomachenko Lopez over again, because I felt like I was missing something, right? I felt that
it's a very similar fight.
Yeah, very similar fight. So I said, man, something about that last round threw me off. Something about the last round. I was trying to figure out what it was, and I watched it again for the second time. Yeah, for the second time. And what I realized, I was being brainwashed by Timothy Bradley.
So he didn't hurt him that bad.
He didn't hurt him that bad. I'm like, wait a second. And plus, Lomachenko hurt him more in that round than he did Lomachenko, and definitely Loma outlanded him by a lot.
And it's a perfect parallel with the 12th round of this fight. Ugas landed 2 good right hands. He didn't hurt Pacquiao that much as I thought he
Mike
did.
Scott was saying the same thing earlier today.
Yeah.
No, he didn't hurt Pacquiao. Pacquiao in the same way. He felt that he had to go for it, and the way that Lomachenko didn't have his right shoulder, something was off, right? You're watching that fight and you're going, what the fuck is going on here? Like, he had his legs. He's circling the wrong direction all night around Tio. He's circling.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if he's gonna circle, he's circling into Tiafimo's right hand. What the fuck's going on here? So he did just enough to win those early rounds. Unfortunately, I'm going, what the fuck is going on, man? It's like the 6th round now. After 7, he needs to fucking stop. Now he needs something here. And then by the 12th, he just came straight forward. He had the legs to do it, but something was off, right? So with Pac, it's the same thing. It's like something ain't fucking clicking here, and it wasn't necessarily an injury. It was just, the difference. Listen, if you take 2 years off, the difference between 38 and 40, and the difference between 40 and 42, that's a big 4-year gap. Recognizing that, we're talking about that one night on the phone.
Oh yeah. The one thing about the one thing about hitting your 40s is that next year could be a big difference. Like, let's say you're 42 and you're still pretty fresh, but like some type of fucking workout hurts your shoulder and it just takes a lot longer to recover because it's like all those years that you got away with it. And maybe that was the case for Pacquiao. Maybe that's why the fight it seemed a little bit more difficult for Pacquiao, right? Pacquiao will probably tell you himself, yeah, it was difficult, this fight.
That's what he said.
But at the same time, that's not how, again, that's how a lot of these, I'm not accusing anybody specifically of doing this, but a lot of people that I heard are like basically judging the fight off that. And I'm just saying, like, Manny Pacquiao, if you actually just watch the fight, he makes a very good case for himself. You're just watching the fight that he actually won the fight.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't even think, people are talking about, Father Time has got to him. I disagree big time. The only reason why he looked bad in that fight is because he rushed too much. He was too
He's trying to
angsty
go
in
for
the
the knockout.
early.
He was trying to set up a knockout.
Bad game plan. That's it. It wasn't him. That performance wasn't because he didn't have legs. Even the whole cramping thing, I believe him, but his legs were fine, dude. Like,
he was darting
it was
in and
enough.
out, dude.
It was fine,
He was darting in and out with the double left hand.
Yeah.
All
But
night.
it might not have been, personally, it might have been sore or whatever. It might have tired early, but he was able to do what he needed to do. And that's really all you need.
I hear you. I don't like that the cliche is a little too fucking, Father Time's undefeated. Yeah, I hear you. Like I said, you'll be right eventually. You fucking get him in the ring. You know what I mean? Eventually Tank would clip him. You know what I mean? But like, it's just gonna.
But dude,
Tank ain't gonna clip no Pacquiao, man.
I'm just saying. I know. But you could push this on. If Manny's gonna embarrass himself, we could see it happen. But I don't want to see any like Trevor Burbick fucking Ali bullshit, any Larry Holmes. I don't want to see a guy just get fucking laid out.
All right, this is kind of a hot take. I think Tank is actually a dangerous fight for Pacquiao. Not gonna lie. Yeah.
Of course he is. He's 42
not even just now. I just think, dude, the Ugas fight, it showed that uppercuts, they're kind of a good punch on Manny. Because whenever he ducks down after like a combo to slip out, those uppercuts are there. And Tank has very good uppercuts. Do I think he'll beat him? Of course not. No. Even now, I favor Pacquiao. Dude, this Pacquiao
Tank don't deserve that
struggled
fight.
with length. But I'm just saying, Tank has power, dude. I think he's a very big puncher. His uppercuts are very good,
But he's falling victim to poor competition and fixed outcomes, meaning the fighters that are going in there, they're not trying to beat him at this point. You know what I'm saying? So
that's why I said it's a hot take. It's a hot take, man.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
Exactly. No, I actually think Tank is good.
Yeah.
Tank goes for the knockout, and he knows how to go for it too. Okay,
I blame
so that
Floyd,
makes
not
whether
Tank.
he wins or loses, I don't care. Like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I'm not a fanboy of him like that. But he is entertaining. He actually has the right idea, right, to maximize as much damage to your fighter as possible. The only problem with him is, so it's like hit and not get hit. Tank's getting hit whenever a guy throws his punches, and the reason why he's getting hit is because he's fighting because when he's so used to fighting bums that that habit is not just going to go away. So when he gets in there with somebody like, let's say, just a half a decent opponent, and that guy starts punching Tank to really hurt him, to get him out of there, Tank's just going to lose the plot. That's all that's going to happen. He's just going to lose the plot and start like basically setting himself up to lose the fight.
Yeah, I think
Arrested Development, right?
What's going to happen to Tank is whoever can push the pace on him, they're going to get him out before he can land a big one.
Exactly. There you go.
You know, it's good. If you throw 75 lead uppercuts in a fucking row, and you miss with 74 of them, the 75th one you'll clip him. But he's going to get like he did with Linares.
Listen,
he's gonna meet somebody like Linares. He's gonna fucking drill him.
Tank would never listen to me. He would never listen to me, and he would never listen to some outsider, right? Yeah. But if I could ever talk to Tank, I was like, Tank, the only thing you're missing is conditioning, and the only reason why you're missing that conditioning, look at the level of competition you're fighting. And if he got mad at, let's say it was somebody that he trusted, right? You don't know what you're talking about. You know, I'll be like, listen, son, calm the fuck down and go look at the opponents you're fighting. Just look at them. Tell me that's good. I don't care what their name is. Tell me that's an effort to beat you. That's a real effort to beat you. So how is it that you're going to be sharp on your defense when you're fighting guys that you're not even worried what they do to you? Because you know that right away when you hit them, you're going to knock them out.
Yeah, it's that, and he also just he doesn't have good work ethic too, because he's coming in overweight.
Yeah,
and he's small as shit. Dude,
you
you shouldn't be fighting at 140, quite frankly.
No.
Yeah, and Floyd and Ellerby are shocking the world with you know what? We're just gonna keep it in house. Well, good. Fuck, who gives a shit? You're like about the third ranked. I'm trying to say I have all these 35 pounders. You're probably the fourth ranked out of all of them, behind Tio and Loma, and who gives a shit? Stay in house then. You know what I'm saying? You're not the fucking king over there, like on your throne. Just fucking. I'm sure the boxing world was fucking destroyed when they heard that news. You know, stay over there. You'll never know unless you go for it, man. I'm just saying, you got to step it up incrementally. You know, 4 rounders, then 8 rounders, then 10 round. What if you just fuck it? I'm just going to fight 4 rounders until I'm about 30-0. And then I'll go to a 12-round fight. No, it's not going to work out.
Like, he's like 27 or something, right?
27, basically. Yep. He's 27, 26.
And the thing is, right? The thing that sucks is that he's actually a very popular fighter. Like, compared to the rest of the PVC fighters, he's actually very popular. And honestly, if PVC had like 10 tanks, they would actually be doing really well.
It'd be an uppercut festival.
Well, it's just because like he's literally like one of the only entertaining one of them.
I don't even think he's entertaining. To be
he's
honest.
not, but he has
point.
Finishes. He has finishes.
Yeah, but like I was saying against too. Like you ever see like Lomachenko beat the shit out of some guy, like just some, I don't know, those fights like around the Salido time when he was just styling on them and like body shots and uppercuts and then knocking their hands down, and I can't remember these Mexican guys' names, but like
Loma's a better puncher than him, and they're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Listen, look at what Loma's doing, right? He's not cocking back for every fucking punch. It's like he's taking what's there for him, and he's breaking these fighters down and he's knocking them out. Tank is fighting littler guys where
that's the point, right? How many times you want to see him just brutalize somebody?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, how many times you want to see Leo Santa Cruz get fucking cracked with an uppercut? It's like, all right.
It becomes boring after a while, knowing what the outcome's going to be. It's like with Canelo. Look, I don't know what to expect from Plant, but if Plant's going to come in with the same mental idea that Billy Joe Saunders came with, I already know this fight's not going to be entertaining. It's not. You need Caleb Plant to go in there saying, I'm gonna do what I can to fuck up Canelo to make it a good fight. If he doesn't come in there, he's like, yo, $10 million in the bank. I'm gonna, as soon as I get a black eye, I'm just gonna, pretend like my fucking face dented in and it needs to be stopped.
Right.
You know?
Right, and like he went home like that first week, right? After he got his face cracked, but it's like, aren't you so? You can't be riding airplanes with like your eyeball, right? Because your eyeball is like very sensitive to air pressure or whatever it is. It's like you're not going to be taking no airplane home, you know.
That whole thing was weird.
All right, so like, yeah, it's weird, man. He got a surgery right after, right? Even though
He
you're supposed to
basically,
wait
to
for
me,
this.
he just didn't come in to win. He was like, "No, I'm just collecting the check.
Yeah.
I'm out of here."
And they were all in on it, which is why, you know, they asked Eddie Hearn, and Eddie Hearn was like, "Oh, his eye is caved." Right, that's all he said, and everybody just believed Eddie Hearn. It's like Eddie Hearn's not his promoter, right?
No.
Yeah, and
He
Saunders
doesn't
just
have any details.
Yeah, and Saunders just makes a fucking weird ass face when they're in the corner while they're attending to his eye, and then they end it.
Yeah, and he shows up the next week and he looks perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, right? You guys remember when Kell Brook showed up like after his eye surgery? Like he looked like a totally different dude.
Oh yeah.
Terminator.
Dude, the weigh-in with fucking Brooke was scary. Or not with Spence. When he came back down, his eyes, they were fucked, man. Like
Yeah,
one was
of course.
But
like,
nothing as bad as the way he looked at the weigh-in against Crawford. Dude,
Crawford.
Yeah.
The way he had his mouth open, like so he's sitting still. They're asking him questions. Usually, the average, healthy, hydrated man keeps his mouth closed. His mouth is shut, right?
Yeah.
So they're talking. They're talking to both of them, and they have that split screen. And I'm looking at Scale. I was about to call him Scale Brook.
Scalebender Brooks.
Scalebender Brooks, right? But I'm looking at Kell Brook, and I'm like, he can't keep his mouth shut. He can't, because he's like dying, basically, right?
Yeah, he's like dying. In a daze.
Yeah, he's in a daze. His body suffered a lot of trauma dropping weight. And I'm like, damn, bro, this is not good. And then fucking you got Crawford making fun of him, like drinking water and like damn, boy, you look. That's how you. This is what you look like for making weight. This is an easy fight, and that's why he stopped him with basically. He ended the fight with a jab.
Yeah,
a jab on the cheek. It wasn't even like on a good spot.
It's on the cheek, yeah.
Dude, he did worse than fucking Khan. That tells you everything.
Right. He did worse than Khan.
Well, I should say, in terms of absorbing damage, he did actually do better than Khan for the fight, however long it lasted. What was it? 4 rounds, right?
4 rounds, yeah.
Yeah. He did. He fucking pretty much. What was it? He was outboxing him for a second.
The first 2 rounds, he outboxed him for sure.
Yeah.
Who, Khan?
Yeah, Khan. Shaka Khan.
Shaka Khan. Crawford almost accidentally clipped him and knocked him out in the first round.
Brooke. I meant to say Brooke.
But in that Crawford fight, Crawford almost accidentally knocked Khan out in the first round with a hook. Yeah. And he had to carry him for about 3 rounds to let him recover. He's like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry. Excuse me." He just touched his chin and he was like, "Oh fucking."
That's who Pacquiao should fight in the fucking Philippines or even the UK. Just knock his ass out and retire.
Good man. I'll be like, you fight me, Philippines. You be my sacrifice. You're my blood sacrifice.
For Khan, he can fight him fucking anywhere, one-handed.
I'd love to see him fight Porter in the Philippines.
Porter's a tough fight, man.
Nice. But I don't know if Porter might do it. He actually might do it.
Yeah, he would. He respects Pacquiao, man.
Loves Pacquiao, yep.
Yeah. But, dude, that's a tough fight for Pacquiao. It'd be too physical, man.
Yeah, it'd be a good fight, for sure. I mean, again, assuming that Pacquiao wants to still fight, right? If he does, it's like I said, I don't push that narrative that he has to retire. If he wants to retire, then fine, that's cool.
Dude, I think he should rematch Ugas. I'm telling you, dude, this is just fucking Leon Spinks, Muhammad Ali all over again.
It might happen. Yeah, it might happen.
You're right. There's no danger in it. There's no danger in it for Pacquiao. There's no really. I mean, to be real, there's really no like.
Yeah,
it's not like he got wobbled ever.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, people might not notice it, but he adjusted in that fight. He fought. He didn't have a great game plan early, but then he adjusted. He calmed down a bit, and he started, getting his shots in. There's much more to look at that fight, right? For improvements. The punches that Ugas threw and were successful with, he's not going to change them. You know, he's not going to bring out a fucking left hook because he didn't throw it at all. So he doesn't know if it's going to work on Manny in a rematch. Manny, he did throw a whole bunch of different punches. He knows what might, what to throw more in a rematch.
And I was thinking earlier too, when you first started the show, like it could be a trilogy, man. Because there really is no danger for Pacquiao as scale bender.
Well, I mean, listen, if
Ugas isn't like this huge puncher.
If this guy is like fucking handicapped, Spence, you might just want to sell that fight and make it a trilogy, right?
Yeah. Dude, I mean, and then, if he does get like a double win on Pacquiao, like, let's say, I thought Pacquiao won, obviously, but if there's a rematch and I thought, okay, Ugas, he proved that, maybe he didn't deserve in the first one, but he's now the better fighter of the two now after everything. Okay.
Officially, he's the better fighter. Yeah.
Then you'll even build up his name too, because I said, right, one win over Pacquiao at this stage, I don't see him really gaining any more notoriety, but winning twice, I think it'll boost him a little bit.
It all depends on like what Manny Pacquiao wants to do with that politics stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Same with the PBC.
And with the PBC, to see if they, if they're willing to make another fight. Is this PBC's way of saying, we're done with you, the 3 fights. We're not interested in a rematch. We're interested in waiting for Spence to come back and make Ugas Spence.
They might just be done with Pacquiao altogether, man.
Yeah,
they should do.
It's not their choice. Pacquiao could sign a 10-fight deal with him, and if it's his last fight, it's his last fight. It's not like he's 20 years old.
Here's the thing, though. I think that for a long time, when it comes to like at least the American boxing scene, they've been trying to get rid of Pacquiao. That's just my opinion. They're just like, you make money, but like this thing that you're gonna challenge all our young fighters and still have a chance to beat them. We got to put an end to that.
Bradley 1 proves that. Pacquiao Bradley 1 proves that. Bradley wasn't a big name. He wasn't that exciting. His following fights were, but before that, no, he wasn't.
But even the promotion going into this Errol Spence fight, PBC was pushing like a forced retirement on Pacquiao, right?
They were, man.
They were like, this is his last fight. This is his last fight. You listen to Pacquiao. Pacquiao's like, my last fight is going to be in the Philippines.
Yeah. Dude, they were saying,
no, this is not his last fight.
The fucking, basically the subtitle for the fight was The Legend versus the Rising Legend or some shit like that, like the future legend. Like, what does that basically mean? That means that, he's going to be great after this fight. Well, yeah,
it was like announcing,
you're basically saying he wins.
It's like announcing that Canelo is a 4-weight division champion, or 3. He's currently holding in 3 different weight classes before the results are in. It's like one of those type of things. You're just forcing it on everybody.
Honestly, it's worse, man, because like that one, you could just say, oh, that was a slip up of the mouth. This is basically saying Canelo is going to be a 4-division champion, instead of just saying Canelo is.
Yeah.
It's almost.
You guys forgot about 155? You guys forgot about 155 class.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's 5.
So he is a 3-division.
Canelo weight, man.
155, 160.
Who has climbed the ranks, ladies and gentlemen, from 54 to 55, reigned supreme for 2 years at 55, definitely undisputed.
Don't forget the catch weight with Chavez Jr. Don't forget that. I think that was 164.
164 and a half.
164. He won the.
Holy shit! He's a 6-division champ, man. Come on now.
Yeah, man, he's got 6. Damn.
He's the only
7.
champion at 154.
7. Because wasn't he like the welterweight Mexican champion or something, or Spanish, something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
He's got 7 belts, man. 7.
Let's see any of these guys go from 55 and then go up to 60 and then go back to 55. Oh, the guy is unbelievable. You know what? All right, I'm getting off the stream. He's the GOAT. Good night, guys.
Facts. Peace.
Yeah.
Peace to everybody, man.
Later, man.
TBME, the best Mexican ever. But not really, though. It's the fourth one.
Peace to the chat, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.